go to your dashboard, and then when you click on dashboard feature, you will be shown this additional tab on your screen which talks about blog to social. And here the first thing, that's a one-time activity where you connect your social media pages to your top brass, to your area of top brass. So click on network, and the screen will change, and it will show you all the popular all the popular um, social media platforms which are listed here. So one by one, connect using your profile IDs and your passwords, and once it is connected, that's it. It is set up for the lifetime, till the time you are member of top brass. Now in addition to these profile pages which belongs to you, top brass has 1 million followers in their own in its own social media pages. So those are also added to your content and your digital strategy. Once you've done that, you start building your branding material and uploading them in top brass, and with single click you can publish the entire content into wherever you want to publish, whichever social media platform you want to publish. And this way it will help you also create a big very controlled strategy around your branding. In addition to this strong feature, we also have a calendar feature which will help you save your time. You can upload all your content for a month or so and run a campaign, and then schedule reposting of your content using this sort of a calendar, which will give you date wise and week wise and month wise areas where you can put and schedule your branding messages to go out into social media. So I like to also mention this point is that once you connect your social media, you have say 100,000 followers on your side. We bring another 1 million to your content, which makes it very easy for you to increase the reach to a wider audience globally, and then you can do branding of your company, of your product in a much better way. In addition to this, you also get a lot of peace of mind, because top brass will do the work of 2 to 3 marketing specialists without without deploying these resources. You can do it and schedule it once in a month and forget about it. So these are very strong features of top brass, which I feel is good for the marketing heads or marketing CMOs to use and save their time and save their revenue. So with this, I would like to end this video. If you have any questions, do write to us, and we would definitely get back to you, and we would like to make sure that you join top brass today and leverage this platform to the fullest. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello friends, this is Chandra and welcome to Top Brass. Today we will discuss about the impending telecom industry money which has to come to the government of India. So before we get into that, let's understand a little bit around the background. So if you look at India, it's a very large country, and there are few sectors which are booming. And when I say booming, these sectors are basically giving out contracts and tenders of a global nature. Some of these booming sectors are telecom, of course, one of them, pharma, then infra, and there are a few others. Smart cities. So these are the industries which are booming, and suppliers from around the globe are coming and bidding for these projects. These are huge projects. Now, telecom is also one of the booming area, and today everybody carries more than one mobile, or at least one mobile. So the penetration of mobile services is very high in India, and there are 3 to 4 major players in this space. One is of course the Airtel, second is Reliance, and both the companies are Reliance, and then the idea of Vodafone, and then the government owned companies like MTNL and BSNL. There are a few other smaller players as well. Now, what has happened? Uh, Last week we all heard that Supreme Court giving directions to all the telecom industry players that why don't you pay up what you owe to the government? And this is almost like a 10 years old story. So we will have to go back a little bit just to analyze small facts. So I don't want to basically clutter your mind, but let's understand the fact why it is happening. So way back in during the UPA era, the spectrums were auctioned, and they followed a process called first come first serve basis. That means whoever come first will get the spectrum, and they will have to obviously sign some contracts and pay the spectrum license fee, etc. Because government of India owns everything. They own the land, they own the air, they own the spectrum of radio waves which will be transmitted, and all the telecom companies will be using all of these. So this was signed, and in 2011-12, the Controller Auditor General pointed out that there is a big scam. And then he rightly pointed out, because as far as the books of accounts are concerned, it looked like a scam, because there were a lot of irregularities. The telecom minister of that government gave licenses to whoever came first, and of course, there are allegations that it was not done in a very fair manner. However, the case continued as far as that is concerned, and most of the people are acquitted now. So we will basically discuss that part some other day. Let's come back to the telecom industry. So what has happened? What was the size of the contract? What was the size of the scam? It was a huge amount of 1.76 lakhs crore Indian rupees. It's a huge whopping amount which has to be paid by these companies to government of India. Now what has happened is that government, which was giving first in and first serve basis spectrum to people, they were actually very clever. They were, while giving it out to people, they were also signing a lot of fine print in their agreement. And some smart guy in that government came up with something called AGR. So this 1.76 lakh crore amount is actually happening because of the AGR. So what is an AGR? Is the gross revenue of the entire company. So what AGR does is, basically you have taken funding from banks and from government and from various other sources, and you invest in telecom business, and you have other businesses as well. So if you sign taking spectrum from the government, at that point in time the government made all these new telecom guys sign up these fine prints which said, anything that you do, whether it is telecom business or anything else, the profit of all of those different businesses, you will have to give it to us. So all of these guys have signed it, which is Airtel, Reliance, Vodafone, Idea, and so on and so forth. And this 1.76 lakh crore is coming from the fact that there is a AGR which is signed in the contract. So if you look at the business of the telecom companies, you can see them straight away that they are not a pure telecom company like BSNL or MTNL. They are 50% telecom companies, and 50% are brand managers, or sort of event managers or content distributor. So 50% is telecom, 50% is other businesses. So what is happening is, government made them sign these documents, and whatever money these companies are making by selling telecom services as well as any other services which is associated with them, the profit on that needs to be shared with the government. So this is I don't blame the government, I blame the companies, because these companies are huge and they are companies of the global nature.
and they have all the lawyers, a team of lawyers with them. And if they missed out these things and they still signed on this, that is why the Comptroller Auditor General came after auditing the accounts that these companies owe 1.76 lakhs crore of money to the government of India. Now that was in 2012. A lot of things happened. It became a political issue. Uh, After the election of 2014, the Congress Party, the UPA government shrunk to 44 seats. The government was toppled. The new government came, and now when the new government came, they actually fought on these scams, because the first scam was 2G, and that there are plethora of scams in fact the scams were so many that every day there were new scam was coming out, and it was used on this on their political rallies to drive their points. The UPA government suffered major loss, and the new government came. Now, after the new government has taken over the power, ideally they should have recovered this money. And this new government came in 2014. They got re-elected in 2019, and yet there is no sign of this money which has to be paid. Now, what these telecom companies are paying, basically saying, they are saying that they cannot pay this money because this is huge, and government has given them spectrum, but government is asking for the share from all other different businesses that these companies indulge in, which is unfair. So they are trying their level best to get out of this situation, and somewhere the current government empathize with their point, but nobody can take any action. Why? Because it's a very tough decision. Number one, that 1.76 lakhs crore rupees which has to be collected by the Indian government, if they say, okay, this was not a right contract that UPA made you sign, and hence we can overlook all of this and make you free and all that, then the current government will suffer a major setback, because they came to power by highlighting these issues on the street in their political rallies. So they didn't do it, they didn't want to touch it. Second issue is that if they enforce this collection, then millions of people will lose their jobs. So they can't have that. I mean, it's a telecom is a booming sector. A lot of millions of people are employed in this space, and if some companies fold, like Vodafone and Idea, they are saying already that if we are willing to pay, but we will need to declare bankruptcy. By doing so, they can clear all that and they can fold their business. So it is not so simple, because a lot of people will lose their job, and they are not like airlines where few thousands. This will be million people losing their job. It's going to be a big problem. Third thing is the face saving. The current government said the previous government came out with so many scams, and a lot of things happened, and now they are in power. So the point is that how they will say that those
Okay, I found this on the web. The current government said the previous government came out.
how this government will ensure that their whole issue of raising out these scams does not impact their own vote share, or their own image. So I'm just bringing this out to my viewers, but I have.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Naval Guns Live. And as the name suggests, this is a special program for Mr. Naval Gun, who's the top influencer in the world today, among the top 100. And we are very honored to have Naval Gun with us. Welcome to this series, Naval.
Good morning, CK, and good morning, everybody, and thank you. Let's get into a new series and start airing people's grievances around the world, because the last 9 months, 10 months have been COVID lockdown. Once again in the UK, we're in another month-long lockdown where I would say our human rights, actually, our right to live the way we want to live, are not surprisingly been taken away. And we should accept that, because actually we're fighting a disease that we can't see, we can't touch, we can't feel. But the point is, it's actually spread by touching and feeling. So we rely on our government, actually, from time to time, to make sure that we can live healthily. So maybe that's a good way in today, because we are on lockdown and we are being suppressed with our normal daily work. But as you've got in India, you've got some big issues that are being talked about in the High Court, haven't you?
Yes, actually, the issue is gone beyond the High Court, and it is also one of the liberty rights of people, where the liberty has been taken away of some of them. And when we take liberty of few, it affects the entire population of 1.3 billion. Because if you take liberty of few, that means tomorrow anybody's liberty can be taken away. So I think the issues are much graver, much bigger, and there is a political dispensation which is coming into the fray, and there is a long story, but we don't want to talk about the political aspect. We want to
No.
talk about the attitude and why the free speech is so important. And finally, this whole incident has reached the Supreme Court of India, which is the second pillar of our democracy. The first being Parliament, second being the Supreme Court, which is not under any governance. They have an independent jurisdiction in entire India. They are deciding the rights of the few whose liberty has been very severely curtailed. And this is happening because, Neval, let me update you a little bit more, that there were people who were speaking against the government, and the government did not have the right attitude to answer them. So what they did, they went behind using their machinery around these individuals and curtailed their liberty. I think with your experience and with your stature, you can tell us what is the importance of free speech, and how it is linked to the attitude, and what makes you a leader.
It's a really interesting discussion, because in certain social media arenas in the last couple of weeks, there's been this thought process or the concept of whistleblowing. Now, why do people whistleblow? I mean, what is whistleblowing? It's when something is happening in an organization, a country, a village, whatever it is, and it's not right. The consensus of everybody, people's rights are being suppressed by a few people that are powerful and know how to work the system. And that's why we have whistleblowers. You have, like, WikiLeaks, the person that whistleblew, Julian Assange, that said this isn't right. This is information that everybody should know about. Well, we've all got our own opinion on that, frankly. And one thing that countries hide behind is state security. It's in the interest of national security. And I suppose I've grown up with that, and you've grown up with it, and we accept that. But sometimes you need to challenge that, and you hope that the people in those leadership positions actually challenge themselves. They don't hide behind things. As you said, it's an attitude. You know, if something is in the interest of national security, then of course you keep it that way. But if it's in the interest of national opinion, then you've got that dilemma. And we've seen over history, particularly the discussion about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Were they there? Weren't they there? Did people manipulate the evidence to build their case to go and invade? And we've seen, you know, programs made certainly in the Western world about both sides. You know, the whistleblowers, and we have this term whistleblowers. But let's look at the positive side here. In an organization that is really progressive, that listens to their employees and really wants to get the best out of everybody, in other words, you've got great leaders that get the best out of themselves and the organization. Promotion is on personal basis. It's people that have achieved or overachieved or done something, you know, beyond expectations. So it's a meritocracy. There aren't many companies in the world, by the way, that work that way. There are good pockets in some companies that work that way, but there aren't many that work that way throughout. In those companies, though, it's not called whistleblowing. It's called feedback. Because the organization wants to grow. It wants to get better. It wants to hear about all of the skeletons in the cupboard. You know, let's air them once and for all and move forward. You can't forget them, but you can forgive them. So this is another word that we need to be cognizant of. And in a religious context, you know, we're all taught by whatever religion you believe in, we're all taught to forgive. Forgive and move on. But how many people do? And this is the whole concept, really, of people that can't not say something because they believe, and this is about beliefs now, they believe everybody should know. And it's that fine line between should everybody know, or have you been put in a privileged position whereby all you're going to do is create mass panic by letting people know, whistleblowing on what you know. And the last thing any government, any organization wants is panic. You know, not just panic in the organization, but, you know, there's a run on the shares. You know, we've had in the past where companies' information have been leaked to the press, you know, prior to a big announcement, and the share price spikes and people make huge profits, or the share price dips and people still make huge profits. So we need to take this into context. You know, what is a whistleblower? Why are they there? Is it just about attitude, but not just attitude of the whistleblower, attitude of the surroundings around them? The people, you said your Supreme Court is independent. That's absolutely fantastic. And most Supreme Courts around the world are independent. They come to their own decision, not based on any governmental pressure. It's independent thought. And that's why a Supreme Court judge is the pinnacle, in my view, of service in a country. So it's a big subject, big subject, CK. What have you got to say about it, what I've said?
Well, I fully agree with you, Naval. In fact, why I picked up this subject, because the free speech is so important for this development of society, development of individual, and also development of the companies. I mean, we are not talking about the political aspect, but we are only restricting our discussion to the business aspect. So, although we have picked up few leaves from the political arena which is going on in India at the Supreme Court, but the Supreme Court judges, as you mentioned, they are not elected They are not selected by individuals. There is a collegium which selects the judges, and there are parameters defined. That means you have to have in that role for some time to become elevated to Supreme Court. So that means your track record has highly valuable to become acquire that position. So I think we leave it to that, because that is why we call them independent, because they are not governed by any government, by
Yeah.
any minister, by parliament. They are above all. So that is why they are the custodian of the constitution. And let me go back to the free speech. India being the largest democracy, which was established the modern India in 1947, but the oldest democracy of the world, as we know in the modern times, is the United States. But they realized the importance of the speech way back, 300 years back, when there was no democracy anywhere in the world. They were all monarchies. And they implemented the First Amendment in 1791. So I think we should, give credit to the founding fathers of United States of America, where they realized that the First Amendment to the Constitution will be about free speech. And here in 20th century, 21st century, we are again talking about free speech and travesty of justice. But I think we can leave that aside. This is just the data point for our discussion. In the business arena, if we don't permit our employees to speak freely, what we expect in a company, it will be we expect the company to be ruled by one man who is the owner of the company. So there are companies in the world which are called one man show, and there are companies which are governed by, or there is a forum or a management consulting chair which is directing the chairman or the CEO. So that means in those companies the liberalization is much much greater than the normal companies where there is no free speech. So I would like to throw it back to you as a question: what is the difference between a person who allows freedom in his company, where his juniors can come up with any idea, and you should have patience, less ego to listen to those ideas and take action on some of them?
It's a great question, and one that in my career I now know, having looked at many other companies around the world, how fortunate I was throughout my career of being able to comment and for those comments to be listened to. I didn't always get what I wanted, but that isn't the point. It's been, first issue is welcoming with open arms a discussion about what the team's doing, how the team's performing, and how you're performing in the team. Now, of course, in the modern day arena, certainly in the last 20 years, but even when I had a proper job in corporate life last century, we had HR reporting, and they called it performance reporting. And in many organizations, they still do. You get an annual appraisal, and then you get your annual increase, because you always expect an increase, don't you? I mean, that's what happens. The pay always goes up, never goes down. Until COVID came along, when all of a sudden all of these metrics are now being, confused in areas. But it was that you would have an annual appraisal, and then a month later, you got an announcement of your increase and your bonus, your one-off. So there was an automatic linking between the annual appraisal and your pay. And yet, if you talk to any HR director around the world, they'll say, no, there's no linkage. To which I say, well, why do you do it at the same time? Why don't you actually have it 6 months apart? And then you can actually tell people there is no linkage, because your annual appraisal is based upon the last 12 months. And then 6 months later, you get your new paycheck, your new bonus, whatever that's going to be. So do organizations, the question I ask myself all the time when I go into an organization Do you encourage people to speak out? Do you, in essence, engage, educate, and literally and listen to what's going on in the organization? Because if you don't, there's this classic phrase in leadership terms: do leaders walk the talk? And that's what it comes down to. It comes down to leadership. If you've got a boss that actually says, if you ever think we can do things better, don't rush into my office and, tell me all at once, because it'll be garbled. It won't be a very strong message. Make your case, and once a week, once a month, we'll have that discussion with the team. What that means is you're empowering your team to come up with new ideas, new ways of doing it that's going to be better for the team. Not just better for themselves, because if you make it too personal, people are only going to come in and say, me, 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 me. You don't want to do that either. What you want to do is say, look, we work as a team. You all sort of know what each other does. You see how the jigsaw is made together. Let's see what we can do to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the jigsaw. Can we do it with less people? Can we do it with less money? Can we actually take administration out of the system? We're preparing a report. Who's reading it? Why are they reading it? Do they still want it? Is the frequency of when they get it useful? We were, I was in group consolidations for several years, and the most important part of our job wasn't what we did, it was what the effect of what we did had on the business. So we were quite proud to get our monthly report, which was historical, what happened, but, and this is what we believe why it happened. We would get that out by the 5th of the following month. Now, already it's 5 days out of date. But it got into the hands of the managers so that they could make alignments so that the next month reporting, which was now 25 days later, so 5 days had already gone, could improve. They could shift and make adjustments, sometimes very marginal, sometimes quite dramatic. They could make adjustments to get back on track to what the forecast was going to be. And you're only going to do that if you've got an open discussion arena. You might call it freedom of speech. In a business, if you can say what you think based upon the evidence that you see, then your boss needs to turn around to you and say, you're right, or slight grey area here, or you're wrong. But not just say you're right, grey area, you're wrong. Give you an explanation of why you're wrong, what you've missed, so that next time you grow and don't take what we call behavioural waste further in the system. So you're improving your knowledge base by having the right discussion at the right time. They call it just in time for everything. But being recognised in the organisation that you're there to add value. And this is part of you adding value. And unless you entertain those discussions and in your own little department, walk the talk and encourage others to walk the talk and recognise, we don't want to be having fires burn high every time. We want to try and make this department, this organisation run as smoothly as possible, and at the right time, which could be daily, it could be weekly, it could be monthly, whatever the right time is, we all come together and we look for improvement. And the other thing is, not only do we look for improvement, but we celebrate the successes we've had. It's a big subject, this, you know, and I'm interrupting you a little bit here because you want to say something. So go ahead, you know, freedom of speech. You go ahead.
Yeah, well, I think you have given a very nice explanation of why the freedom of speech in a corporate or in a company is very important. But many times it also depends on the leadership, and many times because even leadership is consisting of humans, uh, people like you and me, and they have certain egos or I will choose a better word, complex, some sort of a complex in themselves. And because of that, the leadership don't recognize the importance of free speech. So what is your message to these leaders? Because obviously we want to improve the attitude of overall leadership team through this series. What is one message or a couple of messages you want to give to not have your personal complexes come in the way and stop the freedom of speech in your company?
Great question. And the simple answer is look in the mirror to start with. You need to ask yourself a couple of questions. Do my team trust me? Am I supportive of them? Do they think that I'm a good boss? And this is where you need to be honest with yourself. And you can ask lots more questions, but start with the ones that are really simple but are really hard. You know, am I a good boss? What makes me think I'm a good boss? How do I know I'm a good boss? And the other thing is, we've all got a bias. There's been a lot of discussion in the last month or two about personal bias. You mentioned it, actually, with High Court judges. They're independent. There is no bias. They don't lean towards the government. They don't lean towards the people of the country. They should be biased towards protecting the Constitution, because a lot of effort went into developing that Constitution. And whilst it's challenged on a regular basis, if it's a robust Constitution, it never fails you. And that's the whole purpose of, or part of the purpose of, the Supreme Court. But coming back to your little team, your small team, because most SMEs have a small team. How you do this is you recognize everyone has a bias, but what you want is it's service above self. There is this thought of service leadership, which works quite a lot of the time, but can be abused if you go too far. But if you think about what's best for the organization, and you always do what's best for the organization, you will gain the respect of everybody, because they'll know who you are, and they'll know that they now need to be doing what's best for the organization, not what's best for them, not allow their egos to get there, so they get the pay rise and their colleagues don't get the pay rise. This is about, there's no I in team, but there's me and my mate. And if you think of me and mate, they're all in team, but there's no I, if that makes sense. So we're working for other people, not bringing apples in and saying, oh, look how good I am, here's an apple for the teacher. That isn't working for other people. Celebrating success of other people, that's working with other people. These things have been written for years and years and years, and you've only got to pick up a good leadership book and you will find the answer to the simple question, do leaders make all the decisions? The answer is no. They only make decisions that they're entitled to make.
Deval, let me share some experience that I had, my personal experience, having worked with few organizations, few corporates, few of them are global and few of them are small. I have never seen any company implementing a true 360-degree appraisal system. There was one company which had the courage to implement the beta, but then they also got chickened out and they did not implement 360 degrees. So I'm just talking about the global names. I don't want to mention these names, but they are present in every country and they are global powerhouses. None of these companies have courage to implement 360 degrees. Yet there are books written on them. In fact, in some sense, we are also making that discussion in this series today. Uh, but I don't think people have courage to do that. I think the first thing we need to battle is to, give them courage, because if you want to implement freedom of speech, the leadership team must have courage. So another C for you.
It's always about the C's: commitment, courage, competence, capability. The thing here is, when you start a company off, all companies are started with one person's idea. Then you bring another person in to help you grow that idea. Maybe manufacture, find a manufacturer to grow the idea. Put some design into it so that the idea grows. Talks about customer responsiveness, customer service. So actually goes and finds out whether that idea is a good enough idea for someone to buy. Like, for instance, you've got a product that could be $1 million. You only need to sell one of those to make a success. But if you've got a product that's worth $1, you need to sell 1 million. So your audience is completely different. It's highly unlikely that you've got something you're selling for $1 million and you've got a huge audience for, and when I say huge, like expansive audience for. So when you grow as an organization, you are adding in someone else's opinion. You're adding in another human being. And if you imagine in some of the largest organizations in the world, which are strategically placed around the world, they're in different countries, not all English speaking, for instance. It could be anything, but they're take Tata, for instance. It's got many companies around the world. I don't know how many people they employ totally, but it must be in the millions, probably, at least in the top hundreds of thousands. That means you've got 1 million different opinions. Now, there will be patterns in that 1 million different opinions that actually will say, well, we're going to lean to the left or lean to the right on certain things. But the key to that is just make all of your local area work with you. Understand what you're doing and why you're doing it. Because if a good leader brings the team with them, it asks the team, how do you think we're doing? You mentioned the word courage. It's almost like having as much courage on the battlefield, frankly, because you're going to get lots of people tell you, as soon as you start to open up and they trust you that you're going to do something with it. I've slipped away from the C words, right, to trust, because trust is a big thing in an organization. But if they're going to trust you, they're going to be courageous and open up. They're going to really push the boundary. Especially young people are brilliant at this because they've got no axe to grind. I remember my first job coming out of university. We were fortunate to go on a graduate training program, and it wasn't the typical program that you see today. You go into a department and you work there for 6 months, and then after 6 months they place you somewhere else in the organization. Now, that isn't a graduate training program as far as I'm concerned. We went round the country. We went to all of the manufacturing bases around the country, and we learned the difference in manufacture. We learned about people. Now, I was on their finance graduate scheme, but I worked alongside marketing graduates and HR personnel, as we used to call it in those days, graduates. And we would work together as a team. And after each visit, we would do a short presentation to the management team. Now, believe you me, we did not pull any punches. And as we got further and further into the organization, so the first one was very raw. You know, we didn't know what they were doing was right or wrong or, the best thing. We just made a few comments. By the second and third, we already had 2 or 3 to relate to. So we could then say, well, this is what happens in this part of the organization. Why don't you do that? Because what you're doing seems to be a little long-winded. Now, they did this for a very good reason, because they wanted to spread best practice. And it was only about 18 months into my first job that I was told why the graduate program was designed the way it was. Because the senior management didn't want to tell the next level down how to do their job. But if it was coming from raw graduates that they could laugh at, actually, with some things, but might take on 1 or 2 nuggets where they hear it's happening like this over there, why don't you do that here? That was it was music to the chairman's ears, frankly, because we were actually sharing best practice in a very collegiate type of way. Now, I'm not professing that this is the way to do it, frankly, because it is a little underhanded. It's not quite in the freedom of speech arena that we're talking about here. But if you do have an organization that shares because they care about the organization, you'll get the best out of everybody. Because people will then say, oh, I'm here on merit. I better start performing. And they kick into their own leadership pattern. Their ego goes. Just because they've been there 10 years and someone's been there 5 years and that younger person is their boss, it doesn't matter. They're quite happy where they are. Now, this doesn't happen in as much as we would like to think it happens, but it's down to the attitude of the leadership where it really can make the difference.
Neville, I think this is a very vast subject, as you mentioned correctly. But I think it starts with freedom of speech. And I think the message that you have given us and other CXOs, leadership who are watching this program is very clear. The freedom of speech in your company will automatically lead to freedom of thought. So any company which is existing today must have freedom of thought among their employees, among their partners, among their investors. Because if the freedom of thought is not there, then you will not be able to diversify. You will not be able to find solution to your clients. And that is why freedom of speech is directly linked to your business and your profitability. So with this, I will end this discussion today, Neville. Thank you very much. And we will catch up in the next episode of Neville Gunt Live.
Thanks very much, CK. Enjoy yourself, everybody, and go out there and enjoy it, because business should be fun. So I keep being told.
Take care and bye-bye, Neville.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Uh, as we know that we are undergoing a phase of social isolation. Almost all countries which are affected or not even affected have urged their citizens to practice their social isolation. And obviously, so I don't want to talk about what is happening and how many patients each country, etc. But the important thing is that the Chinese, since they got affected with the coronavirus as a first, and they got to done the autopsy on the victims. And here are certain findings on this virus and how I would like to share, simple things while in isolation you can do to protect yourself. So one of the things that the Chinese found is that the virus actually affects the lungs and the respiratory system and creates a thick layer of mucus which solidifies. So unlike the flu, in case of coronavirus, the layer of the mucus solidifies and then it basically keeps forming layer over layer, eventually blocking the respiratory system. That is how the eventual effect of the virus is. So a couple of things we can do. One is uh, always drink hot water. So I would say that to get the virus out of your mouth cavity into your stomach, every 20 minutes or 30 minutes, have warm water and hot water, because the virus cannot survive in such a condition. It will also clear your throat, and the virus will eventually get into your stomach, where the stomach acidity will take care of the virus. So it will not get into your lungs. Second thing is try to do gargles by in warm water by using simple stuff like lime, salt, etc. You don't have to try some fancy stuff to do gargle. But when you do gargle, it will actually remove the virus if it is there, and you can take it out from your system. And if you repeat this process, the chances are that even though you are infected or carrying virus on you, it will not affect you. The trick is to avoid virus reaching your lungs. Usually, as per the Chinese, when they conducted autopsies, they found that it takes about 2 to 3 days to reach your lungs. Third thing you could do is, when you go out, don't touch things, don't touch foreign objects like railing and door knobs, etc. Lift buttons. Try not to touch those, and because you can on the metal, it has been found that the virus can survive for a very long time, up to 9 days it can survive. So make sure that you don't touch the metallic objects. When you come home, make sure that the doorknobs, your different things which are metal, where you actually touch your doors regularly, are also kept clean using the cleaning solutions. Fifth thing that you can do is make sure when there is a feeling of cough, don't sneeze or cough in your hand. As long as possible, either sneeze in an open area or sneeze by covering using your elbow, not with your hand, and immediately clean yourself. Sixth thing is, whenever you step out, the virus cannot survive in detergent and soap. So when you step out and come back home, immediately keep your clothes for washing and take a shower. And if you're not able to wash your clothes so often, hang the clothes in direct sunlight. That will kill the virus. So, but make sure that you have a clean shower whenever you step out of the house and you return. Immediately, as soon as you enter the house, immediately go for a shower. Seventh thing is avoid any social contact. It has been already conveyed by all the governments. But
don't say that okay, I am not going to be affected and I can take a chance, etc. But this is something that you cannot take chance. um, in order to improve your immunity system, which is the eighth thing that you should do, is have a lot of vegetables. Have don't take animal products, don't take meat or anything. Have a lot of vegetables, juices. Make sure you have herbs in your food. Replenish your zinc content in your diet, because zinc is deadly for this virus as a mineral. So make sure that you have the right amount of green vegetables and all other vegetables in your diet. Ninth thing, which is important, is since we all complain about not having time for practicing, each one's hobby. So now I think all of us have a lot of time at our hand. So be creative. Get your brains work towards doing some creative activity, which you have been longing to do for a very long time, but you didn't have time. But now you have time because you are in isolation. So start making some music. People who have interest in carpentry, start making some furniture or cabinets. People who want to basically have inclination towards painting or arts or sculpture, they start doing that. So whatever, anything that you want to do, longing to do, but you don't have time, you are complaining, here is a time where you can start being creative. So this will channelize your mind while you are at an isolation at home, and you have time as well, so you can kill time by being more creative. uh, Last most important thing I would like to share is, don't harass the animals, because this virus is not affecting the animals. It is spreading among human population on a person to person basis. So the animals are not spreading these viruses. uh, Even though if animal carries a virus on himself, it is because of the human contact. So don't harass the animals. They are not responsible for the epidemic. They do not play in any role. We have to make sure that the we don't have some sort of a cruelty towards animal while protecting ourselves. So make sure that uh, be aware that animals are not spreading the coronavirus. So if you follow these 10 advices from me, the chances are you will be much stronger physically, mentally. Your immune system will also work, and you will also not get affected. You will also take care of your near dear and your family and your friends. So I will meet you tomorrow again with more updates and more analytics. Until then, bye bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. And friends, as you can see, my surroundings are purple today, and it is not by accident. It is actually purposely done because we would like to talk about the highest military honor of India, which is Paramveer Chakra. What are the parameters around it? And since purple is the color of valor, we would like to maintain this color in our video today. So without further ado, let me present Paramveer Chakra, the highest military honor from the Indian forces and by the people of India to the martyrs and to the exemplary bravery of our soldiers. Paramveer Chakra, as the name suggests, it's a symbol of the ultimate warrior, the person who has put himself above the country, above the sovereignty, above the democracy of our country, great nation, the most ancient civilization, more than 6,000 years old, with known history, still existing to protect this beautiful country, the person who has actually devoted himself against the enemy which has come and tried to steal our freedom. So this medal is given to the person who shows this ultimate courage and many times have to give supreme sacrifice. So there are certain parameters around this award or this honor. We will discuss more about it shortly. As you can see, friends, the Paramveer Chakra is not a really shining object. It is not really, medal or an object which is made of gold or silver, or it is very, very shining and is visible from far off. But it is a simple bronze chakra, and it has a very specific meaning. So it is related to the valor of the soldiers. It is hung by a strip which is purple in color. As you know, purple is the color of valor. Many countries have the gallantry awards with purple also, and in India as well, the purple is also understood and known as the color of valor. And this was designed by a person in 1950s, soon after India got independence. But before we get onto the award or the honor itself, I think it is very important to understand the background of the designer of Paraveer Chakra, since Paraveer Chakra was the first gallantry chakra designed and awarded to our brave soldiers. So let us understand about the designer of this gallantry award. Parvi Chakra was designed by a person called Savitri Bai Khanolkar. Uh, Although the name suggests that it's a very Indian name, but Savitri was born Eve in Switzerland from a Hungarian father and a Russian mother. And she grew up in Geneva. She during her childhood and schooling, early schooling, she spoke very good French and German. Later, she married an Indian captain, Vikram Khanolkar, and then moved to India. So, we will understand more about this wife of our great captain in the Indian Army. But it is important to know the background of this person and why she was given responsibility of designing the first gallantry award, that is Paramveer Chakra. Savitri, right after her marriage, even though there was a huge difference between difference of age between herself and her husband, she moved to India against the will of her father, because she always used to say that she is an Indian born in Europe, Indian soul born in Europe. She had very deep interest in Indian mythology, and soon after moving to India, she was able to learn Hindi, Marathi, and Sanskrit. She could speak in all three languages fluently. So, because of this knowledge and this ability of multilingual, as friends, you know that India is a multilingual country itself. She was able to speak in multiple languages, and hence she read a lot of scriptures, Indian scriptures, and she was very fascinated about the heritage and rich history along with the mythological stories. She was also a devout Hindu, and she read almost every Indian scriptures to understand Indian civilization better. So, if you dwell into the psychology of this person, she was highly moved by the Indian ancient civilization and also the current, the way of life of India, and she was very highly involved in the humanitarian task. She helped a lot of displaced families, uh, which resulted after the partition of India. She also continued her help to a lot of martyrs' families in India to support them to find an alternative livelihood, to see if they can have a better living after their husbands have died in the war. And her husband actually died quite early. Uh, Captain Vikram passed away in 1952. But after that, Savitri Bai joined Ramakrishna Mission and dedicated herself to the humanitarian
activities in India, apart from designing these gallantry awards. So she was a devout Hindu. She also was a pure vegetarian. So now, when she was given a task to design the first gallantry award, which is Paramvir Chakra of India, all this background matters because she used all of this background, converted that into meaning, and that translated back into designing of the chakra, uh, which is the India's highest and the first gallantry award given to soldiers. In addition to designing of Paravir Chakra, which was commissioned in 1950, although Paravir Chakra was applicable from 1947, but between 1947 to 1950, there was a gallantry award given that was called General Service Medal, and then it was later discontinued till 19. It was given till 1965, but even General Service Medal was designed by Savitri Bai. She was also instrumental in designing Mahavir Chakra, Shaurya Chakra, Ashok Chakra, Kirti Chakra, and Veer Chakra. So these are the subsequent gallantry awards which were designed, but all of these different chakras were given to soldiers who have not shown the exemplary courage and valor in battle as much as to deserve the Paramveer Chakra. So the Paramveer Chakra remains the penultimate award for valor in India. Having understood the background of the designer, Savitri Bai Khanolkar, we can now discuss more about the Paramveer Chakra design, ethos, and parameters. As the name suggests, it's called Paramveer Chakra. In English, if you have to translate, it means the wheel of ultimate brave. And Chakra has a very profound impact on the Indian ways of life, Indian civilization. And the designer did not want it to be very shiny and you can see it from miles, etc. It was a true symbol of courage and valor. That is why it was designed in a very simple way. It is just made of very low cost material, which is bronze. It is not shiny at all, but it symbolizes the ultimate valor. It is hung by a strip which is purple in color, which also symbolizes it's a color of valor. The recipient of Paramveer Chakra is respected across length and breadth of India, and everyone in the defense services are supposed to salute the Paramveer Chakra. If he's wearing a chakra on his breast, on his shoulder, he will be saluted even by the senior most officer of the army or of the government. So the recipient of Paramveer Chakra are respected across length and breadth of India, and as a protocol, everyone, whether they are senior or junior, are supposed to salute. So it is understood that the recipient of Paramveer Chakra Gallantry Award is the senior most respected person in India. The specification of this chakra is exactly 1.37 inch, a circle which is of this dimension. It is hung. You can see in the design uh, uh, there is a bar, and then the bar is further hung from the shoulder using a purple ribbon. In the design, in the middle, there is a national emblem of India, which is the Teen Murti, which is a national symbol, and it is surrounded on four directions. There is an image of Vajra. So in Indian culture, Vajra is a weapon created. It's a weapon of Indra. Indra is supposed to be the king of gods, and Vajra was designed using a bone of a hermit who donated his life, and so that his bones had some superpowers, and these bones were used to build Vajra. Vajra in English also stands for thunderbolt, And this is the most potent weapon. It is even more potent than nuclear weapons. So Vajra was feared. If you read the Indian mythological stories, the stories of God, Vajra was feared across the length and breadth of universe. So in this medal of honor, the Vajra is shown in all four directions, which is north, east, and west and south. Um, so this is the way even the Tibetan civilization was affected by Indian civilization, and this two-way Vajra was also prevalent in the Tibetan mythology. And at the backside of the reverse of the chakra, there is the name of the chakra is mentioned, divided by two lotus. Lotus is the national flower of India, and it has a very profound religious connotation. So this was also captured as a design parameter of Paravir chakra. So you can see that chakra is not a shiny object, but it is the most respected item in Indian civilization. Having explained the chakra parameters and also the background of the designer, uh, now let's discuss who have been awarded so far. So since 1947 till 2020, almost 70 years, only 21 people have been awarded the ultimate Gallantry Award, which is Paravir Chakra, making the Indian Gallantry Award most difficult gallantry award in the world to obtain. It means that to win a Paravir Chakra, you have to really put yourself above the rest without considering about your well-being. You have to put the nation in front, and you have to show exemplary courage. Now, the courage could be of winning a war, winning a battle, saving your comrades. It could be anything. But then there is a committee which decides and then really evaluate um, the person who has actually shown real courage in the battlefield. So this Paravir Chakra is the least given award, even though India has gone into 4 to 5 major battles, um, and there are a lot of stories of courage. But to get the Paramveer Chakra, which is the ultimate award for valor, only 21 have been selected. 14 were awarded posthumously, and rest were still serving for the army. Out of 21, one was given to Air Force, and 20 were given to the army. So each one of these 21 people have shown exemplary courage and valor. Some of them have lost their lives, given the ultimate sacrifice, but each one of them have a remarkable story behind them. And we will cover the stories of these brave soldiers who have been given the Paramveer Chakra, the ultimate award of valor on the face of the earth. And in this series, we will talk about that. But this video is dedicated about Paramveer Chakra, and we have discussed about it in this Paramveer Chakra. What are the parameters? Who were given? Who designed it? And what is there on the face of the Paramveer Chakra? So with this, I will end my video, and I will like to engage with you friends. Like to get your comments. Do subscribe and like, not to miss any further update. And if you have any comment, do post it. We will put your comment in the next video, and we can actually talk about your question in the next video. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye. Until next time.
Hello, friends. I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to our series Great Kings of India. And today we'll be discussing about Samudragupta, who is one of the greatest king of India. And I think many of you may not be knowing that he established entire India, conquest entire India, leaving few parts of Kerala and Gujarat. So, to discuss more about this interesting king, we have an eminent historian, Meeta Joshi, who is the head of the department of one of the prestigious college in Hyderabad, Saint Anne's College for Women. So, without wasting any other moment, I'm so eager to know about Samudragupta, who established the Gupta dynasty. So, welcome to the show, Meeta ji.
Namaskar, Kanchan. How are you?
I am fine, Mitaji. How are you? How's
I'm
everything?
also good. So, everything is fine. So, I will talk about Samudragupta.
Right.
Samudragupta was the son of Chandragupta I,
Okay.
the founder of the Gupta dynasty, and a Lichavi princess. Okay,
Okay.
so he is also called as the Indian Napoleon
Oh, really?
by many historians, yes.
Okay.
Like historian Vincent Smith, he coined this word. He compared the conquests of Samudragupta with Napoleon Bonaparte.
Okay.
But here, many historians have, different opinions because Samudragupta was in the 4th century CE and Napoleon Bonaparte was in the 18th century. So, yes, and the empire of Samudragupta was almost the entire Indian subcontinent, leaving some, pockets of coastal Gujarat and Kerala. But
Okay.
if you see the empire of Napoleon,
Mhm.
Napoleon Bonaparte in the 18th century,
Mhm.
then he conquered, he was ruling the present France.
Mhm.
Okay, then the northwest is Italy, western part of Germany,
Okay.
and small countries like Switzerland and Belgium. So if you
Mhm.
compare, area-wise, there is no comparison because Samudragupta's area was way bigger than Napoleon Bonaparte. This is
Okay.
one difference.
Mhm.
Another difference is, according to the Allahabad pillar inscription written by one of the officials of Samudragupta, Harisena, who happened to be his court poet also,
Mhm.
so he wrote in that inscription that he was the hero of 100 battles. Who?
Okay.
Samudragupta.
Okay.
Okay, and if you leave the battles of North India and if you just count the battles which he fought in the Deccan, in down south, then you will be amazed to know that he participated in 29 battles in Deccan and South India alone.
Mhm.
And it is said that he fought more than 100 battles, Samudragupta.
Okay.
But if you see the wars of or battles of Napoleon Bonaparte, he fought 60 battles in his 20 years as a commander of the German army. And in those 60 battles, 8 times he got defeated, Napoleon Bonaparte.
Okay.
But Samudragupta was an undefeated ruler.
Oh.
All the wars he fought,
Okay.
he he was never defeated. He
Oh, great.
always won.
Yeah.
Okay, and then Samudragupta was a ruler,
Mhm.
but Napoleon was made a prisoner by the Britishers, and he died in captivity in Saint Helena in one
Yeah.
of the islands.
Right.
So the comparison, you can say that okay, the conquests of Samudragupta and conquests of Napoleon were similar. Okay, but you cannot compare Samudragupta with Napoleon because if you see the personality, if you see his rule, there is no comparison. Napoleon, and as I told you, Napoleon was in 18th century.
Right.
And Samudragupta was in 4th century CE, so almost 1400 years after Napoleon came.
Right.
So there is no comparison. But because one of the European historians termed him as Indian Napoleon, so
Right.
he is known in historical records as an Indian Napoleon.
Right.
Why? Because Napoleon was a warrior, and he was a main figure in the French Revolution in 1789. Samudragupta, he established his empire with his when he started as a king, his empire was very small. But sitting at Patliputra, because his capital was Patliputra, and then fighting so many battles and establishing a huge kingdom, but managing it very, very nicely. Because what he did, he, in all the wars, it was not only deaths and blood.
Right.
He went to the rulers and he asked them to accept his suzerainty. So
Right.
who agreed? He annexed their kingdoms to his kingdom. So that way, very, very intelligently he worked, Samudragupta. And uh, if you see the model of administration, it was very, very nice, because after Samudragupta, many rulers have copied that model of administration. Sitting at Patliputra, managing such a huge empire for a long period of time. Because if you see, Samudragupta was from 335 to 370 AD. Okay, and as I told you, in the there are many inscriptions. This is known as Prayag Prashasti. Prashasti means inscription. So in that inscription, he is described as a hero of 100 battles. And because not only he was a warrior, he was a very good poet. He was a very good musician.
Oh.
So he had a multifaceted personality. And in his reign, art, architecture, in every fold there was development. And that's why, because of his, administration and the development he did, Gupta age came to be known as the golden age of ancient India. It was not like this that everything was gold, but the development which happened,
Right.
and then a very good coinage he floated, Samudragupta. Pure gold coins were, started by Samudragupta, and those coins had an influence of Kushans. Kushan were foreigners.
Right.
So when you see the coins,
Right.
the dress which the emperor is wearing only had little differences there, because they used to Kushans used to wear a pointed hat. He was not wearing a pointed hat, Samudragupta. Some modifications here and there, but because he had this influence on him, Kushan influence, and uh, when he was an emperor, not only the domestic policies, the foreign policies were also very good, because he had friendly relations with many countries like Burma, Ceylon. So, and he followed Vaishnavism, but he was tolerant towards Buddhism also, because that time Buddhism was flourishing. So
Right.
he was tolerant towards Buddhism, and he even gave permission for many for the construction of many stupas, viharas, and monasteries of Buddhism. So that way, if you see Samudragupta, his personality in total, he was one of the greatest kings of ancient India. One of the
Yes,
greatest
I
king.
can
And
very well understand that,
yeah,
because if we see into the modern India, even Maratha also moved towards north, and they were not able to sustain that empire, though they were so strong empire. And I can very well visualize the empire so big. I mean, from north, from maybe Kashmir to really Kanyakumari, leaving few parts of Kerala and few parts in Gujarat, and then maintaining it.
coastal Gujarat and Kerala were left. Otherwise, the Deccan down south, North India. Everything was conquered by Samudragupta. And
Yes.
some historians, they also compare Samudragupta with Ashoka.
Right.
But that is a wrong comparison because Ashoka was all for non-violence and peace
Okay.
after the Kalinga War.
Okay.
And Samudragupta was all for wars, conquests, aggression.
Okay.
So two different, ideologies.
Mhm.
But if you see the extent of the empire, that matches because Ashoka had a huge empire, Chandragupta Maurya had a huge empire. Same way, Samudragupta also had almost the whole Indian subcontinent under his reign. So
Yes.
that is the difference.
Yes, and that is the thing I think we are missing out. We always remember a Maurya dynasty. We think of and talk of Ashoka, but somehow in some matters we are missing out Samudragupta because he has managed to have that big empire, and then he is also a good administrator, and he knew how to really do the management day to day. So, in spite of being general, a good general, he is a good administrator also. Otherwise,
Yes,
it's difficult to really
we
manage such a big
see
empire.
as we call Ashoka as Chakravarti Samrat. Chakravarti means who was ruling the entire thing.
Right,
Same way, they used to call Samudragupta as a Chakravarti.
right.
Digvijay. Digvijay means who has conquered all the, all the dishas,
Mhm.
all your north, east, west, south.
Right.
And even for Samudragupta,
Mhm.
it was said for his horses
Mhm.
that they have tasted the water of four oceans because the extent was so huge.
Right.
So Indian Ocean, Bay of Bengal, all these oceans, because the trade and commerce was also very good. So the main ports were under the Gupta Empire, under Samudragupta. So that's why it is also said that he and his horses have tasted the water of many oceans, four oceans.
Right.
And can you imagine, Kanchan, a person who fought 75 odd battles and never got defeated?
Right.
Never ever.
Yes.
So
So
it is
true.
a real,
Right.
a big thing.
Right.
It's a
Right.
huge
Very big.
and and that times the army which Samudragupta had,
Mhm.
it was a Chaturang army. Chaturang means infantry,
Mhm.
cavalry,
Okay.
this cavalry, infantry, then a unit of these horses and elephants. So all that all together, artillery. So it was a very, very well organized army also which he had.
Mhm.
That's why they were able to conquer and they were able to conquest the entire Indian subcontinent because of the army also.
Right.
Not only administration, his strategies, his war strategies, and his diplomatic policies. Because with some kings, he was diplomatic. He asked them to, come under his suzerainty
Mhm.
and he annexed their kingdoms into his. So that way, he developed the Gupta Empire in by all means, art, architecture, music. He was a great musician. In one of the coins, he is shown as playing the veena,
Right.
and it is said, it is written in some text
Mhm.
that even the musicians of gods,
Mhm.
they got defeated by Samudragupta when he played the veena.
Oh,
There
great.
is one
He's a
story.
he's a master.
Ha.
I think he was a good personality. He was a general and musician. So two contrasts actually. So
Yes,
because
very because his love for music, his love for poetry,
right,
is very another side of his personality.
right,
But he was like that, Samudragupta. A great warrior king. You can call him a great warrior king, a good administrator, And because of him only the Gupta age reached the glory, and that's why the Gupta age was known as the golden age in ancient India,
I know.
because of all round development,
I know.
art, architecture, administration, everywhere the progress was seen. That's why it is known as the golden age. But after him, like the successors, Ram Gupta, Skand Gupta, they were not as great as Samudragupta, but somehow they managed, to take the legacy forward. But the face of Gupta Empire is only Samudragupta.
Okay.
Only Samudragupta. No one else.
So it was so wonderful to talk to you today. We will be discussing Samudragupta, who is the greatest, one of the greatest king of ancient India, tomorrow. And we'll discuss more about how he managed such a big empire and how he managed his army in our other series. For today, it was so wonderful to really talk to you and know more about Samudragupta. I'm sure our viewers will be benefiting about to know about this knowledgeable topic. So till tomorrow, bye bye, madam.
Thank you, Kanchan.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach, and today's headline is that Perseverance has touched down successfully on the surface of Mars, and it's really a big deal. Why it's a big deal? Because I was awake whole night watching the live stream from NASA. Minute by minute, they were showing, how things are progressing, and this is one of the biggest spacecraft that the NASA has sent to Mars, bigger than the previous one, and it has basically a lot of other experiments which are included into this one. So we will actually talk very briefly about those. But as far as my knowledge goes, Perseverance is a part of a mega project by NASA where they want to actually bring samples back to Earth without sending humans. So it's a very specialized, high-tech, groundbreaking robotic mission. Perseverance is the first leg of that mission. There will be a second one in 2026, and finally, the samples will arrive on Earth by 2031. And I think we can be mesmerized by all this effort which has been put in by a lot of these scientists while preparing for this mission. And one name which immediately comes to our mind is the Indian connection with this whole project, and that is Dr. Swati Mohan. She was just 1 year old when she reached US, and at the age of 9, she saw the Star Trek serial, and she then made up her mind to get into the space tech arena, and finally she landed at NASA. Now she is the person who designed the whole landing mechanism of this particular spacecraft, and the and also supervised the whole landing procedure for Perseverance. And why this is a big deal? Because first of all, you're traveling for 7 months. The spacecraft is traveling from for 7 months. It's at a considerable speed, so you need to first slow down the speed and get the your spacecraft into orbit. Once it gets into orbit, then you have to slowly descend on the surface. The problem on the Mars is that the air pressure or the atmosphere is just 1% of the Earth atmosphere. So when you're sending your probe down to the surface,
there is obviously some air which will heat up the spacecraft, but it does not give enough pressure to slow it down. So that is why this whole process is so different from landing a spacecraft on Earth or on Moon. It is a totally different ball game, and you have to angle the spaceship in such a way that it heats up, but it does not burn up. At the same time, it has to slow down, because if it does not slow down, it cannot deploy the other mechanisms which are there to successfully land the spaceship. So basically, that is why the supervision of this person was so important. She successfully landed the spacecraft on Mars, and for the first time, they have also used the sky elevators. It's because this Perseverance spacecraft is much bigger than the previous ones, which landed on Mars. It's almost the twice the size, and it has a lot of payload. So this time they have used something called sky elevator, which is nothing but a bunch of rockets which will slowly descend the spaceship on the ground, and once it detects that the spaceship has reached the ground, it will snap and then go away. So this is a very remarkable system. It consisting of a parachute and a sky elevator. Finally, it landed successfully the Perseverance aircraft. Now let's look at what is so special about this spacecraft. This has many experiment. Many of these experiments also includes a drill, and the drill is something which will collect up to 40 samples over the period of next 80 months of its operation. And but it does not need to drill at all the locations. It has a lot of sensors. So the spacecraft is basically explore a old crater which we feel was filled with water. As far as our data goes, whatever research NASA has done so far, so they want to really examine the signs of ancient life or water. So it will go around and use its sensors to identify which place to drill, and then it will drill and collect a sample, store the sample after sanitizing it, because it does not want the any microbe from Mars or Earth to contaminate the sample. It will sanitize it and store it, and that will be the job of this Perseverance. In addition to that, Perseverance is also going with a unique device, and it's the first time a powered flight will be tested on the surface of Mars. This has been designed as a helicopter which is specifically designed to fly in a low air pressure environment like Mars. It has a specific design. The rotors moves very fast, very light weight spacecraft, and it has its own power. It has solar cell which generate the lithium ion battery on board, and it will take off for 90 seconds after each charge, film the surface, tell the rover about the things which are ahead, and then there will be a AI based decision making system which will work. So this is just an experiment whether we can take off or land a powered flight on an alien world. So this is just the first one which is going to come up. This device will be deployed after a month of operation. The other thing is the drill bit itself. This has been designed specifically for Mars, and it also collect the sample. When it drills, it actually collects the rock sample, and then there is a process in the spacecraft itself to sanitize it, store them in a nice jar which is sanitized using some technology, and it will be stored until 2026, until the time that the next spacecraft land, that will have a collector of these samples. So these samples will be dropped at a designated area. The next spacecraft which will land in 2026 on Mars will collect all those biles and shoot them out back to Earth. So that is the second phase, and the third phase will be to collect those samples back and bring them to Earth. So that is the last phase, which will finish in 1931. So it's a very long drawn space mission which NASA has embarked. And there is one very unique experiment which they are carrying this time, and that is the oxygen generator. Now, oxygen generator is not something new. The astronauts and cosmonauts have been going to space for last 50, 60 years, and they have been converting the water into oxygen for their breathing purpose. So, there are different oxygen generation techniques which have been used in the past. But this time, they are sending a totally new experiment along with Perseverance, which is going to use the atmosphere of Mars, which is, as we know, is rich in carbon dioxide. So, with using the electricity, this device will convert oxygen directly from the atmosphere. So, convert the carbon dioxide into carbon monoxide and then divide them into ionized oxygen uh, atoms, which will then combine together. Two oxygen atoms will combine and to become O2 to form oxygen gas. So this is going to produce 1 kilogram of oxygen every hour using the power which is being given by the Perseverance spaceship. So this is just an experiment, and it's also one of the steps whether we can convert the oxygen or the the CO2 which is presence in the present in the atmosphere of Mars directly into oxygen for breathing purpose in future when the human expedition happens. So this is a very important experiment Perseverance is carrying. So with this, it's a great news. I think I thought I will cover this very briefly because I was excited about this. I I burned the midnight oil watching the live stream happening from NASA and saw the entire occurrence live. And there is an Indian connection, uh, and I was quite excited that there was an Indian person who actually designed the landing system, which is so complex, and also supervised landing the Perseverance successfully. So with this, I end my discussion today. Do engage with me, friends. Write in, and any suggestions you have for our future video, it's most welcome. Until next time, bye bye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Good morning, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today, we are in presence of very eminent personality, Mr. Satya Madala, the CEO of Single Point Solution, which is a new gen organization focused on EV charge solution. Satya, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Chandra. Thanks for the introduction.
Right, so Satya, we are in day 7 of the lockdown. The entire India is under lockdown, but I see you are suited booted, just like me. I'm also suited booted. We are working. I'm sure you're also working. You must have called your colleagues and your customers. What do you think, going on here? Would you like to share some experience?
Yes, Chandra. On a day one itself, like we took a drastic steps, segregating the employees. Just we segregated the employees in two ways: essential and non-essential employees, and just we gave an opportunity to them, to work from the work from home. To avoid this coronavirus to spread all over the office or something else. And at the same time, like we are already gave a orientation to employees how to behave and how to behave with the clients, how to behave with the neighbors, and how to manage a work from home, and how to take care of their health and their family's health. All these measures we took, and so far it's going. It's already seventh day. Tomorrow it's going to be eighth and ninth. So the business is a little affected because of this, but still we are trying to manage as if we are working as in office. So every day, just we are coordinating with the, just we are starting our day at 9:30, and we are coordinating with the employees and customers, and we are transparently explaining the situations to the customers, and we are assuring them their future, support and everything.
Nice, Satya. So you have worked out a routine, and today you are joining us from Hyderabad. So how Hyderabad is treating you during this lockdown? Are there any challenges, or your society, your community has created some processes to handle this lockdown situation?
Yes, actually, Telangana government, they took a good steps to control the people. Actually, so say for example, when it comes to our community, we are staying in a gated community. Actually, they took a major steps not to come out. Everybody should stay back into in their flats, not to come out, and they are providing all sorts of facilities, and they are providing vegetables and fruits and some of the food and everything actually inside the community itself. So that is a good step, taken by the government as well as the community people here in Hyderabad. At the same time, I think everywhere it is same. I think everybody is taking necessary steps to avoid contacting other people, and they are not allowing neighbors to gather one place, even not even actually 2 to 3 people also. Just they are giving a tokens to go out to take some provisions. That too, just they are issuing only one token for each family. So it's controlled very well. Actually, surprisingly, till yesterday, I thought, like, it's my view. Actually, I thought everything will be closed by April 7th and we can start our work by 7th. But unfortunately, we heard a few cases are popped up in Hyderabad again. Maybe it may go for another little longer, but still, actually, with good steps, so they could able to government could able to control the situation. That's what I can, just I assumed and actually I predicted. So things will stabilize in a short while.
Yes, I think this thing will stabilize. I think some of us, people like you and me, and some of my other industry colleagues, they are actually coming out with some routines and moving to the virtual world because the business must go on. So, great that your community and yourself, you have also stepped up and you're using the virtual world to do business. I'm sure you must be facing some challenges because you mentioned that uh, the business is slightly low. So in fact, that's the same challenge I'm facing, that the customers are a bit slow on adapting the virtual world. I'm sure you must be facing the same thing.
Yes, yes, it is true. But there was a few uh, clients wherein actually uh, we are trying to educate the client how to use the technology. Basically, some of the clients where we are operating is from real estate and healthcare sector, but they know how to use the technology, but not in a IT specs. Like, they don't know how to manage some of the cloud systems remotely. So we are educating them to utilize this period to get to know what the technology, how they can use the technology, and most of the people, they're trying to adopt it. They're trying to, they're more just encouraging us to give a good suggestions. At the same time, they are very much keen to adopt the technologies to utilize in their day-to-day activities in this time, in this period. So everybody is working from their home. I know it is when it comes to healthcare, even few of the doctors, they are going out and remaining other people, non technical people, they are working from home. So So when we are dealing with the technical people in a healthcare sector, we are educating them how to utilize the cloud services. So that's what clients are doing. So just I explained only about one sector, but when we are working with the different sectors like automobile and like real estate, it is a little challenge for us to educate them. But I hope actually even they are also trying to adopt these technologies and utilizing it. So I'm facing a little challenge, but we can overcome by giving some education on the technology, and we are giving some sort of support, and we are giving some sort of assurance that actually about technology, so that people can adopt it easily, and we are giving some small tips to the clients, not to come out from the from their place, and they can utilize the technology. So that's what we are doing right now. So it's a more little challenge, but still, so it's an unforeseen situation for a employer as well as for a client also, for a company and client also, for both of them it's a unforeseen activity. So it's a new, and at the same time, uh, so this situation is not predicted earlier, or otherwise we would have taken a little some sort of steps. So but yeah, so people are trying to accept it as as the situation is going on. So anybody, it should happen.
Right, Satya, it is seventh day. I think we've got few more days in lockdown. So I'm sure
Yeah.
there will be another opportunity to talk to you after a few more days to check on how situations are. It was always pleasure to talking to you, Satya, and I think we'll
Thank
find
you.
another opportunity very
Thanks,
soon to take your inputs.
thanks for the opportunity giving to me in this time. But still actually, we are trying to do our best, and we hope the things will stabilize in a short while.
Be safe, stay at home, and we'll catch up soon, Satya.
You too, you too. I'm also giving up, all other companies and clients, be safe and be at your home, and maximum try to manage your works uh, by using some technology. So don't come out, and we try to eradicate this virus as soon as possible.
Certainly. Bye for today, Satya.
Yes.
Bye bye.
Thank you very much, Kanta. Bye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Talks. Today I have a very interesting topic to discuss, and before I go further, I just want to inform you that today is 74th Infantry Day. To discuss more about this particular day and share our ideas, I have Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He's been associated with radio broadcasting, worked in multiple continents. So, welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan. Today being the Infantry Day, I would like to say yes, ma'am. I'm fine. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine, and I would like to extend congratulations and happiness to all countrymen and, of course, army people. So I just want to just tell you, put facts in front of you that it is a day. Why we celebrate is because this is a momentous day in 1947 when the princely state of Jammu and Kashmir was under attack by tribal raiders supported by troops of newly formed Pakistani army. And it was terrible because I have heard that the army people, especially the 1/6 infantry battalion who was in charge of that particular fight, they just dropped on the airport of Srinagar and they immediately start fighting with these Pakistani army backed intruders.
Yes, Kanchan. As they say, the army consists of the 1st Infantry Division, and there are 8 million replacements. So every soldier, when he touches the ground, he or she, let us be more correct, they become the infantry people. They are the foot soldiers. And ultimately, infantry has been part of the armies across the world since very, very long time, ancient times. In India's case, they make the first successful mission accomplished just within 2 months of the independence. In August 1947, we got the independence. In October, our army had to rush to the place in Kashmir, and they had to free the Kashmir Riyasat, as that was called by in those days. So I think infantry is something that needs to be cherished, because that has been the oldest form of people or formation in any military. And all the big fighters that we have known in the ancient times, in the medieval times, they were all infantrymen at the heart, at the base of it. And today, when it is celebrated at the India Gate with the National War Museum, I think that is a significant respects to all those people who knew that their boots which were on the ground, can actually push the enemies out, even if they are in hiding, isn't it?
Yes, I want to just add, I'm very proud because I passed couple of years in Kashmir. I can very well understand the pressure our Indian forces undergo on these insurgencies or intruders fighting. So it's terrible sometimes. And to celebrate this day is not only one day. I think it is kind of throughout a year, maybe as a kind of, it's a part of your mentality that you appreciate the work which is being done by army since the independence. And the infantry has always stood by the nation in the times of crisis. Infantrymen had displayed utmost dedication, courage, and selfless devotion to duty. So, and when we are celebrating, every year we celebrate October 27 as an Infantry Day, and you must have seen on television how they have put respect on India Gate and to the soldiers who have sacrificed their life in this work of dedication.
Interesting. Yes, Kanchan. And the interesting part of today's respect ceremony is that our Chief Defense of Staff, General Bipin Rawat, and our Manoj Mukund Naravane of Indian Army Chief, they gathered at this National War Memorial, and that infantry division which held back the People's Liberation Army in 1962, they were witnessing it. You see the kind of message that was given by this ceremony today. And that is the might of Indian Army and the infantry people of India, and the leadership who are leading this front. So infantry is a military specialization that engages in the military combat on foot. And there are different variations, different formations of it. Some of them are mounted, some of them are unmounted. And infantry is part of those three pillars of army, which is infantry, cavalry, and armored vehicles. So most of the infantry action in the recent times have been seen in the World War I, World War II, and then respective battle zones in the world. they are the people who get through the most casualties, Kanchan. The images of casualties that we see most of come from the infantry of the army, and it is the situational awareness that makes them smart, that makes them really agile in those terrain. They know the terrain in and out, and of course the army side, the enemy side also knows this. So it becomes more challenging, because I think it is more than the boots on the ground, it is what goes on inside the minds that sees them through the victory.
Yes, this
Isn't it?
Indian inventory has been working in Siachen Glacier, on Thar Desert, also in Northeast insurgency. They have played an active role in curbing the insurgency, especially in Northeast and in Siachen. So it's tough to really keep standing and safeguard the territories and other aspects when it comes to general public, safeguarding the rights and the freedom of public. And I think every day and every hour, every minute, we should pay respect and salute to these smart and these brave Indian army soldiers.
Exactly. And I think it is important also, I wanted to highlight this, that the infantry, being the foot soldiers, they are no less than the officers. They are no less than the people who actually give the command. And therefore, the general perception of the civil public has to be that it is army is not about the army officers. Army is about the infantry. Army is about the foot soldiers. It is the foot soldiers on whose shoulders the generals and the lieutenant generals and the colonels actually sit, and they see the victory through. So the services of infantry is actually priceless, is actually precious, and therefore I would think, or I would like to think, that they are very well taken care of in terms of salaries, in terms of the benefits from the Indian Army, and in terms of retirement, in terms of commissioning, in terms of progression, in terms of promotions, and everything, because army is also an organization.
Yeah, I agree with your point of view, but I also want to put forward one thing, that in army, every right from top hierarchy to bottom, there is it is a different than when we see the corporate hierarchy. And I think the top generals or majors, they are the front warrior when it is a war. So I think they become inspiration while undergoing any war like situation or any type of insurgency. So I think that's entirely very. We have in India, we have quite a professional army, and we have very able general at the moment, and we have very good general, and a story about them should be read and should be maybe a chapter on their personality should be included in the curriculum of studies in schools and colleges. So we had these kind of generals in our army. And regarding this 1/6 Infantry Battalion, who were the first infantry contingent in Indian Army who fought in Jammu and Kashmir. So I just like to salute them for their work and their bravery. And in the last, I just want to add a few points. That technological development in battlefield have changed. Now people don't currently fight one-to-one because there's the technology there. But then it is, I think it is unimaginable at this point of time, when at that point of time, actually when in 1947, when these army professionals had to take care the intruders, and they fought, they fought house to house and like mohallas to really take out these intruders from Jammu and Kashmir. And I am sure it was a very tough call for them at that point of time. What are your ideas, please?
No, I agree. When I was growing up, Kanchan, I have heard about 1971, that Bangladesh liberation war that was fought on our eastern borders and also on the western borders. Infantry played a very crucial role in the whole army formation. And to think about it, the Indian Army was fighting a war on the two different borders, which were at least 3,000 miles apart, the Bangladesh border and as well as the Pakistan border from the Punjab side and the Kashmir side. So definitely the infantry played a great role in that. And just to pay the respects to the infantry, Kanchan, we have some great Indian Army infantry regiments like Gorkha Rifles, like Garhwal Rifles, Brigade of the Guards, Rajput Regiment, Jat Regiment, Punjab Regiment, Madras Regiment, Bihar Regiment, Parachute Regiment, Maratha Light Infantry, Rajputana Rifles, Sikh Regiment, and several others. And I think it is a great time to celebrate these warriors, and let's not call them foot soldiers, because it's they are the soldiers. Everyone is a soldier. A lieutenant general is also a soldier. A brigadier is also a soldier. The soldier is the essence of this, and therefore it needs to be commemorated, it needs to be respected. And I think uh, we are doing a great job by highlighting their contribution in our India's security. And it is again one more reminder to the civilians that the peaceful sleep that we take every night, it is because of these people who secure our borders: Indian Army, Indian Navy, and the Air Force, and paramilitary as well.
Yes, in the last just closing remark, I just want to tell you that happy 74th Infantry Day to all Indians and the toughest men of Indian Army. So it was wonderful talking to you, Sitesh, and we'll be meeting with some different topic on in a different episode sometime later. For today, Jai Hind. Bye-bye.
And thank you, Kanchan. The only one request to all our listeners: probably in a couple of centuries, they should not be called infantry, because that actually has a historical roots from coming from an infant, though they are not. They are real warriors.
Bye-bye, Sitesh.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies, and today I would like to draw your attention to the emails that your company or organization is sending to thousands and thousands and thousands of prospective buyers, and the return on investment on sending such emails is less than 0.0001%. All these emails are getting deleted. I personally delete hundreds of emails every day. I'm sure you're also deleting hundreds of emails. Some of the companies have set up the spam engines which filter all these emails out. Yet, most of the industry feels that this is the only mechanism to grow your business, by sending emails, by flooding somebody email boxes, by talking about your technology, your white paper, etc. At the same time, as a organization, we also need to understand what market needs, and it's not what we are selling. So we have to bring to certain
agreement between the buyer or seller or demand or supply, where we bring these two parties together, where the demand is fulfilled by the supply. And it is not necessarily means that you keep sending emails. By sending thousands and thousands of emails every day, every week, you start generating business leads out of that. The reality is the cost of sending 5 email today, in today's money, is more than $2 to $3. And then suppose you send 50,000 emails, probably you will receive responses from only 100. So the efficiency of the system is now going down. I think the time has come for organizations to look at alternative methods of generating your sales leads. Then another thing that has happened in the field, that is the emergence of Me Too service providers, because the cost of providing different services and different sort of new generation activities, the time has come to also rethink their strategy in terms of how all different companies want to position themselves. If it is sort of a Me Too email that is going out, the chances are your email will get deleted. So the requirement of today's world is not to send emails by finding out new methods of communication with your prospects. Number two, offer something which is which is very appealing, and it is not Me Too. So you have to look at what are you doing today, and where you want to achieve, and by doing these activities that you are doing to achieve your goal. So to order to address these issues, we have created a platform which will solve many of these challenges, and it will give you a platform which will allow you to be more creative. You can reach out to your clients without spending a dime. You can reach out to your prospects without collecting the client database, building client database, building expensive sales and marketing campaigns. You can still appeal to them. The platform website is listed here, as you can see where my finger is. So I encourage you to visit this website and explore. This is a very low cost method where you can reach out to your prospects. You can create a differential for yourself. You can be non-intrusive. You can be creative. You can come out with new methods of communication rather than sending a HTML based emails using your CRMs and so on and so forth. So with these small messages, I would like to talk few things about my platform. The platform has two main features. One is it allows you to share your success stories and your ideas of innovation and so on and so forth, which necessarily may not be related to what you're offering. Because if you sell yourself, if you sell your idea, it will result in a business for you where you can actually pitch in what you have. So you can actually think creatively and come out with an offering which is appealing to the prospects. So this platform allows you to do that. Second thing is it also allows you to your prospects to reach out to you directly without need of sending emails and building campaigns and building databases and so on and so forth. So it's a very, very intuitive method, low cost method to reach out to your prospects and also to your client, and it's non-intrusive, and you can come out with new methods of reaching, because you may think you would like to talk about your innovation. You may like to address your clients by way of a video. You would like to talk about your innovation in a group discussion, or you want to just write a lot of words and you distribute these documents. So all these things are available in our platform.
So I invite you to experience this. Come to this website, explore functionality. Just in case if you have any question, reach out to me. My emails are also listed in the website, and then we can have a conversation. I will be more than happy to bring you on board. I will personally help you to get on board, how to use these functionality which are provided in the platform, and you can be more successful without spending a lot of money. So with this small message, I will look forward to you joining my platform, which will help you reduce your cost, increase your business, and it will give you avenue of reaching out to new prospects in a new way. Thank you so much, and I look forward to working with you.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach, and today in our discussion, we want to discuss something which happens with all the tech startup or also with non-tech startups. They spend a lot of their time in developing their products and don't even think about their marketing and sales plan. And this is a very, very chronic subject. During this discussion we will have a lot of pros and cons and a lot of business discussion. To discuss this further, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Mike Bradley.
Hello, Chandra. How are you today?
I'm good, Mike. And for the benefit of viewers, Mike is the group chief strategy officer of Scale Up Arena, which is a global organization helping a lot of enterprises and SMEs, also startups, to scale up and merge up. So without further ado, let us start our discussion. Mike, people spend a lot of money, millions of dollars, developing their products without even thinking that there is a need for that product in the market. And once the product is ready, will there be buyers available for that product? What is your opinion?
I think you summed it up nicely. Basically, the whole point around, particularly around startups, is that there's a lot of attention given to how many startups we have, how many startups there are in Berlin or London or in San Jose or in Mumbai or Delhi. You know, the more startups we have, everybody gets very, very excited about startups. But the snag is a startup with a product isn't necessarily a successful business to go on to be an emerge up or a scale up. And the reason is, I think, goes right back to basics, because we all hear all the time when we go through business schools and education, the importance of market research. But I think people have a misconception as to what market research is. Because market research isn't just about sitting in a room answering questions in a focus group about what color should the packaging be, or does this taste right? It's actually about saying, are we sure? And particularly in the startup and in the tech space, where it's not a tangible product, it's a service related offering that you're trying to get businesses, consumers to buy into. The idea of just creating a product and spending money and thinking it would be so nice if we could do this. So you create a product, you spend money on it. But do you know whether that is a solution to a problem or a solution searching for a problem? And I think that is a major issue when people are developing a new startup company or a new product.
Well, I fully agree because I tend to work with SMEs and startups in my own region, and I encountered
Mhm.
these confusions in the mind of the chief executives of these startups and SMEs. uh, they have an idea, they have a bright spark in their mind. It's like
Mhm.
eureka moment. Hey, this is something which I can do, and it's going to sell like hotcakes. And this is something happening in their mind. But
Mhm.
you need a salesperson, you need a sales a chief marketing officer or a salesperson who has seen the world, who has seen the clients, who knows the pulse of the client, and who knows what will sell, who will buy, how much it will sell for, how soon it will sell for. These are the questions which these CXOs don't answer within their mind. They just go with this eureka moment. Hey, let's sink in $1 million and let's see what
Yeah,
happens, and then somebody will
I
acquire
agree.
me after that.
Well, they're hoping. And the way I phrase it is by asking the question, this is the qualification question for me, is how balanced is your business plan? Okay. Because when you're going to look for investment or you're looking to grow your business, you're going to have to demonstrate that you have not just a fantastic product and you spent all your development budget on programmers to put together some fantastic app, because there, before you get a single penny of external investment beyond family and friends and people being nice, someone's going to say to you, how many people are buying your product? How much traction have you got in the market? So for me, a balanced business plan on the most simple level is not just about the deck, not just about how great the product looks, or it's got all of these different components and we've spent N thousand rupees developing it. It's about, is the balance between your product development and your client development correct? Because it's 0 point putting all of your money for your startup into product development and then expecting experienced people to open doors for you and walk you into clients on a commission only basis. Because if you truly want to succeed, you want to ensure that the people you're engaging with and the prospects, the customers, the markets, the geographies, that they're actually primed, ready to place an order when your product is ready. There's no point in saying, we spent all of our money, sorry, we can't pay anybody to go and develop the market. Because if you haven't sold anything, you haven't got a business. All you've got is a great idea. And it might be a great idea, but you're never going to get a partner to buy into it, or a client to buy into it, or an investor to invest in it, unless you can demonstrate you've got a product that the market actually needs and wants. And you've got some traction, some live partners and clients, ideally some strategic partners, some joint venture partners to help you take it to market. Because, there are thousands of startups. Being a startup, having a great idea is not the end game. That is the runner standing with their feet on the starting blocks at the start of the race. The one that people remember are the ones who reach the finishing line and cross it and win. And the only way they're going to do that in many companies is if they've got the balance right. My contention is, if you're spending 5 million rupees developing a product, you should also have 5 million rupees developing your market and your client base. Don't put your plan together thinking, I'm going to spend all my money on 30 developers to create a product. But when I go to market, I know I'll ask 5 mugs to come along and work for nothing. to walk me in their spare time, because they won't be motivated to sell your product. Because if you're an experienced person with a black book of contacts, there's no way that you're going to spend your time, dedicate your time more than maybe I can make a couple of quick phone calls to contacts I know. You're not going to spend a lot of focus time ensuring that that product gets to market. So I think any CEO or MD or founder who is not properly balancing their client and product development is asking for a trouble. They're asking for a problem. Because the other thing, Chandra, that's going to happen is unless you start talking to clients and prospects and markets, how do you know how to price your product? How do you know how to package your product? Because it isn't going to be the software developer or the chief technology officer that's going to have to go out there one day and say, can you sign this piece of paper to buy our product? That's not the person that's going to get the deals. The person who's going to get the deals is the one who goes to talk to people and actually develops an agreement and a commercial plan that is a cliche, but a win-win. It's got to be a win for all parties, and it's got to be acceptable in the eye of the acquirer. Do you agree?
I fully agree with you, Mike. In fact, your narration has raised two very pertinent questions. One is, without understanding the pain point that your product solve, people jump into investing more and more in developing their product. So, coming out with an idea is a very brainy stuff. So people are quite brainy, they are quite smart, and that is why they are coming out with ideas. Yet they completely overlook the marketing and sales functions. Is it because of respect for those functions? I mean, they have lack of respect. What do you think?
Well, unfortunately, I think that selling has a very bad perception in a lot of people's mind, because unfortunately everybody is tarred with the same brush. Okay, so a person who is trying to con someone out of money through a fraudulent scheme is trying to sell you their fraudulent program. Somebody who's trying to sell you a very valuable piece of equipment is also selling to you, but their idea and their value is different. So, but the snag is everybody remembers the bad salesperson, and therefore selling has a bad name. Therefore, people think, well, selling, that's easy. It's either easy or it's full of crooks. Okay, but the point is, unless anybody in business is selling, they're not going to survive. You can have the best business plan on the planet. It could be written by one of the big four consultants. It might even give you a nice valuation figure based on some algorithm. But unless you're actually tangibly converting people, persuading people, and converting them to becoming clients, you have a worthless product or service. And the point is that selling skills are something I personally believe everybody in an organization is a salesperson. Very contentious statement. I mean, the best founders and the most successful people on the planet, and we can all name a few of those. Bill Gates springs to mind. I happen to think Richard Branson springs to mind. These are people who have been able to communicate and persuade and promote their idea, their concept, their product, make it address a market where people think, I must have some of that. I need that, I want it, and I'm prepared to pay the price that they're asking me for it. Bill Gates made a success of Microsoft because he sold PC-DOS into IBM. None of us would have heard of Bill Gates if that strategic partnership hadn't happened. Virtually before we even knew about DOS, the first thing we heard was IBM had adopted this product. called, I think it was called PC-DOS within IBM. I could be wrong. Somebody's going to correct me. But basically, it was adopted as the PC operating system by IBM. And that was when Windows became adopted across the board. And so the most successful entrepreneurs are also salespeople. The question I would say is, if you're looking for a job, would you rather go and work for the CEO who's able to sell, or the CEO who's able to read a spreadsheet? Because the one who's going to survive long term is the one who's selling. Because the one who's not selling is going to be either taken over or laying off you as an employee, when suddenly he wakes up one day and says, actually, we haven't got enough revenue coming in. We're not making any money. We can't pay our G&A expenses. I'm going to have some later people off. So all of us in business, no matter whether we're business coaches, whether we're selling widgets or hydraulics or apps or web services, whatever it is, we have to sell. And one thing that the Americans do very, very well, and I think we all around the world need to learn from, is they're not afraid of sales. I think sometimes their pendulum swings too much the other way, but I do believe that they do know how to sell, and they're not afraid to sell. And in America, selling is not deemed to be a bad profession. It's recognized that it's an important part of survival for a business and success.
Yes, so I think your advices are very valuable for our viewers, and I think somewhere few moments back you mentioned about how much budget to keep, to allocate for sales and marketing function, and you mentioned 50%. So if your company is $1 million, you reserve half of it for product, your HR, your salaries, etc., and half for your sales expenses and marketing expenses. Do you see? And I'm sure this is the best combination. I mean, the best of breed companies would have this. Like IBM would have this. Microsoft would have 50% budget for sales and marketing.
Yeah.
Is there something that you would like to recommend for startup, that they should must have minimum budget for sales and marketing before even they start putting money in the company?
Well, I think when you're putting your plan together, I don't think there's a number, because I think the amount of money depends on the geography you're in, depends on the cost of development, depends on the markets you're going for, depends on the amount of raw material that you're putting in. I don't think there's a fixed number, but what I do think is at the same time you're sitting down with your idea, you need to be thinking, actually, I need to be producing this idea and taking this idea to market in a balanced way, a way that is developing the product, but also developing the base, the market, the geography, such that you don't get to 6 months into product development. You spent 80% of all the money you've got available, and then you think, oh, actually, maybe we should start selling now. I know I'll find half a dozen people to sell for nothing and hope that by the 12th month, we've actually sold something. You've got to start by selling immediately. And as you go on that journey, that's when you develop the product to be a successful long-term brand, because you're actually gleaning real market experience that goes back into making your product better than it is. And particularly in tech, I mean, there are products in the traditional markets, hydraulics, for example, that don't need to necessarily change very much. I used to run a hydraulics company, and we have one product on the shelf that had been around for 80 years unchanged. And of course, from the tech market, I've been in companies where they write products off totally in 6 months. And we are now living in a global, dynamic, digital world where there's competition everywhere. you might think you've got a unique product idea. I'd be very surprised if there's not somebody else in the world somewhere at this very moment developing the product in the same way that you are, thinking that would be great. So it's a competitive world, and that means that, and we see this in tech all the time, that products are continuing on a journey. It's almost like the product never arrives. It's never a final product. It's a product journey, and we're all continually enhancing it, making sure it's still relevant, making sure we can still monetize it in the changing dynamic market. And so the product has to continually be refined. But that process is impossible if you don't get market feedback. It just becomes a great idea and a great piece of paper, but it doesn't become a tangible, ongoing, long-standing business like Amazon, for example, which did a massive amount of marketing and sales and investment in product until they became a success. I think it took years for Amazon to become a profitable business, but the vision was right and the product was developing along with the marketing.
Yes, in fact, you mentioned few very important and key things here. One is the time to market. I think what you're trying to say is the time to market has to be determined. And if you are a chief executive of a startup, investing your money in developing something, you must have a time to market and viability. For example, you mentioned something about a product, engineering product, which has not changed for last 80 years. Probably it will not change for another 100 years. But I mean, if you look at India, there were companies who could make 100-year plan. I used to work for a company called VeriSign, and to be very surprised when I joined that company, they had 100-year plan because they knew exactly what they are doing. But not everyone can have 100-year plan, and in my opinion, if you don't have time to market clearly defined, you will not have after a year of sinking money in your startup, the world has moved on and your idea is no longer required. People have moved on,
Yeah,
there is something new
no,
required.
absolutely. Yep. Or somebody will have acquired it. I mean, I think particularly in tech space these days, there are elements of a product that have been made somewhere else, and you can graft those into a product to give it additional functionality. It's not like everything that you produce in your product has to be uniquely yours. It just has to have plugins to other parts that enhance your product and keep it relevant in the market. And ultimately, the end game in most tech companies is to be acquired, because what you've produced is a particular benefit to a strategic partner who thinks, actually, rather than us paying them 60% margin, we might as well bring it in-house, own it ourselves, pay the person off, and enable us to actually reduce our cost and use it and deploy it and scale it properly. But all along, that partnership and that massive client would not become a buyer and acquirer of the business if there was no proper strategic sales development going on in the organization to get to that point, because there'd be another 100 people with a different product, slightly different tweak. I think very often it's like the Betamax and the VHS video story. Okay, on the one hand, you had Betamax, which was a very, very good product, technically brilliant. But which one became the global de facto standard for video? VHS. Why? Because they got their marketing and sales right. Why did Microsoft become the number one player for PC operating systems? Because they got their sales, marketing, and partnerships right. It wasn't the only product in the market. CPM was already there. I've forgotten how technical it was, so I couldn't possibly say if it was better technically. But what I do know is that Microsoft got their sales, marketing, and partnering right, and so did VHS. And so if you want to succeed in business, you have to get your sales, marketing, partnering right, which is why, as you'll be well aware, in Scale Up Arena, we focus on that particular aspect, which is developing the market. Our focus on Scale Up Arena, yes, we get funding in place. We have experts to help with developing the model, developing the business. We can put developers in from partners we have. Those elements are there, but the key drivers to what we're doing on our Scale Up Arena ecosystem and the Ensure Scale Up one is we're focusing on the go-to-market. It's all about selling, strategic partnering, and showcasing your product. So if you're not marketing, you're not going to be there next year.
I think these are very powerful words, Mike. I hope the people who are watching this program implement some of these guidelines that you have mentioned today. These are very, very important for any chief executive who is actually not focused on sales and marketing engine. I think the last question I have from you is what is the best time to set up your sales and marketing engine, in terms of when you have an idea, you want to now ideate out and set up your company? What is the best time to hire a experienced sales and marketing person or a team, CRMs, etc., for any company?
I would say, first thing I would say is ask yourself the question, when is the time that I can afford to not have sales? Because if you can afford to run a business and not have sales, then you need never have a salesperson. You need never find a person that can help you go to market. If, however, your business is going to rely on sales, I would suggest to you, unless you're a salesperson, you might be a very good ideas person, but unless you can sell, the day you need not just a free salesperson, but the best salesperson you can afford is as early as possible in the chain. And when I say that, if you've got a 12-month development cycle for a product, have somebody involved who is going to become your salesperson, because otherwise you're going to go to market with a product that potentially is not going to be sellable. You may not be able to afford them full-time. You may be able to only afford them part-time. But whatever you do, don't expect to get a decent quality salesperson, strategic salesperson, to get you into clients, to get you into partners, unless you're prepared to pay for it, because you will get what you pay for in life. And if you want to get a business going, you need to pay a decent salesperson who's actually going to carry your brand, carry your product, and take it into the market and help you succeed. So there isn't an exact time, but the question to ask yourself is, when is the time I cannot afford to not have sales?
So I think as a professional, I understand. And to answer this question that you ask, I would say even before you start putting money in development, you have to have sales engine, because you have to have information drive that you are so and so developing this product. You have to inform the clients, prospects, that within 3 months, 6 months, you're going to roll out this technology or this product. So I think there has to be some sort of traction being prepared, and for that you need to have a marketing and a sales engine, rapport development, client list, CRM. And you cannot do it in one day. It will take time, because out of 100 people, only 2 will probably end up buying your product. So the sales guys are...
Absolutely. And the other thing that's important on this one, Chandra, is you don't just want a salesperson who will take an order no matter what. What you want is you want a salesperson that's going to sell your value in your solution, be truthful and honest, because what you don't want is you don't want a salesperson who just closes a deal and actually cannot deliver. You know, the person has to actually value a long-term relationship. So it's not the, as we would call, forgiving anybody who's a used car salesman, but you don't want a used car salesman. What you actually want is a strategic sales partner who knows how to generate a long-term relationship with a client. And it's not about, the classic multinational splitting it between new business people and account management, because actually a good salesperson will always have an eye to an account management situation, because you want long-term successful customers who turn into case studies, who turn into reference sites, who turn into your long-term customers, who will be with you for the whole journey until you sell out one day to that multinational that actually does recognize the value in your product.
And in fact, you mentioned very, very important word some time back, which was the feedback. I think that is a very, very powerful word. And unless a company does not get any feedback, they cannot improve on their production cycles. And this is very important when countries, especially now, are changing regulations. New laws are coming in place. For example, if you look at India, TikTok was very popular here, and India was TikTok largest client, if you can say. But it took just one order to close, to shut down. Less than 24 hours, they were shut down in India. And
Right.
look what has happened. So there are other platforms whose sales guys were working on this, and they immediately, you'll be surprised, Mike, when I tell you, within 5 days, YouTube was out with shorts, Instagram was out with reels, and Twitter was out with fleets. And I don't know what they call in Facebook the shorts video platform. So you see what has happened here. The largest player gone bust, and overnight it has been taken over by other Czech
All
companies.
these other brands. Yeah.
Right. So,
absolutely.
I'm thinking, as a professional, I'm thinking that there must be some feedback happening that this is going to happen. That is why they were ready. And when this happened, they were right there. And the
Absolutely.
consumer.
Absolutely. You see, these large organizations, they have the resources to be able to implement these solutions at the drop of a hat. Okay. Which is another reason why you have to be very clear on how your product is going to be sustainable in a competitive market. Because otherwise you'll plunge your life savings and a few other family and friends' life savings into something which is actually a fantastic idea, but nobody's buying it. And so you've got to do the strategic selling, see it as a serious role, see it as an investment in your business, more of an investment than investing in the product, because the product generally won't sell itself.
Absolutely right. So let me summarize our discussion today, Mike. I think the most important thing that every chief executive has to look at is the deep stick marketing surveys, which you can do even before you start developing or making your company. So you know exactly whether your product is sellable, not sellable, how many people will buy, how many people are showing interest. So you do a dipstick marketing surveys. After you've done that, you actually invest in your sales and marketing teams, set up your CRM, set up your client base, collect the data of the client, and start informing them regularly so that you don't piss them off. You actually inform them and say that, hey, I'm coming with this solution. And also get feedback constantly so that you can incorporate their pain points. Because if your company is not solving pain points, nobody is going to buy your product for even 1 rupee or $1 or a dime. So you need to solve exactly, understand the pain points of the clients, and that is when
We
your
all know
product
the
will go.
importance. We all know the importance of networking, Chandra, don't we? Which is, if it's not what you know, it's who you know. So you might have a great product. Who's going to buy it? And if you haven't identified and developed and invested in the development of those people, that network, that client base, unfortunately, your business plan isn't balanced, isn't going to get investment, isn't going to get acquired. So you need to ensure you've got that balanced investment between client and product development, and ecosystems like Scale Up Arena. We're there to help make the connections, the corporations, the collaborations, so that people get closing deals faster.
Absolutely, Mike. In fact, Scale Up Arena is at the forefront of solving such problems for the startups and SMEs. However, I think your advice is very valuable today. It's basically weighs in gold. Uh, I hope some of these viewers take this advice and start becoming strategic in their sales initiative. So without being strategic, even though Scale Up Arena will not be able to help them also. So first get the strategy right, and then Scale Up Arena is there, which will help them take their solution globally. So thank you so much, Mike, for joining me today on this very, very important business discussion.
Been a pleasure, Chandra, as always. Good to speak to you.
See you next time on something even more interesting, Mike. Have a great week.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Take care, Chandra.
Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach, and welcome to the nation. And most of the Indians who got up today, they must have heard about this news about the dry run being conducted by India. So I think there are a couple of things that we need to discuss today. Number one, we just finished the festival, the magic of Christmas. I'm sure it will bring good luck for everyone, all citizens of the world. And we have just woken up after a long holiday, and we've celebrated the Christmas. And today we have all heard the news about four states of India coming together, and they are going to start the dry run for giving vaccination. Now, why this dry run is so much publicized and so much talked about? And let me clarify. There are these four states which are coming up, which includes large states like Punjab and also a new state like Andhra. They are actually coming forward and starting the vaccination centers, and basically there will be a doctor, there will be observation room, and there will be a lot of facilities for the COVID patients when they are basically visiting these centers. The facilities which will be available, and since COVID is a new type of disease, and the vaccination is also completely new type of vaccination, and that is why there are special vaccination centers are required. And the government of the four states are now doing the dry run. So why this dry run is so important? Out of these four states, they will be actually conducting dry runs in two districts each. So that means there are eight districts going on the dry run, and they will evolve a method of providing vaccination to the COVID patients. Now, when we say dry run, there is no actual vaccination which is going to be used during these dry runs. It will be used as a model for learning, which can be replicated across the country once the vaccination starts in month of January. So, dry run will actually give you of what happens in case of emergency. It is sort of a training program, and I think it is very, very essential before we start a vaccination. It shouldn't happen that, hey, I've got the vaccination and then there are some complications. So the vaccination center does not have any facility to handle the complications. So by far, all the vaccination providers world over are giving the list of side effects you may have. For example, there are people who are coming out making their videos. Even the uh, very senior people, they are saying that the side effect of the COVID medicine is similar to what you will get
while getting the influenza vaccination. So it is very similar. But in case there is an emergency, the vaccination after the vaccination, then the patient will be kept in observation for some time, and then if there are some symptoms, those emergencies have to be handled properly. So it shouldn't happen that you go to a vaccination center, vaccination is given, the patient comes home, and then he start developing those symptoms, and then he again rush back to the hospital. So that is why the dry run is very, very important. I think it's a very good move by the government of India and these state governments of these 4 states who are coming out with these, who are volunteering in creating these processes. So today is the launch of the dry run exercise. I think this will continue for some time, and once this dry run is perfected, it will become like a book, and this whole thing will be replicated across the country in all the vaccination centers, which will be set up in month of January before the vaccination drive actually starts. So that is why the preparation of providing vaccination is so important, and the government of India is doing everything by the book to make sure that the citizens of India do not undergo a major problem after getting the vaccination. Now, number two is there are multiple vaccinations which vaccination companies, medical pharmaceutical companies who have approached the government of India for approval. Now, when we say there is an approval, it is not something which can be approved just like any other license. The approval for any vaccination is a very long drawn process. It involves a lot of data being submitted by these pharmaceutical companies, primarily with regard to testing. See, when they develop the vaccination, they have to provide they do testing of their vaccination, how it kills the virus, how it cures the patient, and in the process what happens. So there is a whole lot of documentation which is kept by these vaccine pharmaceutical companies. Those needs to be submitted along with the approval exercise. So we know that from the media only, we have heard that there are few companies who have approached the Indian government, and Indian government have asked them to provide more data. So some of them are the Oxford vaccine, which might be the first one to be given approval. There is one from the Indian Serum Institute that is called Covaxin, which is also undergoing the approval process. Then there is Pfizer one, which is also being considered. So there will be multiple vaccinations possible, um, and all of these vaccinations will have different side effects, different process. For instance, Pfizer one has to be kept in minus 78 degrees. Anything higher temperature will spoil the vaccination. So the operational hazard or operational nightmare to keep that vaccine while giving it to the patient is humongous. It's an operational nightmare. So the vaccination center must have facility to have Pfizer one if they are giving Pfizer one as a vaccination. So I think this dry run is a precursor to what is going to come, and especially in a country like India where there are, the population of 1.3 billion would require vaccination, at least 50% of the population, and that too it's a humongous task. So that means there will be a supply chain behind these vaccination centers, and how the vaccination medicine will reach the centers, and how it will be stored, how it will be administered, and then after the administration of different vaccines, what are their respective side effects. The observation room will then give input to the people who are actually providing these vaccination to the patient. The whole lot of exercise needs to be given to the health workers so that they can take the right decision in case someone develops a side effect. So this is why this news is so important, and I wanted to discuss this not in too much of detail, but these vaccination center dry run is so important. And India is a very aggressive country. They don't want to leave anything unturned, anything unchecked. So they are making sure in next 20 to 30 days, when the actual vaccination drive starts, they want to be prepared. So all the medical staff is fully trained, fully aware of the situation, and they are also geared up to not only get the vaccine and store them, also after administration, in case there are patients who are showing side effects, how do we take care of those anomalies in this. So by and large, most of these vaccination pharmaceutical companies are saying that the side effects are not very severe, but then you never know. In a case of vaccination, it could start from a nausea feeling to mild fever to swelling, and it can be even more severe in certain cases. So that is why the vaccination center should be equipped to handle all these emergencies just in case if it happens. So far, it is a very rare occurrence, but then no harm in preparing your medical staff, doctors, and nurses to handle the situation. I think this is so important, and that is why dry run is very, very important. Once these eight districts which will undergo the dry run, then probably there will be more rounds of dry run, as we usually talk in our program that a good practice makes a perfect. So once the vaccination drive starts actually in month of January, the process of administering the vaccination on the patient will be smoothly taken care of, and that is why this is so important. So I'm very, very happy that the Indian government has started this dry run and preparing their medical staff with actually carrying out the vaccination drive, which is again a very huge task in a country like India. So with this, I'll end my discussion today and look forward to getting your comments. Do provide your comments, and we will cover your comments in the next episode of Akulmach Nation. Until then, bye bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And today our segment is CEO Roundtable. Let me invite our guest today. First, very senior person joining us from UK. His name is Neville Gunt, and he is the CEO of Mindfit Limited. Welcome to CEO Roundtable, Neville.
Thanks very much, CK. Good morning, everybody. Look forward to a great discussion.
Certainly. And our guest number 2 is Ms. Farida Charania. She is the CEO of Career Zoom. She joins us from Singapore. Welcome to CEO Roundtable, Farida.
Thank you, CK. Excited to have this discussion with everyone.
Yes, we are also looking forward to it. And our next guest is Ms. Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmach Technologies, and she joins us from India.
Thank you, CK, and everybody. Hi, everybody. How everybody is doing today?
Everybody is fine, and I think the topic of discussion today is, we have been, in fact, all countries are undergoing the COVID-19 situation, where almost entire world is under lockdown. There are do's and don'ts defined by WHO, which are followed by all countries. So literally, we have not seen in the recorded history of mankind that such a unprecedented lockdown has been imposed on the entire earth. And because of this situation, the real pandemic is actually creating havoc on the mankind. People have already lost a lot of jobs. And I think the discussion point is many jobs have been lost already, but it is not over. We are not expecting the vaccine before December this year, if everything goes right. I think the leader is Oxford University, so we will see how it goes. But I think this pandemic is here, we are undergoing it, and people are losing job, which is adding to the pain. So let me first invite Mr. Neville Gunt. to address this issue, what people should do, because I think it's a reality. People are losing jobs, uh, and all kinds of new opportunities are available, but they are not visible. So what is your take on this situation?
Well, it's an interesting. We're in an interesting arena. If I have a penny for every time I've heard unprecedented times, I'd be a millionaire, because they are unprecedented. But that doesn't mean to say that we shouldn't be thinking about doing the best things we can. And what we've got in the global arena currently. And I'm not just talking about job seekers, I'm talking about businesses that are employing, governments that are trying to sort things out. But we've got three types of actions that people are taking, three different behaviours. Surprisingly, there's a large number of people in denial. In other words, yes, COVID's happened, so that's a tick, but it's going to go back to normal. Eventually, the virus will have a vaccine, and in a few months, maybe early next year now, things will go back to normal. That's one group. Another group is in complete chaos. They don't know what's happening. They can't control what's happening. They don't know where they're going. They're not planning. They've been set in this headless chicken type approach, and they're literally running around being very busy, but not doing a great deal about it. And then you've got a very small minority that are somewhere in the middle and are accepting that this is something they can't control. It's here to stay. The virus might improve things, the vaccine might improve things, but it may not, because it may not work on everybody. So they're really in the land of reality, and they're now doing things, they're making plans and doing things about it. And the same goes for people that are in the jobless arena. We've got headless chickens, we've got people in denial, and we've got a very few minority in this middle arena. And that is where the advantage comes, because we need to get you into that middle arena, because there are jobs out there, and the businesses are going to give the jobs to the people that are not in denial and not chaotic, but actually want to get after things. It's common sense, really. But let's see whether it's common practice. But it'd be interesting to know, we've got an international audience here, we've got an international panel. It'd be interesting to know whether that fits, in the likes of India, in Asia, in Singapore. But so we've got a fascinating discussion ahead, I think, and we can help job seekers get on the straight and narrow and come out of this chaotic arena, out of denial, and get on with their lives. Put the right CV out there to the right organisations, because people are still hiring. That's my take currently.
In fact, Neville, the way you have described is you have put people in three buckets, and the most important bucket is the people who are in denial. And I saw an advertisement yesterday. The premier insurance company in India, they are now looking for new agents, and they are advertising on TV, which I've never seen in my life. So,
wow.
I mean, they are saying, please join us as agent through TV, because earlier that was something which was not really focused on. So I think there are jobs available if you see and look around. The previous jobs which were there before the pandemic are no longer available, but I think there are a lot of new jobs that are available. And with this, I would like to ask Farida. Farida, you work with the government and you have a very vast experience working with Asia Pac companies as well as European companies. In your network, what do you see? Do you agree with Neville, or do you disagree, or what is so different in your marketplace?
I think I do agree with Neville, because we do see, if we were to look at a broad classification, these are three types of people that you actually come across when you speak to people. And I have been kind of, thinking this through, and I feel that, okay, this pain which is going to come with this is inevitable. You can't do anything about it, but misery is optional. There is still a way out of it. So to a certain extent, crisis, drives alignment, and it allows you as an individual, a company as an organization, a government, everyone to move in a certain direction, because you realize that a lot of it is fluff around you, but there are things which will still actually move. Yeah. And one of the things that I personally believe is never waste a crisis, because it teaches you something. It also, kind of makes you understand where the resilience actually lacked, and which are the areas which will continue to hire people, which will continue to, kind of come out of this. There would be new streams which would develop because there is a crisis, and everything which was happening before probably may no longer continue to happen. Some of these businesses might go out of business permanently. They might never recover, or they might never, because even though, people think that, things might come back to normal, but it's a very, very long road ahead, and nobody knows what the normal is going to look like. This is an opportunity for every individual, every organization to think differently and start thinking about what is it that we need, what is it that we want, what is it that we can afford as an individual, as an organization, as a country, and together as a planet. So to just, kind of bring a little bit of, my perspective to what Neville was saying just now, is that there are new jobs which will be available. CK just mentioned something very new, which is a freelance opportunity. And, maybe people never considered it before. But yes, insurance will become very, very, it will become very important in future, because you don't know how this is going to pan out. Vaccine is still work in progress, and, SARS was 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago. We still don't have a vaccine. The thing that actually gives me a little comfort is that the SARS virus and the COVID virus are the same virus with separate strains. And human trials which were actually happening due to the SARS epidemic, it's the same vaccine with some different strains, and it's being used for this pandemic. But it's all hearsay. I mean, I don't kind of trust that this will come through very soon, and human trials still take the time that they need to take. So the community which is in denial, this might be the time to start looking at what you can do, because at least as a professional, I do not see things coming back to normal very quickly. For people who are getting very upset with all of this, I think most of us have been there. But look at the bright side, because there will be new opportunities, there will be new arena. And people who have already aligned themselves, good news for you is that yes, you might not get the kind of jobs that you actually, probably had a year ago or so. The kind of pay scales which will be offered, which is going to be distinctly different. You don't know how the structure is going to look like in future. But there are jobs available. They might not be aligned to probably your education and your experience, but there will be new things. And there are governments which are pushing this as well. Like for instance, in Singapore, there are new jobs which are either being created or they are coming up as a result of this entire chaos which is happening. For instance, digital ambassadors. The digital ambassadors are people who could come from any kind of educational background, who could come from any kind of experience. These are people who will be trained to become digitally savvy and then go and train people who are not digitally savvy, so that everyone actually comes at the same page. So this is a new kind of a job. It might not be what you've done before, but it's available. So just to kind of bring all of this together, my perspective is that there is pain. More pain will come because, schemes like furlough or, the subsidies which the government is offering to companies to keep the workforce are going to go away. No government can afford this forever. And, more businesses will close down, because without revenue, it's going to be very difficult to continue sustaining. But there will be new things which will come out. So keep your eyes open, ears open, and keep your mind open most of everything.
Excellent, Farida. I think you made the moot point here that, there will be new opportunities. And I think one thing that I liked a lot is you mentioned about digital ambassador. I think there is a clear need for this, and I personally, as a professional, feel that there are a need for a new type of role in the industry, which is something like digital ambassador. And I think, let me invite our third guest for this discussion is, Kanchan works with universities in India and schools. What I've noticed is that almost like every second or third day, there is a new app coming related to some sort of training or education. But all these apps are available. There are Byju's and there are so many others already available. But are the school adopting it? So my question to Kanchan would be that our business leaders have already described that there is a group of people which could be very large in numbers is in denial, and there are opportunities available in some other arena, but the education and university, are they training their students to leverage these opportunities? So Kanchan, what is your opinion on this one?
Well, CK, these are quite crazy times because there's pandemic and people are suffering. But I will take a little a positive approach towards this because in previous months we have seen the most loss happen only in leisure and hospitality industry. According to one research, it is 47% job loss happen in hospitality. But as I said, I will be taking more positive view because and little India centric, though many countries are working and fighting for this kind of jobless and people management. But what I feel, we have two great options which is introduced by government of India. One is Make in India and one is Modern India. So when we talk about Make in India, then there's a lot of companies who are setting up their companies in India, and thus it is creating a lot of job opportunities. Now, when we talk about Modern India, the government is also stressing on digitization of many services. Now, for example, if I have quoted hospitality. So hospitality industry is closed, but there are chefs who are running their education courses online. So then they have the opportunity, and they are moving towards making something good. So I believe that though there's a job loss, but then, as Farida said, you have to be open your eyes and you have to open your ears to find out where the job opportunities are there. I feel there's little pause phase now going on, but it'll kickstart.
So Kanchan, I think I just continue asking on this path where there are opportunities and people have to reskill. But I think we have discussed in the past in this program where we have already pointed out that the skill which are required are not being taught by the universities. And what we see, at least in India, I can talk about that the schools are still waiting and watching. They are in that denial mode. I think as per the Navels category, all the schools in India are in denial funnel. They are not looking at the aspects that you pointed out. For example, if you look at the investment by Google in Reliance Jio, $5 billion of investment, they want to develop indigenous 5G platform. So when 5G comes, the chefs who are running their education courses will have a ball on this platform because they can run multiple things with a lot of creativity. But the education is still lagging behind. They are in denial. What is your advice to these people?
I think because they are denial because they are looking for a better time to come. They want that maybe the time which were before pandemic, it will come. But I think things have, water has flown and things will not be changing for a longer time. So maybe sooner or later they are struggling. Actually, many schools are struggling with technology and with digitization. But I again said I am quite positive that they will overcome, because in every industry there are some people who don't like change. There are some people who like change, and generally people and the management who like change always win. So I'm quite hopeful for that.
Neville, mankind is a very resilient species, and we are going through, like you already mentioned, that unprecedented. You might have heard so many times, but I think let me use this word again, that the mankind is a very resilient species, and they are going through this unprecedented times. What do you think is the takeaway from this discussion? What people really should do to get out of the denial mode?
Well, they're going to have to look in the mirror and make sure that they know where they are, whether they're in chaos, in denial, or they're actually doing something about it. It's been a fascinating discussion already, and this is such a big topic. What we've got to remember is that COVID really has just accelerated all these thought processes. They were already there prior to COVID. Now, the education business gap was there. It got bigger during COVID, to my surprise, mainly because universities have gone more into denial. They've been more focused on improving their own digital presence. And remember, we're in the fourth revolution, which is digitization. And Farida mentioned this one word that is used quite often, but actually not really understood. And before I say what that word is, the World Economic Forum has for the last 4 or 5 years been publishing lots of future job profiles. And they published just before COVID the future of jobs in the next 5 years. And they were saying basically that 40% of jobs are not even identified today. So maybe your insurance company that's looking at lots of freelancers. There you go. There's the word. We're going to become a global community of freelancers. There's no more jobs for life. There's never been jobs for life, actually, since I got a job, frankly, which was many, many years ago. You're going to freelance for a period of time. You may be under contract, but I can see organizations literally moving towards fixed term contracts for everybody. Now that's just, I don't know any facts apart from a few organizations, large organizations that I've seen move in this direction. But the freelance community is going to be huge. It's huge already, frankly, but it's going to be much, much bigger. And this is where job seekers, you've got to get out of this denial arena. You've got to look online, go to respected resources. Don't follow the shiny objects and fake news. Ignore all that. Look what governments are saying officially on their notice boards. Look what the best employers are saying on their notice boards. It's there, it's evidenced. All you've got to do is go and look at it and start thinking. Because sooner or later you will see that the evidence will actually start to change your belief. And that's a good situation because now you're getting a kick of reality, not a perception. Perception will keep you in denial or in chaos. The kick of reality will narrow you down this middle road, let's call it, having the right attitude and being in control of your own destiny. So my advice to everybody is start reading. Start Googling, but don't look at fake news. Don't look at the shiny objects. And certainly don't follow government leaders because, frankly, a lot of them are bouncing around saying they're in this middle road, but they've got no idea, some of them. They're feeling their way. And I feel for them, actually, because, again, sadly, these are unprecedented times.
So there you go. You mentioned that once again. But I think some of this stuff that you mentioned is very important. Is one takeaway for me personally is never believe the politicians, because among humans, they are the most opportunistic people. So we have to look for ourselves. not be in denial, don't get cue from the politicians. So with this, I would like to ask Frida, any closing remarks from you?
Yeah, sure. I will just actually kind of, take a little bit further what Neville was saying and try to, articulate it in my way. If it helps people, it's fantastic. So, sky is not the limit, it's just the view. So basically, when you actually talk about freelancers, I'm specifically talking about the gig economy. Now, that's something that's going to be huge. The reason being, like Neville was saying, there are no longer going to be secure jobs. So I would break it down that there would be tasks and there would be people who would actually perform those tasks, and there would be people who need these tasks performed and they would be willing to pay for it. So there are professionals, there are, even if there are, there are people who have been in a job for very long, they've been cocooned as an employee, suddenly they are in middle of everything, this pandemic, and they realize that it's not going to be easy to find something. So keep an open mind. Go to respected resources. See what is it that can leverage your skill. Because still work is happening. Industries which are very badly impacted are, aviation, hospitality, luxury, to an extent retail. But then, there is work happening, like e-commerce is growing because that's the only avenue where people are actually shopping nowadays. Hospitality is not like, for countries like Singapore are trying to do local tourism boost. So something is happening, but it's not going to go back to the pre-COVID times very soon. So keep an open mind, look at what other avenues are available. There should be opportunities which can actually utilize a skill set you perhaps have not used for a very long time. And it might actually just come into use right now. Maybe you're very good at writing and you haven't done it for a while, and there are copywriters which are needed all the time across so many platforms. So keep an open mind. There will be opportunities. It's dark, but then waiting for the goal, don't miss the silver lining.
Absolutely, very well summarized, Farida. In fact, one of the takeaway for me and for my viewers is that somebody has taken your job, because the jobs are just around the corner, as from the panelists we realized. But nobody can take away your career. So all you have to do is look around and see what are the new opportunities. So with this, I'd like to thank all the panelists today, Neville, Farida, and Kanchan. Thank you very much for joining us.
Been a pleasure.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant, and welcome to Akulmach. And today, I'm privileged to have a very distinguished guest from UK, Mr. Neville Gund, who is going to tell us about his program called MindFit, which we have launched in India last week.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. A bright, sunny-ish Friday. The sun's up there somewhere, but it's a bit cloudy. It's hidden behind the clouds. Today, I thought we would talk about a very simple subject that is very dear to your heart, my heart, and dear to any manager's heart who's got a few people working with them, and that's the subject of teamwork. So, CK, you are my guinea pig, or radish, whichever way you want to call it, for the day. Teamwork. What do you understand about teamwork? What makes a team work?
Well, the team has to work towards one goal, which is a team goal, and all members of the team must achieve that goal, the collective goal. And to achieve that collective goal, they have to have individual goals defined, and they must, for the sake of success of the team, they must achieve their individual goals.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's about literally working together on a common goal. And in business, that's easy to do. So we set the common goal and teamwork happens, doesn't it?
Ideally, it should. It must work like that. Yes, why not?
It should and it must, yes. But the problem is, how many times does it happen? And the likelihood is not very many times because several reasons. Let me ask you another very simple question. Because all of these skills that we're talking about, we must have learnt them somewhere. So we've spoken about communication. Well, we must have learnt that at school, how to communicate better, how to work under pressure. Again, we must have learnt that over school. You know, we had 14, 15 years at school, maybe 2, 3, 4 years at university. So we must have been able to work under pressure. Teamwork. We must have done that at school as well. So, did you ever sit a team exam at school?
No, never. There was never a team exam, but there were some workshops which will inculcate the team sort of team building workshops.
I mean, you were lucky you had workshops, which is great, okay? But you never sat a team exam. Don't you find that when teamwork is so important in business life, even in family life, actually, because we need to work as a team at home, and going out with your mates, you need to work as a team, but we don't actually work as a team and have a team exam. I actually find that quite fascinating, actually. Maybe people listening will think he's off his rocker. He's talking nonsense here. But the point is, teamwork is so important because without it, all you end up is getting people in the office, at work, on the shop floor, who are just doing as they're told. There's no interest, there's no engagement, they're just going through the motions. That isn't teamwork to me. That's a dictatorship. And we all know what happens to dictatorships. You know, people bully other people. That isn't teamwork either. So let's look at the components of teamwork. What makes a good team? So we're going to go back and forward here. What word comes to mind making a good team? What do you need to have to be a good team player?
It's a very difficult question, Neville. I think one of the key attribute is a good listener, maybe.
Good listener, absolutely. I'm so pleased you didn't say a good communicator because I would have then said, okay, give me an example of communication. Listening is a great example of communication. We need to listen. But of course, we need to listen not to respond, but we need to listen to think because that's the whole point of listening, isn't it? Not to just give people an immediate answer, but to think about what the person's saying. So, all of your team players that are coming up with perhaps new ideas, and you think immediately that's not a new idea. We tried that before they even joined the company. It didn't work then, it's not going to work now. And immediately you turn around, we tried that, didn't work. You're not listening. This is a new person in the organization coming up with an idea that they've thought about. So, what should another word we should be doing? Not just listening, what else?
Um, Positive attitude.
Positive attitude. Yeah, again, that's a bit of a construct. So, we'll drill down into that one. But having a positive attitude basically says maybe encouraging that person to say more. So, you've listened to what they've said and you've shut down that little demon inside of you, that can't do, won't do voice that says, I'm going to just tell this person exactly what we've done before. You encourage the person to explain a bit more. 2 E's: encourage and explain. Okay, that's what we do when we're listening. We encourage people to explain how they feel. What's more? What else about teamwork? Now you're thinking. What other words come to mind when we talk about good teamwork?
I think have trust on your team. I think that is the one of the critical aspect.
Yeah, trust. Huge word. The nice thing about trust, it begins with T, and teamwork begins with T as well. So teamwork and trust are actually interconnected. So if you know that you can trust your team, you know your back's covered, they're always going to be with you. That only, for many people, comes with time. But as we've spoken on many occasions before, you can trust someone 100% implicitly and explicitly right at the very beginning, and they will prove whether that trust is merited. They will prove whether they can earn that 100% badge of trust, or it starts to reduce. Another word I'll say, because we need to keep this simple for everybody, because the complexity comes with time. Another T word connected with teamwork is being together. So it's together, you know, another T word, which is easy. So all you got to do is teamwork, trust, and together. And if you just start to do those things very simply, you will start to build the team and good teamwork. You'll be listening, you'll be communicating properly, you'll be thinking, you'll be exploring, you'll be engaging, you'll be encouraging, you'll be empowering, you'll be allowing each of the team members to lead the conversation. And all of these wonderful words that are all in the dictionary that we talk about being a good team player and good leadership, all of a sudden start to make sense to you where you are. So it's not, I'm not saying this is easy. It may be quite difficult to do. However, it's simple. It's a very simple thought process. You've now got to adapt it and adopt it into the way you work. And teamwork, as I say, is teamwork. Someone says teamwork makes the dream work.
So, Neville, I think this is amazing insight in very short time you have given. And, the MindFit program covers some of these attributes which people who are attending MindFit can actually improve their teamwork, other abilities to be a better human being. So, tell us a little bit about how people will increase their quotient to work as a team if they attend MindFit.
Well, MindFit is all about action. So there's two parts of action. The first part of action is knowing how you do it currently. So there's a lot of reflection and there's a lot of inward looking. You might call it looking in the mirror. What do I do now? So everyone works in a team. You cannot avoid working in a team. Even if you haven't got a job, you're at home and that's your team. Whether it's your flatmates, they're your team. Whether it's your family, they're your team. So it's actually building that relationship around the team. Who am I? What do I do? Where do I fit? What's my responsibility? And all of these things you need to understand now. And then we can then set the actions where you can go and improve yourself. And a very simple action is literally, go and find out how other teams work. And you can Google it. I mean, this is not difficult to do. You can Google anything these days and just look at good teamwork and bad teamwork, and you'll find it. The papers will be littered with it. The press will be littered with it. Websites will be littered with it. But the thing is, it's an action. You need to take an action to go and find out what is a good example of teamwork. And that's what we show you. We show you good examples of teamwork. We break down what those examples really mean. We don't just say, this is a good example of teamwork, and that's it. We actually explain why. Because if you've got the why, you can then see how they do it, and more importantly, what they do. So it's pretty simple, again, simple to understand, not necessarily easy to do, because what it means is you've got to change what you do currently.
So I think you have explained it beautifully, Neville. Your program will make people a better team player, and viewers who are listening to this video, they must come and explore further. Please reach out to us and enroll in the Indian edition of MindFit program. So Neville, thank you very much for finding time and speaking with us. We will find another subject next week and come back to you with something more interesting.
Always a pleasure, CK. Enjoy yourself, everybody. Go and have fun. Become a team player.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. And friends, as you know, we are in full swing of our Top Brass Sortie Awards, and a lot of people are making their videos and submitting on the platform. And we are also pleased to have started the sponsored subject. And here I would like to share the sponsored subject just for the benefit of all the viewers. So one of the sponsors is Single Point Solution Company, very specialized in producing electric vehicles, and they are the pioneer in the in India, and also providing a lot of consulting services and solutions to overseas clients. They have these subjects, as you can see on the screen, various aspects of electric vehicle, and you can choose one or more than one subject. And today, friends, we are very pleased and honored to have the CEO of Single Point Solution with us, who will be giving us more information on how to make a video on one of the subject. So, Mr. Satya Madala, welcome to Top Brass.
Thank you very much, CK. Good afternoon, all viewers. So, thank you very much for introducing me, CK. Let us talk about topic.
So the topic is EV charge solution for today, and a lot of people are very interested in making the videos and also intrigued because this is a subject which not you don't hear about it every day. So it'll be great if you can just talk about the EV charge solution. What are the salient features so that people know exactly what research they have to do on the subject?
Okay.
So,
okay, got it. So, CK, just I wanted to highlight a point. Actually, EV charging solutions in EV charging solutions. There is many topics available with our website, and actually, the people who are participating in this topic. Actually, we wanted to give you more tips regarding the technology, regarding the hardware, regarding the usage and user-based applications, wherein actually people can come and see more information in Single Point Solutions website, which is singlepointsol.com, and they can go and search for some more content in smartevsolutions.com also, wherein actually there is a many content available, much content available in net also. So wherein they can come up with their topic, their video on the content. At the same time, I wanted to assist them if they are stuck with any place or anything. Actually, they require more information. Just they can contact and they can make some video on EV charging solutions. So, do you want to ask any topic or what, CK?
So if you can tell what are the salient features, what are different components of a EV charge solution, not in too much detail. For example, if there is some plug required, some cable required, some analytics, etc. So those kind of things, if you can tell, it will give good inputs for the contestants.
Got it. So when it comes to hardware, actually, they need to search for types of chargers, and they need to search for types of charging stations. That is one part at the hardware side, and the second part is actually the server. Actually, there is a much content is available on OCPP server, which is a open control protocol where they can go and search for the OCPP server information, wherein actually again they can go and search for a mobile application content, wherein actually people can develop application on a on a OCPP server. So actually, people, any contest, they can take a small topic regarding a charging station, or regarding a OCPP server, or regarding a mobile application, how to use the mobile application. So they can choose a topic, and they can come up with their own content, research content. So this is a very brief about EV charging stations.
So this is an EV charging station. Some tips have been given by Mr. Satya Madala. I'm sure, and I'm also hopeful that people will follow the web links that were mentioned by Satya today. That will help them do a lot of research on this subject and come out with a very classy video. So we look forward to seeing the videos from contestants, and Satya is always available to provide more information. But on this segment, Satya, we will again bring you back with the other subject that you had given us, and we will discuss tips about those in a few days.
Sure, CK. Just I wanted to see more videos from the contest. So I'm glad to invite them to know the technology. And at any point of time, just they can contact and they can write mail to us. So if they require more assistance and more information.
Thank you very much, Satya. So we will catch up again next time. Until then, have a nice day.
Look forward to see you. Thank you.
Bye. Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass. And today, let me welcome my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Goon.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. We're now moving into the last quarter of the year. Well, almost. We're moving. September's not too far away. The summer's going. Kids are going back to school, or not, as the case may be. And I thought that was. It's interesting. We've seen a lot of educational establishments being forced to go online. They've been driven online. But they've got a captive audience, their own students that would normally see the same teachers in the same classroom with their same friends, but now they've all gone online. What have you noticed about some of these educational groups that have gone online, CK? Are they doing anything different, or are they just throwing it all online?
So, in order to answer your question, I need to inform you a little bit history about Indian education system,
Yep.
so that you can have some perspective. In the government run schools, public schools, the teachers are given standard training. I mean, for last 60, 70 years of independent history of India, the teachers were trained in certain way. They had a standard curriculum, and if the parent is moving from one city to other city, the admission in other school will be seamless, and a student can join midterm. So they don't have to wait for a term to finish. They can join midterm. And the advantage in that model was that the teachers are standard, teaching style is standard, books are standard. Only thing change is the faces and the names of the mates. So that was the government system which was running in India. And the private schools were also having pretty much the same infrastructure, except there are a few changes there. Say, for example, if some school says, hey, I'm Oxford affiliate. So the Oxford will say that, hey, you need to follow my teaching methodology. You need to follow whatever I do, discipline and all that. So if a school in India, which is private and an Oxford affiliate, will have to follow the Oxford standard. So this was going on before COVID. The students were studying in a very set environment. The parents are very well aware that the teachers are well trained in whatever school standard they have chosen. I mean, they are paying the fee, parents are paying the fee, and based on their appetite, they can choose the school as per their appetite. So they were confident that, if my kid is going to this school, they're following this standard. If they're going to a lower kindergarten, he's following Montessori, and so on and so forth. And if he's going to a government school, he's following this standard. But now the online study has changed all that, because the students need not go to a brick and mortar building for study. So if they are online, it doesn't matter really from where the teacher is coming and who are his mates, because they can come from anywhere. So that is the psychological angle that the students have to go through. And the practical side, especially I'm talking with India in context, that I'm sure that time is very close now when the teachers will find it tough to talk to the students, because students will now start choosing things. So their standard way of teaching will not work, because the students are now getting exposed to multiple things online.
You're absolutely right. And the interesting thing is, you mentioned students will choose. Well, students are not stupid either. They will choose the best teachers. They will choose people that they feel comfortable with, that push them. And by the way, when we talk about students, we're also talking about parents, because parents have a big, big say in this. Why? Because their students are their precious gift. They are priceless. They're born to them. Great parents take that as a huge responsibility, and they want to help their young man or woman develop in the best way. And that means giving them some latitude, letting them take a few risks. And this is where I think not just the education arena, but all coaches, all mentors, all training companies out there now need to smell the roses. Wake up, last year's white roses are this year's red roses. It's the same bed where these roses are being cultivated, but things have changed. They've changed really fundamentally. The good old days of reading a book, a technical book. I'm a mathematician. I used to love reading books about Archimedes and all these other people and where these principles had come from. Those days are still there. The books are still there, but actually the way we're learning is changing. And we, as advisors, as coaches, we need to be saying the right thing to these other coaches, these other mentors, teachers, trainers out there, in think of what your audience is looking for. They want to be entertained. We all know that when you have fun in a classroom, you learn by laughing. Now that's what goes on in this wonderful thing we have here, the most important computer of your life, really. And when we're having fun, when the teacher is really engaging us, we're all personally engaged. So we don't need to be in the classroom, because we're all in our own little world thinking of what the teacher's saying to us. Now, some teachers in the education arena know that, and they've captured that, and they've done their own learning courses, training of online delivery. You know, so typically they'll be in the classroom, they stand up at the front, there's 30 kids in front of them, but they know they're talking to each and every one of them. So they've developed their online presence in exactly the same way. Not delivering the same way, but delivering to the person in the same way. So they're feeling what's being said. Now, this is an art. It takes practice. It takes a lot of focus from the person delivering the subject. And let me tell all you listening out there, an hour on a digital platform delivering a subject to 30 students is far more draining than delivering an hour in a classroom. Much more draining than delivering an hour in a classroom. And if you don't think it is, then you're not doing it right. So you need to be more resilient. The preparation needs to be much better. And of course, you're in the digital arena, you've got this digital platform, and you're going to say, put your questions in the chat box. You know, no longer can you see, you know, little Ahmed or little Chandra at the back putting their hand up and saying, I've got a question. That doesn't work because they've only got a little screen here, you know. You can't quite see that. So you put the question in the chat box. That means you've got something else you need to focus on. So there's a chat box that comes up there. And you want people to give comments on that because that's feedback. You know, great presenters, great teachers, great leaders thrive on feedback. And even if someone isn't saying anything, and like you, they're nodding, and I can see the nod and the smile, and there's only one person on the screen here apart from me, it's you, that's massive feedback, because I can see that you're thinking, you're listening. Now, this is what they call active listening. So never before have we had this opportunity in the coaching arena, in the mentoring arena, in the teaching and training arena, where we can see active listening. You know, if you've got 60 people on the screen, it's not that easy. But again, if you get good at it and you look from a distance and you scan it often enough, you can see who's actively listening, who's taking it in. And this is the art of the new era. In many respects, nothing's changed. These people are still the same people. They still want to learn. They're there for a reason, and it's up to you to engage them. Once you do that, it's brilliant because they then challenge you. Is this making sense?
Well, I've seen a couple of teachers giving the delivery, and I think what you're saying is really, really very important, and it makes a lot of sense. To answer your question, last question was, it makes a lot of sense because what I've seen the smart teachers would do is, they would go to each and every student, and they will say, "Hey, I'm calling, and do you have any issue?" And the student says, "No, I don't have any issue," and then they move out to the next one. And that is why the digital arena of training is so difficult, because you cannot allow everyone to switch on their mics when they are talking, because there will be clutter in the class. So you need to declutter, and you have to request all the students to switch off the mics, keep the camera on, so that the teacher can have a feedback. As you said, he or she is able to see the students, each one is doing what, 30 guys, and then pick the student and talk to that student individually. So it's slightly different than a classroom, because you can raise your hand and you can ask a question with all everybody can hear. But in this arena, right now, either you need to develop a totally new platform which can allow an exact replication of the classroom, or a teacher has a lot of responsibility on their shoulders to talk to each and every student one after the other. There is no sufficient time for doing that.
Well, you see, the interesting thing is, it is a different way of teaching today. We have to accept that. And therefore, we have to acknowledge that we need to change the way we do things. So no longer, frankly, should we be thinking of the school day as 6 hours made up of 50-minute chunks, where the kids, this is secondary school in typical, there's 50-minute chunks, and the 10-minute gap is to allow you to pack up your books into your bag and move on to the next classroom. That was the 10-minute gap. Well, we don't have to move classrooms anymore, do we? We're actually physically sitting in there. But I've seen some teachers literally not have a break. They say, right, we're going to have a 2-minute comfort break. Well, I don't know about you, but 2 minutes isn't enough. It's just not enough, is it? I mean, to go and have that comfort break. I mean, I always have a glass of water with me, whether I'm sitting down thinking or I'm on the screen talking. I've always got that. I know you have always got that. We're disciplined enough to know how many glasses of water we drink per day. We don't actually, the majority of people don't realize, actually, when you're really looking at this sort of stuff, how hard it is, how difficult it is to keep the concentration there. So again, we've got to change our delivery. It's bite-sized chunks time. I'll let you into a couple of arenas, and I found this out when I was very young, actually. One of my teachers, and it wasn't all of my teachers, but one of my teachers would make a point at the end of every lesson, or at the beginning of the next lesson, or even halfway through the lesson, was to pick on somebody and ask a question. And typically, they were asking the same question in slightly different way. And the question was basically, where are we? What have you learnt today? Where are we on the plan of what I've said we're going to be doing? And because this teacher was pretty smart and wanted everyone to contribute, even the most shy individual contributed. And what I didn't know, because I was a bit gobby when I was quite young, you had to stop me talking, chronic, I think on one report I had from my English teacher said Neville suffers from chronic loquacity, which for the people that don't understand the English language too well, it means I had verbal diarrhea. In other words, I couldn't shut up. It was English and I didn't really like the subject, so I probably used to chat a lot, face it, effectively. But that particular teacher would take the shy person aside. I didn't know this until sometime after, but they would make time when no one else was there. They'd take that person to side and they would say, tomorrow, when we get halfway through or at the beginning, I want you to tell me where you are, where we are in the discussion. So go away and prepare for it and be ready. You know, don't worry about it. Everyone has this. And what that meant was this shy individual had preparation time. And guess what? When they were asked the question, they knew exactly where we were. And we all sort of looked around and thought, blimey, where did that come from? Normally, they're so quiet there. You can't, they're like mice, you can't hear them. They're just sort of walking in the distance and you just can't hear what's going on. But that was great teaching. You know, so you can take time. Go ahead, sorry.
So the challenge now really is the teachers are getting into a new arena, and whichever platform they use is something that they can choose, whichever they have in their mind. But the whole point is that a lot of teachers are now coming out with their online study material, and the key here is that the customer is the student, and he can choose. So that is where the challenge is. So like you're describing the smart teachers, in today's arena, the smart teacher job is very, very tough because they have to find where the students are, who will like them, and even if they don't like the teaching style, how do I get the feedback so that I can change a little bit, I can address each and every student. So I think the challenge is that not really putting your content online and then thinking somebody will join for $10 a month or for free. I think there are a lot of free courses every day I'm seeing online on Facebook or LinkedIn. Hey, come and join this course. It's free. So even for free, people are not joining. So that is a dilemma today.
Well, years ago, when I joined the real world, you know, my corporate life, we never used to have to worry about marketing the product. It was oil and gas, you know. It wasn't free. Everyone paid for it differently around the world, but you didn't have to sell it. Okay, it was a commodity that was publicly traded around the world. So not only did you didn't have to sell it, but you couldn't manage the price either. You know, the price was managed by supply and demand. But where I'm going to here is when I joined the real world, okay, when you look at an advert on a TV, 20 odd years ago, there were three things that would sell something to you. Free. If it's free, you're interested. It sparks these, something for nothing, you know, fantastic, you know. Chocolate. You look at the adverts going back many years ago, you know, Fry's Turkish Delight. You see all these, you know, wonderful, beautiful people with eating this Fry's chocolate, you know. We'll get royalties for that, by the way, if we pass this one out. But chocolate was something that the majority of people loved. And the other thing was sex. Those three things: free, chocolate, and sex. And if you put those into your advertisement, and Formula One did it, you know, almost nothing on these women over these big Formula One cars. And if you went to some vehicle exhibitions, you know, 20 odd years ago, there would be two things: beautiful cars and beautiful women. Why? Because that was the sex element, you know, and we can't get away from it. I mean, that was a fact of life. And we're all attracted to it, you know, we're all attracted to other people. So those three things were evident all the time. Today, free, it just misses everybody because there's so much that's free. And equally, you and I have probably seen lots of things that have been so-called free, and we've watched it for 10 seconds and thought, what a waste of time that was. So now a lot of people are associating Free, waste of time. Free, waste of time. And what happens is it flips. Waste of time seeing anything that's free. But you have to experience it. So it's only those that novices that haven't had anything free before. They say, oh, look, this TED talk, it's free. There's this other TED talk, it's free. There's another one, it's free. There's this webinar, it's free. And after a while, it doesn't take very long, by the way, free gets very, very boring because you're not learning anything. It's not of any value. And this is the key today. It needs to be value. Now, there are millions of people out there that have got lots of value to offer. However, it's the person that's listening that needs to see the value. We all talk about the proposition statement, the value statement of SMEs. You know, communicate your value. And yeah, you're going to use the word free because you want to hook them. But you need to communicate the value. People need to believe that you are the person for them. You've got the product for them. And the digital world has opened that up far, far faster than anything else. And COVID has accelerated that integration because it's what goes on up here all the time in individuals. Teachers, in some respects, don't have to sell because they've got, you know, they're in a school, in a building, they're employed by the organisation, and the kids come from the local area. They don't have to sell. However, in later life, we can all think back, who were the real teachers that made an impact on my life? Who were the ones that I admired, I respected, I held in high esteem, I loved? You know, let's put it down to basics. Which teacher really helped me? And you'll find that the teachers that really helped you were entertaining, they were engaging, and they made you feel that you were important. It's not difficult, actually. It's not difficult to understand what you need to do. It's difficult to deliver it. But once you practice delivery, you get good at it. And then you can get feedback, and then you can get better at it. So this is not a difficult issue to get over, but you've got to start the journey in the right way. It's not what you're saying, it's what they're receiving. How many times have we said that before?
Absolutely, Neville. I think the key message that you are giving to our viewers today is that the teachers have to improve their content, and there is a relay race going on the net. If one guy is offering free, the other 100 guys are offering free. I think the teachers, smart ones really, have to get this message, get out of this rut of free education, because there is nothing called free education. And I think the third element is, I think they need support in terms of sales and marketing concepts. So they have to find who's a consultant who can help them sell them their courses better, sell their teaching style better, position it correctly. I think these are certain tips that we have got as a listener and listening to you. I think these are the summarization of our conversation today.
Brilliant. I mean, to all those out there, all those teachers out there, come and talk to us. We want to help you. You know, you've got the most important and the most difficult job out there, educating young people in the right way forward and build all of those separate values that are now are not going to be learned in the classroom. They're not going to learn respect anymore. There's a different type of respect you need to develop on a web chat like this. And we'll give you feedback. We'll give you honest feedback, not publicly, don't have to be publicly, but I think what we perhaps should do, CK, is run a round table just for these teachers, just for the more progressive teachers that want to really be good at their profession in this new world of digital. Because it's not easy, you know. it does take an awful lot of practice, and it's wearing. You know, you need to make sure your batteries are recharged to the highest level, even more than previously. So yeah, I mean, this is a fascinating subject. And of course, the knock-on effect is for small businesses, you know, coaches, mentors, trainers. You've got the same issue. It's not what you're saying or how you're saying it, but it's who you're saying it to. What do they want to hear? How do they want to see it? And yeah, they're going to want stuff for free, but it's what you give them that has value. That's the phrase of the day. Give them value.
Give them value and demand the the value for yourself. Don't give your value, don't undervalue yourself and offer something for free. And
Absolutely.
for that the email address, our email address will be mentioned at the end of the video. If teachers who are listening out there, this is something that we can do for you, please write to us and we will include you in the next roundtable for teachers. So
I think that'll be an excellent way forward. And by the way, that will be free for you teachers, by the way. You know, there won't be a cost to you. You're already doing a really difficult job. What we want to do is help you make it easier and spread the word. Nice speaking with you, CK.
Same, likewise here, Neville, and you have a nice day. By the way, it's raining here also since morning. It's very, Seattle type environment.
Oh, wow.
Very gloomy.
Very gloomy. Well, the only thing is we've got gloomy is the news. So I tend not to listen to the news anymore. There is no happy news. There's no good news. Everything's gloomy, you know? Hey ho. Hopefully our sessions are not that gloomy.
Not at all, not at all. So I will catch up with you tomorrow again on some other subject.
We will do. Cheerio, my friend. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello everybody, you are welcome to our show Great Kings of India. And today we will be discussing about Krishan Dev Rai, who was the emperor of Vijayanagar Empire, who ruled from 1509 to 1529. He was a great ruler of Tuluva dynasty and is considered to be the greatest ruler. He possessed the largest empire in India after the decline of Delhi Sultanate. To discuss about this great king, we have prominent historian, Mrs. Meeta Joshi, who is also the head of the department of one of the prestigious college, St. Anne's College of Women in Hyderabad. So welcome to the show, Meeta ji. How are you doing today?
Namaskar, Kanchan. I'm fine. How are you?
I'm fine, madam. So, we are discussing about one of the greatest king, Krishan Dev Rai, who is also popular among stories which are being told by mothers to children, and of course in schools also we hear about Krishan Dev Rai, and in combination Tenali Rama also.
Okay, before I tell you about Krishna Dev Raya, let me give you a little outline of the Vijayanagar Empire, because Vijayanagar Empire was one of the greatest Hindu kingdoms of South India. And four dynasties ruled in Vijayanagar Empire: Sangam dynasty, Saluv, Tuluv and Aravidu. Four dynasties, they ruled the Vijayanagar Empire in succession, and Tuluv dynasty was the third dynasty. Krishnadev Raya was the third ruler of the Tuluv dynasty. He ruled from 1509 to to 1529. He was a very, very efficient administrator. Why he is known in the history books is because of his administration and because of his war skills. Because the time when he came to the throne, the entire scene of Vijayanagar was very gloomy. So he had to build the empire from the scratch because the previous rulers were not so dynamic to um, spread their territories far and wide. Krishna Dev Raya, he did that. And how he did that? He, because he was a versatile genius and he made his mark as a great warrior, as an able administrator, and a liberal patron of art and literature. And that's why he has become a legend. And still in South India, many stories about Sri Krishna Dev Raya and his Tilani Rama. He was in his court. There are many, many stories about Sri Krishna Dev Raya and Tenali Rama. He proved his war skills by fighting against the Bahmanis, the Muslim kingdom, and the Gajpati rulers of Orissa. So, because of these two major wars which he had in his lifetime, made him a very, very great warrior. And one thing about Krishnadev Raya, it is said that he was never defeated. He was an undefeated king till he lived. All the conquest, all the expeditions which Krishnadev Raya took, they were all successful. So it is a very unique quality of a king, number one. Number two, as an administrator also he proved very, very efficient. He divided his empire into three divisions, and they were mandalams, nadus, and semas. And why this division was done? So that the remotest of village also get the benefit of the administration of Krishnadev Raya. This was the reason that he divided the kingdom into mandalams, nadus, and semas. Then, not only this, as a patron of art and Telugu literature, he did a commendable work. He encouraged all the poets, all the people who developed art and developed literature. He gave his patronage to them, and 8 literary luminaries, popularly known as Ashtadigajas, adorned his court, which was a very unique thing of his court. And among them, Alasani Pedanna, one author is there, who was the author of Manu Charitamu, was the greatest. So all these epics were written in the time period of Krishna Dev Raya. And the other 7 poets of the group were Nandi Timmanna, Madayagiri Malanna, Durjati, Alaya Raju, Pingali, Ram Raja, and Tenali Ramalinga. Because Tenali Rama was also an author. So he patronized those Ashtadigajas in his court. Okay. Then he himself was a poet of great merit. He wrote Amukta Malyada. Okay, it is regarded as the first rate prabandha in Telugu literature, and he also patronized the Sanskrit and Kannada literature. Apart from these things, he was a great builder. The Hazar Rama temple, the Vitthal Swami temple at the capital are attributed to him, and in honor of his mother, he built a new city called Nagalapuram. So, if you sum it up, Krishnadev Raya ranks with the greatest emperors of Europe and Asia. And not only this, his relations with the foreigners, with the Portuguese, he maintained trade relations with the Portuguese, and those Portuguese traders supplied him Arabian horses. So one of the visitor to his court was Domingo Paes. He was a Portuguese merchant who resided in Vijayanagar during Krishnadev Raya's reign during the years 1520 to 1522, and he left an excellent sketch of Krishnadev Raya's personality and the splendor of Vijayanagar city. It was beautiful. The Vijayanagar city was beautiful. In his travelogue, Domingo Paes has written about the wealth, about the culture, about the temples of Vijayanagar temple. And not only that, he says, he writes that he was a king who was the most feared and perfect king that could possibly be. Very cheerful, merrymaking, but at the same time, administration was very, very strict. So, at his time, at Krishnadev Raya's time period, Vijayanagar was probably the most beautiful city which existed. He built it so beautifully.
Yes, I
All the
got a
temples.
chance to really visit Hampi, and I was really mesmerized the kind of architecture I have seen. And when we talk about Kishan Dev Rai, we always have a feeling. General people think that he is somebody who is a poet because he's associated with a lot of stories with Tenali Rama. He is a poet and he's soft king, but actually he is not. He's quite a able general because what I read, it is said that he had 7 lakhs foot soldier, 32,600 cavalry, and 550 elephants, which were used in the Battle of Raipur. And it was said that he raised the ground. He raised to the ground the fortress of Gulbarga, the early capital of Bahami Sultanate. So what I feel is because I got to see the stable of elephants also in Hampi, and it is huge. I think, and it is. I think we should. It is a national heritage, and should be care about that.
Yes,
And
Hampi
then,
is.
yes, and madam, when you talked about his cultural influence, and I think he also knew many languages. A part of writing,
He was
writing.
very, very intelligent.
Yes,
He was very, very intelligent. He knew many languages.
right.
And his personality was a contrast personality. He was a warrior, he was an administrator, he was a poet, he was patron of art and literature. So many traits in one person. And as you said about his conquests, conquest of Bijapur, conquest of Raipur, conquest of Ummatur, campaigns against Orissa. Against Orissa, he had 5 campaigns against the Gajpati rulers of Orissa. And with the Bahmanis, he waged a huge war with the Bahmanis. And not only that, the Sultan of Golconda, Kuli Qutub Shah, also attacked his region, Guntur and Panagar, and he occupied his forts at Warangal, Khammampet, Kondapalli, Eluru, Rajmundri, and still with such a mighty person invading his territories, he was able to subdue them, the Bahmanis and the Gajpati rulers of Orissa. They were the very mighty people that time in the south. So he was able to subdue the Muslim rulers of the Deccan and the Gajpati rulers of Orissa. And his wars against the Bahmani rulers revealed his military powers and diplomatic skill.
Yes,
Di-
and I think it is said that he has a great influence on Telugu literature. A part of this, I have read that he was he has the largest empire in South India at that point of
yes,
time. And so I would like to ask you, what is the influence of his empire to on this
see,
Indian subcontinent?
it is huge. His The impact of his empire was huge. Why? because he was a person who brought Vijayanagara kingdom on India's map. Many rulers, his contemporaries, they were not so interested in the south that time. But when they heard the stories about the wealth, the prosperity, the grandeur of his city and his court, then many people from the north, they got interested to invade the South India. Before that, South India was, a leftover part of India.
Okay.
Before him.
Okay.
Alauddin Khilji, he attacked the Deccan. Muhammad bin Tughlaq attacked the Deccan, and then when he came into rule, Sri Krishna Dev Raya, because the stories of his wisdom, of his justice, it spread far and wide in the country, and everybody was interested to visit the Vijayanagar city because of its beauty, because of its grandeur.
Yes.
It was so huge
Yeah.
and beautiful.
Yes, it was because of the architecture, the temples, and the other things which he has built. A part of this, the poets he has encouraged. So I think that was the golden era of that period. So
Yes,
I would also want to yes.
After him, after Tuluk dynasty, Aravidu dynasty was there, but no prominent ruler was there who could hold the legacy of the Vijayanagar Empire. He was the person who shined like a star, Sri Krishna Dev Raya.
Yes.
And his stories of his court with Tenali Rama are still read and narrated all over India.
Right. And it's very, unfortunate that though he has given his throne to his son, but somehow he became sick and he died, and ultimately that the whole empire goes to his brother. So I also want to ask you, what are his religious ideologies at that point of time?
What you asked?
Religious ideologies. I mean, he was a Hindu, or how it is?
Yes, he was a Hindu. He was a Hindu, a very staunch Hindu. That's why you find so many temples in every nook and corner of the city.
Yes.
Hinduism, Brahminism was at rise that time in Vijayanagar Empire, and he gave money for the construction of temples. He patronized the priests. He gave them land. He respected them. He gave them place in his court. So that way he was a very religious person. But at the same time, with religion, he was a very wise human being, because he is famous for his justice. Anyone who walks to his court with some problem definitely walked out with a solution and with a happy face. This was very unique about him, that whoever came to his court went happily from his court. Any common man, they were there was a darbar sort of a thing in which he used to listen to the grievances of the people, and immediately justice was provided to those people.
Yes, and I also heard that in later years, Tathachari, who was also one of his minister, introduced to Vaishnav this sect. I mean, Vaishnav sect of Hinduism. So he also followed that. I think I feel that he is a liberal in his ideology when it comes to Hinduism and religion.
For that matter, Kanchan, Hinduism is such a religion which is so tolerant and so liberal that it takes everyone into its fold. You know, so any Hindu ruler of of that era or of yesteryears, they had a very big heart that way. It was not, that fanaticism towards a religion. It was not there, but at the same time, there was dedication.
Yeah, and I think he also understood that as you know that this Kisan Andolan is going on nowadays. But at that point of time, also he understood that agriculture is the main thing, and we should concentrate on that. So he also done deforestation to get the agricultural land for the people, and he has established the irrigation system, which is again told and discussed by foreign visitor at that point of time.
Because agriculture was the main occupation that time.
Right.
So he knew he wants more revenue, he
Right.
has to develop the agriculture, he has to give grants to the farmers. So all that he did.
Yeah, so I think, in a nutshell, I think he is one of the greatest king, and we should study more about this great king, and he should also be having a great study material should be circulated in the colleges and schools who are studying history primarily, and also people who are not studying. I think they should have a chapter or something to know the heritage and culture of our Indian continent. So it was lovely talking to you.
Definitely.
Yes, yeah, I look forward. So government should also do something about the great kings of India, who somehow are not being taken care or may not have given space for general public to know about their persona. So it was really lovely talking to you, Neetaji. We'll meet in our next episode with another great king of India. Till then,
Definitely.
bye bye. Bye bye. Take care.
Thank you.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. In Top Brass today, I would like to present some analysis of what is going on between India and China, and recently the role of SFF, which is also known as Special Frontier Force, came into light, although it was sort of downplayed by media, and it was also downplayed by China because they got the defeat. So they have been doing a lot of propaganda about their army, which is the PLA, is the world's strongest army, but they have been defeated by something called SFF, Special Frontier Force, a contingent of Indian Army. So we will discuss in detail what is going on there, and I will also talk about what is SFF and why it is so effective over Chinese. So before we move on to discussing the issue, I would like to present something to you so that the things are in perspective. This is the map of Jammu and Kashmir as it stands as a whole. And there are a lot of disputes. I will not discuss about what are the disputes. The green area is in control of Pakistan after 1948 battle between India and Pakistan. This blue area is under the control of Indian government, and the yellow areas are occupied by China in 1962. Now, this area has been named as Aksai Chin by China after occupying, but originally this is part of Ladakh, the Ladakh region of J&K, which is part of Tibet Plateau. So, as you can see in this part of the world, this border, the blue line which depicts the border, is the most active border anywhere in the world. This is a flashpoint between Pakistan and India, and India lays the legal right on the entire territory. And in fact, the Indian government in Jammu and Kashmir has empty seats in their assembly representing these areas. Now, it is also important that some of this area has been illegally occupied by Pakistan, and this the northern part is also gifted to China. Some of it, almost like 50 kilometers or 40 kilometers square kilometer of area, so that the Chinese can build their rail and road structure and they can enter Pakistan. So, at the time of independence of India and Pakistan, the Indian border did not touch China at all. So the China started their conquest, and they actually uh, occupied a lot of regions, and we will discuss what happened. And now they are trying to occupy Indian part of Jammu and Kashmir. Now, before we move on to the next China specific details, I want to concentrate on this area which is called Siachen Glacier. Now, this is the highest battlefield in the world. Temperature throughout the year remains upwards of minus 40 degrees centigrade. Yet it is manned by the Indian Army throughout the year, 24 by 7. A lot of patrolling points are there, which are at the high ground, and these are surveyed by the Indian Army throughout the year. There is just one road which is a supply line to Siachen Glacier. So if you are able to break that road or occupy that area, you can cut the supplies to Siachen Glacier, and the soldiers there will be stranded. Now, you may ask why there is so much of flashpoint between these three countries, which is India, Pakistan, and China over Siachen, simply because in 1999, Pakistan wanted to change the demography of this place and wanted to acquire Siachen Glacier, and hence they invaded this part, which is also called Kargil. And the road which goes to Siachen passes through Kargil region, and they wanted to occupy, break that supply lines of India to Siachen, and that's why the battle happened in 1999, in which Pakistan was defeated. And from 1999, it has been proven to the world that Pakistan is always been an aggressor, and they have always invaded the Indian territory. So, this boundary is straight line simply because in this part of the world, uh, the demography, the geography of this part of the world is so difficult. Each square kilometer has a significance. Although there is no habitation of human in these areas, but yet the army has their force in this area, and they are fighting for saving the land from falling into Chinese control. This part is also occupied by China, yet India lay claim on these areas. So, moving on to the next slide, you will know exactly why there is so much anguish against China. So, at the time of independence, this was the size of China as a country. So this was a Chinese as an independent country in 1948, and they started their occupation, and they acquired this area first, which is also called Turkestan, which is now part of China. And because of that, the China increased their landmass, and they were able to reach almost Russia. Although they were not supposed to share any boundary on the western side with Russia, but they almost reached Russia. And Tibet. Tibet used to be a separate country. So if you look at not even 100 years back, China was not as big as it is today. They actually acquired peaceful countries like Turkestan and Tibet. Tibet was primarily a highland, world highest and world largest plateau. Um, you will know exactly in a moment why the geography of Tibet is so important. And so Tibet is completely uh, country, and Turkestan is completely occupied by China. And the Tibet people and their government escaped to India, and they run their government in exile from India. And China doesn't like that. So India has given some sort of, they are keeping Tibet, helping Tibet to stay alive. A lot of people are in Indian cities, Tibetans who are living, and also their religious leader is Dalai Lama, who's based in a place called Dharamshala in India. So it's an open fact, and the Tibetan people would like to go back to their own country and run their country. So there is a lot of hatred for Chinese among the Tibetan people. So this is one fact I want to show to you. Um, Moving on, the whole of plateau, which is a part of Ladakh and also Tibet, appears like this. So you see, it is a very hard, very ancient rock structure, very, very old rock structure, very solid, very plain. And in fact, the road, you don't have to build road on these rocks because they are so hard and compact. You can drive straight away your vehicles on top of this structure. And you don't see even grass growing in this part of the world because there is hardly any rain there. So most of the landscape looks like this. So in order to understand what is happening between India and China, we have to also understand uh, the geography of the place and how it formed. So I want to showcase something more, which is basically the formation of Himalayas. So Himalaya actually became a prominent world highest mountain range, and the collision of Indian subcontinent happened into Asia, and hence the result, as a result of collision, the Himalayas were formed. But Himalayas were formed. Why they were formed? Because the Tibet Plateau is a very hard rock, and it did not allow Indian peninsula to get to basically penetrate further, and because of that, this landmass started going like this, like a mountain. So this is the reason why the mountains are still growing, still gaining height. As an estimate, they almost grow by almost half foot every year. So it is still growing. It's a very young mountain. And Tibet Plateau geography is the main reason for Himalayas to form. So I want to show something else which I drew on a piece of paper. This is exactly what I'm trying to showcase, how the mountains are being formed, and they are different layers. And this is a Tibet Plateau, which is a flat, very hard rock, very big one at very extreme heights. And did you remember that the previous picture did not had any plants or any grass over there? That's simply because by the time the rain cloud reaches Tibet, they are totally dry. In fact, they don't even reach because the mountains of Himalayas completely stop them on this side of the uh, Indian Indian side. So as you can see that I try to demonstrate that as the height goes, the vegetation also changes, and there are up to certain height the trees can grow, and after that, at certain height the grass can grow, and slightly higher the rain can happen, and if you go even higher, the rain will convert into snow. So you see that these mountains are so high that they are even higher than the snow line, and the Tibet Plateau is basically not receiving any rains or any snowfall or any water. So that is why this land, which is on the other side of Himalayas, is bone dry. I hope I'm able to convey the point here. Nevertheless, let's go back to where we were today. So this is how the Tibet is formed. It's a very high land with almost insignificant population, and but yet people stay at very high areas, and most of these people are, in fact, almost like 99% follow the Buddhist culture, and they follow peace. They don't do any harm to any living or animal or humans. So that is their ideology. So they were very peaceful people until the Chinese government came, marched with their army and acquired them in 50s. So this is where the whole thing pans out. In the middle, there is Dalai Lama, which is the spiritual leader of the entire Tibet as a country. The Tibet government is operating from India in exile, as they say, and you can see how these Tibetan people look like. I have given the geography of this land. I'm going why SFF is so critical and even Chinese cannot compete with SFF. Now, as you can see, these Tibetan people are genetically engineered. They are the people which has characteristic which no human on the planet has. They are genetically engineered to live at high places, and some of these Dalai Lama personal guards, basically they were the combat forces in 50s, and they were given an option to join Indian Army, and then Indian Army, as you know, is the most professional, battle hardened army in the world, and they operate in everywhere, every part of territory. They have the skills to fight in mountains, in desert, in the ocean, or on the plain line. So they have all types of skills, all types of training. And with the Dalai Lama security team joining Indian Army and became the Special Frontier Force, there is another characteristic of Indian Army because of which, you know, they thrive. SFF actually became 100,000 strong men today. The preference in Indian Army is given to next of kith and kin. So they had a very specific job. Since these people are genetically engineered to live and operate at high areas where normal human being cannot even operate. For example, if you are undergoing a training, then you have to run for 30 kilometers with full pack is part of the training, and you have to do it every day. So a normal human being will tire out because there's hardly any oxygen and there's lack of gravity in those areas. Whereas the Tibetan people can run easily without even sweating, you know, because they normally live 16,000 feet above sea level. So that is their normal dwelling. And at that place, if you train them, they will excel. So you see, I've explained why China is trying to occupy Indian territory because they want to nullify, they want to have a direct connection with Pakistan via Siachen also. And it is in their strategy to acquire other countries. They have been doing that. They have problems with every neighbor they have. So second thing is why the Indian government, Indian and Chinese, Indian as a country and in China as a country are fighting with each other for something which has no monetary value, but it has very high strategic value because if you are at high ground, you can see for miles, and China want to acquire the high ground so that they can see them to the miles as far as they can see, and they can have better control on the Indian side of things. So as on their side, it's a plateau, so they can pretty much come very easily. But once they are in mountains, they have to basically look at the Indian side of it. Now, Indian side, every inch matters because you're not going to have a lot of road structure. You will not have a lot of, the demography or the geography of the land offers a lot of challenges. There are valleys, there are rivers, there are lack of infrastructure, um, carrying troops, carrying heavy machinery. All that is a big challenge. So, considering all that, Indian territory has to be watched. Every inch has to be watched because even an inch is given to Chinese, they will start getting upper hand on it. So now the SFF comes in play that these are the people who can go live comfortably at very high altitude. When I say they are genetically engineered, they have very high hemoglobin in their blood, higher than a normal human men. So if you look at the average men having a hemoglobin is about 15 per square centimeter, rating of 15, but whereas these people who are from Tibet, they have 22. So higher hemoglobin in their blood gives them ability to absorb oxygen molecule much better than a normal human being. So they can, and at such high altitude, oxygen is less. So you and I will go there, we start panting because without even running, we will feel so much lack of oxygen that we will not be able to breathe properly at such high places. And when the mountaineers go, they actually carry oxygen bottles with them. Whereas these people can live, their village and their normal dwellings are at 16,000 feet. And this battle is happening on 17,000 feet. So it is very easy for them to go and challenge the Chinese. And this is exactly what has happened. They have actually challenged the Chinese, and they have a lot of anguish against the Chinese army. I'm not saying that they will have anguish against the Chinese people, but they definitely have anguish against the Chinese army. And they are trained, well trained by the Indian army. So Indian army is battle hardened. They have always fought a lot of battles. They have training programs to fight on all kinds of terrain because they have huge territory to protect. And under the Indian army training and their physiological characteristic, these are the soldiers which are ideal to fight at such heights. The second issue is that the Chinese enter Indian territory only in month of summers. When the winter comes, these places are so harsh. There is absolutely nothing available to sustain people. So usually what happens is that the Chinese army will have to go back in winters because their supply lines will get frozen completely. This is not something which I can explain in words, but somebody goes there and see how harsh this land is, and there is a reason why people don't live in these highlands, and that is why a specific type of people can live, which are these people, and they form the Special Frontier Force of Indian Army. They have there is another agreement which was signed between India and China in 1996. Because of that agreement, we are not supposed to use any firearms. We can carry the firearms, and both army don't use a firearm, and so they can carry the weapon, but they have to unclip their bullets in both sides. So what has happened now is that the SFF, who can live comfortably because it's their region, their territory, for thousands of years in that part of the world, they can be there for almost an entire year, whereas Chinese will have to go back when the winter comes. That is point number one. Point number two is that they have been trained, highly trained by the Indian army. So when this battle happened, it is basically a raw man-to-man combat, whereas the Indian soldiers did not feel fatigued, whereas Chinese were feeling fatigued and they were beaten black and blue because you're not supposed to use any firearms. So they have been beaten black and blue by brute human force. And that is how the Finger 4 has been acquired by SFF, and they are now holding that position. So, this is the background, why it is important for India to guard its territory, because it is having very high strategic value. Second thing is that we have the right resources. Indian Army has the right people who can operate at such high areas comfortably at 16,000, 17,000, 18,000 feet, as if it's their backyard. And they have been trained thoroughly by the Indian Army. And these are the people who are going to compete with Chinese, because Chinese, even though Chinese soldiers are there, but they cannot live there forever. So I think this is something that I thought I will bring to you to your notice, and something that is happening, but this incident was sort of downplayed, and this is my analysis of the situation where why SSF is going to play a major role, not only because they are genetically um, suited, well suited to have that kind of a battleground, but they also have their emotions attached to protecting their motherland. They were stared out, their forefathers were stared out from the country by Chinese, so they hate the Chinese army and they will fight the China aggression for India. So, dear friends, do write to me about this video, and we can discuss further on this subject. And I will meet you again tomorrow with something more interesting. Until then, bye bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to the show, The Great Kings of India. Today we have a very distinguished personality. Uh, Before I tell you about her name, let me tell you what she is and what she has been doing. She is a professor of ancient India history in Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. She has a great experience in teaching international students and thus creating a knowledge base for foreign students and thus giving awareness and information about our rich culture and tradition. She has been guiding scholars to do PhD. Apart of this, she has tremendous amount of publication on ancient India tradition. So before I don't want to waste any moment. I would like to introduce you all to the Professor Bindi Paranchpai. Welcome to the show, Bindi. How are you?
I'm just fine, and I'm excited about this idea that I'll be talking to you people and students or younger minds who are joined with you, and it's a great opportunity. Thank you very much. Today, we will be introduced to one of the greatest rulers of ancient India. His name was Harshavardhan. I think this is so important that he actually increased the joy of his people, and his name was Harshavardhana, the one who increases the joy of people.
Yes, we are ready to listen about this great king, and please tell us about this.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so let me take you way back by about 1300 years or so. This ruler was ruling from Thaneshwar, Kanauj, that is today's Farrukhabad district of Uttar Pradesh, and he was one of the most revered, most liked king of ancient India. He ruled in first half of the 7th century AD. That's how I said that let me take you back to 1300 years of Indian history. We have lot of good sources to know about him. One, the famous book Harshacharitam, written by Banabhatta. Banabhatta was his court poet, and an entire account of this king's early life written in fabulous Sanskrit that is available for our study. We are lucky because in ancient India, very few rulers we get information, such a contemporary information, somebody who lived with that person and wrote about him. And another, which I think is more important, because a court poet obviously will write so many good things about a king, the one who patronizes him, the one who appreciates his literary acumen. But one foreigner who visited during the time of Harshavardhan, he was a Chinese pilgrim. We Indians pronounce him in different ways, Xuan Shuang or Yuan Shuang or Yuan Shuang, but generally we know that around 7th century this was the Chinese pilgrim who visited India. And today, when we Indians are a bit nervous about our relation with China, Indo-China relations are a little strained today, but certainly India stands for peace. And in this peace building process, India's contact with China way back in 7th century AD, and an emperor of ancient time welcoming a Buddhist scholar to his court, giving him lot of honor, and that pilgrim goes back to China and writes about China and writes about this king. And that's how a very strengthened relationship between India and China that gets built. Because after that, Harshavardhana sends envoys to China, Chinese send embassies to Harshavardhana's court, and this contact is made more or less permanent after that. So this is very important that we know about Harshavardhan. This Yuan son, when he came to India, his main intention was to learn Buddhism from the land of Buddha. Harshavardhana, to begin with, was not a Buddhist. He was a Shaivite. He followed Shaivism. But the beauty of the polity of this time in India is that may the ruler be follower of a particular faith, they used to be absolutely respectful and open to the other faiths. And that's how Harshavardhana was so happy to welcome a Chinese Buddhist pilgrim to his court. Now, this is something in the present disturbed times we can take as a wonderful inspiration coming from ancient India. It does not disturb a person having a particular faith, but respecting the other faith. So, Harshavardhana and Yuan Sing's close association is very important for us. What happened during that time? Harshavardhana convened a big, attended by thousands of people, many important rulers of the times, and many Buddhist and other scholars in his capital city, Kannauj. And Yuan was given the position of the main lead acharya, the main lead teacher in this conference. Now that is so important. This was to build bridges between various faiths and come to terms of acceptance of each other's principles. And this is what very importantly both these great personalities did. Harshavardhana from the Indian side and Yuan from the Chinese side. Another thing is that Harshavardhana also generously donated to the Buddhist establishment at Nalanda. This Nalanda, the ancient site, is near Bakhtiyarpur in Bihar, and few decades ago, archaeological excavation was done at that place, and we have found that yes, there was a huge establishment, and that is to the level of being called a university. Now that university was established before the times of Harshavardhana, but Harshavardhana made sure that the university sustains economically, having its own source of income. How did he do it? He donated revenues of 100 villages to this center of learning. Now, just try to understand that the times were not so peaceful always. There used to be wars, there used to be ambitions of various kings, and in such situations, these institutions could be suffering because the royal patronage or the patronage coming from the important personalities will be hampered during such war times. But suppose if the institution has got the source of income of its own, then these difficult times, the times when there are wars also, the university will not be disturbed. So this is one of the biggest contributions that you can see of this king to the learning. And Yuan Sun.
Yes, I think he is also very literate, and I think he has written author of 3 Sanskrit books also, which later on.
Yes, of course. But yeah, I would certainly give a bit on that. But before that, Yuan Sun stayed in that university, University of Nalanda, and he has written his memoirs. So it is not just some Indians praising about their own king, but it is a foreigner, and that too a foreigner coming from China is writing about this king, his patronage to learning. Now coming to his own scholarship, this king Harshavardhan himself was a Sanskrit scholar, and there are some books credited to him, and we can see that how principles of polity and the king's benevolence, king being very supportive to his subjects as principle that he promotes through his writings. There are 3 dramas which are attributed to him. Those dramas in Sanskrit literature are taken as the best classics. So one is Nagananda, one is Ratnavali, and one is Priyadarshika. So in Nagananda, I think, which is very important for us to look, that king is trying to promote the principle of compassion, karuna, which is the highest principle in Buddhism, through his drama. The hero of the drama offers his own body, sacrifices himself to save a naga. Now, naga means a serpent. In the human hierarchy, we can say that it was a very lower being, right? It was just a creature. But a person tries to save that creature by sacrificing his own body. And that is the theme, that is the hero of Harshavardhana's drama. I think this is so much in tune with our ancient tradition of compassion, sacrifice, and trying to bring peace and trying to resolve the conflicts, because this hero's sacrifice, he sacrificed his body to the eagle, Garuda, because Garudas, the eagles, they eat the snakes. So for saving the snake, this hero Jibutavahana, he offered his body. So then the Garuda had a remorse. He thought that I ate something which was not my food. I was not supposed to eat this person. I was supposed to eat a snake. So then he promised Jibutavahana that henceforth I will not hunt these snakes. So the snakes' lives were survived. So what I mean to say is that that kind of a tension, that kind of a conflict that was resolved by compassion, by sacrifice. And this king, you can imagine a king writing such a drama, what kind of ideal he is presenting before his people. So I think for today we can stop here, and in future maybe we can talk more about Harshavardhana's some other achievements. But I think if our young minds start reading more about it and knowing firsthand what this king has done from his own works and from the works of Banabhatta and Yuan Sung, it would be great. And also, as I said, that during these difficult times, the tension times between India and China, and when India is standing for peace, these ancient traditions of peaceful interaction between India and China, I think all of us, we must remember and respect. Thank you very much.
Yes, it is so pleasure to talk to you. And I just want to add one thing. Though he was a Shivite by religion, Harshvardhan, but he has given lot of freedom to Buddhism and he is impressed by Buddhism. So we'll be discussing more about Harshvardhan in our coming series. For today, it is so wonderful to talk to you, madam. We'll be talking with you again on the same subject tomorrow. Till then, bye-bye. You take care.
Namaste. Thank you.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and yesterday we discussed about the feedback, and we would like to continue on the same subject today. And to discuss further, I'd like to invite my friend from London, Mr. Neville Gun.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. I know it's pretty wet there. It's not particularly great weather over here. It's just that time of year, I suppose. And looking at the news, we're getting loads of feedback, aren't we? Some people call it communication, but a journalist is feeding back what's happening out there. And it's all pretty doom and gloom, frankly. I mean, there's no really good news. COVID, sadly, is still there and on the rise. The second wave is coming in. Europe's talking about another lockdown. Low travel. The travel industry is in a particularly difficult situation. But let's look at what we can do about it. And we can do something about it if we start giving ourselves some feedback. We started the conversation yesterday, and there's a great phrase out there, CK. And I'd like you to start this conversation off, if you don't mind. Feedback is the breakfast of champions. It's a well-known phrase. I see it on many corridors within the captains of industry, in boardrooms around the world. It says feedback is the breakfast of champions. Sometimes there's a dinner plate with a big breakfast on it, like the full English, as many people will know it. Eggs, bacon, sausage, beans, etc., etc. And it says Ken Blanchard. Now, Ken Blanchard, is a really well-researched individual. He looks at behavioral change, he looks at performance, and a lot of people have read several of his books. But this one phrase, feedback is the breakfast of champions. What on earth does that mean?
Neville, I think yesterday we discussed about why people are scared to take feedback, to absorb feedback, because feedback is given to improve their own offerings and themselves. So knowing very well that the feedback of any kind, even negative feedback, is going to help them. Still, so many professionals, so many senior people are not willing to take feedback, and I would like to use this word "scared" to take the feedback because I think they are sort of insecure about it. Now, going back to your question, breakfast. I see breakfast there, so obviously it must be having some meaning. But I think logically, if I have to answer you, feedback should be the first thing you should do in the morning. if I have to analyze this. But I leave it to you to enlighten me on this.
Well, it's good because we've started the conversation. You know, you're giving feedback of you're seeing. So let's analyze this. I mean, there are people on this which lasts for quite a considerable period of time, well over a day, sometimes 2 days. And why they do it is because it's really important that we get feedback. We give each other feedback all the time. You know, when the sun is up there and you smile at the sun, as most people do, don't they? Do you smile at the sun?
Absolutely, it is a very
well.
good.
There you go. Exactly. You know, I like the sun on my face. You know, we pay a fortune to go and find the sun in the UK. You know, we go to Europe and we find the sun. We sit on the beach and we find the sun. And we look up and we smile at the sun. You know, because for some reason it's lovely feedback. It gives me that warm feeling, and it's as simple as that, really. And Ken Blanchard's saying is feedback is the breakfast. As you said, breakfast, first meal of the day. Start the day off well. What about what's in the breakfast? It's fairly consistent because you have breakfast every day. I mean, my day starts with a cup of black coffee, an espresso with some water. I take the water, then I drink the coffee, then I take more water. It's just the way I do it, you know? And that's become a habit. It's my breakfast habit before I have the real breakfast. So that's my feedback. It's feeding my body. You know, what does breakfast do? It actually feeds your body. It feeds your brain. It feeds the tummy, you know, that it takes away, you know, the nuisance, the noises that your tummy is making about feed me, feed me, feed me. Feed me. Feedback. Feed me. Feedback. Breakfast is the first meal of the day. So, just on a very simple analogy, we're now saying it's consistent, it's very focused because there's a meaning for it. There is a meaning for breakfast. I mean, why do you eat breakfast?
Well, I think to energize, because the whole night you have not eaten anything, and your body needs to get into the groove of starting the day. So you need some energy. I think that is why the breakfast comes. It means basically breaking your fast.
And breaking your fast, exactly. You know, you slept all night, so now you're having a breakfast, a break fast, and that's where the term came from. So when he's bringing this analogy, it's a metaphor, you know? It's the breakfast of, not of everybody, it's the breakfast of champions. So what's a champion?
In today's world, the champion would be the person who's all-rounder, who excel in everything. And if you're talking about business guys, they have to excel in everything of their organizations. So that the CEOs can be a leader, he can be a worker at the same time, and he can be creating some sort of inspiring his team. So inspiration. So a leader has to play multiple hats, and for that you need to be a champion. That means an all-rounder.
Exactly, you know, and in 6 words, you know, feedback is the breakfast of champions. All of a sudden, that we've explained, that phrase has come to life. Why feedback's so important? How it fuels our body. It fuels our growth. It's regular because breakfast is every day. You know, there isn't a time that goes by that you don't have breakfast. You may have a late breakfast, which you might call a brunch, but it's still you're breaking the fast. So if you created the habit of giving feedback from the time you start your breakfast, Imagine what's going to happen in the rest of the day. I mean, frankly, I couldn't wait for lunch because breakfast tends to be quite a small meal, typically. I mean, as I say, you could have the full English, if you like, as we call it over here, and it's a huge plate of food. Or most people, it's a bit of toast, toast and jam, a bit of maybe a croissant. If you go to France, it's the end of a loaf of bread and a coffee. Typically, that's breakfast. Lunch is a bit more wholesome, gets you through the day. Frankly, I can't wait for dinner because that means I'm going to have a huge feast. So all we need to do is to understand what this very simple phrase is. It's the breakfast of champions. We all need champions. We need great leaders around the world. And we're only going to grow if we get feedback. And it doesn't matter, as you said, it's negative or positive. Frankly, it doesn't matter to me. Feedback is feedback. For all those musicians out there, when I heard the term feedback, I was a bit of a headbanger. And feedback to me was when you got too close to the sound and it was whang, and it really did, gave you feedback which you really didn't want, and you would get rid of that noise. But now, actually, feedback means something else. It means we're going to grow. It doesn't matter what feedback you're getting. It's there for us to grow. So take the benefit out of it. Imagine it's breakfast and take the benefit of what a breakfast will do for you. It fuels the body, it fuels the soul, it fuels the brain, and it means we can get through the day. I hope that's made a bit of sense to people, because we see all these wonderful captions around the world, these beautiful pictures that we see on social media where people just throw out a meaning, a sentence. But that sentence has a lot of meaning. This one has huge meaning. Probably one of the best sayings that I think is out there. So I hope that's helped. It's certainly got you thinking today. Yeah, I know it's a bit later in your day, so you've already had breakfast, but I expect you're looking forward to lunch now.
Well, Neville, since you were talking about breakfast, etc., it made me hungry. But let me let me continue what I do, and you are basically concur on what I actually do. Before I leave my bed, I answer my emails. That is my habit for many years. So that gives me a chance to free my mind and think of other things. And the whole day, based on how I responded to my emails, I keep getting these feedbacks. Then my challenge is not to really look at it's it's like saying in a very crude way that ball is in other people's court. So I throw all the balls in the morning, and the whole day pass by getting their inputs. So I think if I have to think more deeply about it, what you're telling me is absolutely right, because when you take the feedback or give feedback in the early in the morning, you have the entire day to take action on those feedbacks.
There you go. It's another reason why it's the breakfast of champions. Start it early. Start the decision making early. Get out there and really go and enjoy yourself. And as they say, there's only one person that can do this. It's not me, and it's not you, CK. It's everyone. It's those that are listening. Look for feedback. Actively encourage feedback. And the best person to acknowledge feedback is you. We'll cover how to acknowledge feedback, maybe on a different arena, because there's a lot of negative feedback out there, and the thing is, there's a way of working with that. And I'll just leave you with something very simple. Despite the fact we get feedback, it's up to us to use it.
Absolutely, Naval. In fact, what you said is very right. This is a very long subject. We can discuss forever on this. Tomorrow is the CEO roundtable. Maybe we can bring this up again, and we can.
Yes, good place. It's a good place. Breakfast. Breakfast round table.
Right, right. So we will catch up a little bit on this subject again tomorrow. And thank you very much for giving all the inputs. These are very valuable for us. We'll catch up again tomorrow, Nebu.
Brilliant. Good to see you, CK. Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. Today we have a very interesting discussion about a person who is in news for some time, and he is Arnab Goswami. Arnab Goswami is a SME's and is born in SME's family of Colonel Manoranjan Goswami and Suprabha Goswami. So, to discuss about his personality, his kind of journalism, I have Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He's been working in different continents and is closely associated with radio broadcasting. So, Sitesh, welcome to the show. How are you today?
Thank you, Kanchan. It's a great day on this side for my side, and I'm sure it is a good day for you as well. I am really well and very charged up, just like Arnab. How are you?
I'm fine. At my side also, things are good. Weather is well, unlike there's no pouring of rains now. So things are perfectly right. And as you know, we are discussing about Arnab, who is trending. He was #1 journalist at the moment in Indian subcontinent. I can say he's also a recipient of Ramnath Goenka Award for Excellence in Journalism. And as you know that he started his career in 1995 with Telegraph and NDTV. And later on, he also joined from 2006 to 2016 in Times Now. And currently, he is heading Republic Media Network, which is trending and also having highest TRP. So, what do you think about the TRP and other aspect of this news giving away?
Well, Kanchan, first of all, I do not believe in any histrionics. I come from the great legacy of the Doordarshan news reporters, All India Radio news reporters, Shammi Narang of those days, if you remember, and Salma Sultan and others of Komal GB Singh, Gitanjali Iyer, and you name it, you have it, including Pranoy Roy, who is now the chairman of NDTV. And so I believe that ratings don't last. Good journalists do. And the other thing is that journalists should be watchdogs and they should not be lapdogs. So in today's life, it is more about the room is filled up with so many journalists, so many media people. And one of the sure shot way of to be heard is to be loud. And therefore, I believe that Arnab is doing a great job. He's really loud. is overboard, decibel levels are too high, really tests a television's decibel limits, and therefore he is doing a great job. Content wise, I will have my reservations. The content, the presentation, yes, histrionics, 10 out of 10. Content, I will have to keep it for some more deep thinking. So yes, that kind of journalism is flourishing, has been flourishing. I mean, today it is Arnab. Some years back we had someone, few other journalists like this. But as I said, in a crowded room, the loudness is a great skill, and therefore Arnab is doing a great job. Republic TV has been compared to, I mean, a lot of some criticism is also there, which is there. I mean, part of parcel of the game. There is criticism about it, and at the same time, he, as you said, he has got Ramnath Goenka Award, but that was in 2008, and he has been, some news broadcasting agency. He has been president as well. But to say that he is not articulate, which I would think, because I always come from a belief that the argument has to be better rather than the voice, rather than the decibel. Whichever debate it is, whether it's a debate on a television or it's a debate in a parliament. What do you say?
I believe some part of your argument at this point of time, but I feel one aspect which is very crucial and very solid when we talk about Arnab is that rise of nationalism, which is, I think, is a requirement of this hour, because we somehow started saying that India is not bad, it is a bad country, and there are no facilities. And we have somehow, the young generation especially, left the feeling of proudness about their country, their culture, their tradition, and the various things which India offers. So I think in one way, Arnab has ignited this issue and this very crucial aspect to feel proud and rise of nationalism. I agree that he is loud among all journalists, but then I also feel that the choice of topics, especially the controversial topics like through defamation case, or we have remarks on Keralite or Palghar mob lynching. These are few crucial issues which he has discussed. And one more point is that he is the one person who is responsible for starting debate on news channel. So that is also goes, I think, a plus point when it comes to journalism, especially in India. What are your views on this?
No, I agree. I completely agree your point about the rise of nationalism. But I would say, Kanchan, that nationalism doesn't come with one label. Nationalism is not about one label, one political party, one ideology, the most popular ideology, and it is also something, it cannot be claimed that one is a better patriot than the other, because there is no scale for it. There cannot be a scale for it. Ultimately, everyone functions under the Constitution and the words written in the Constitution. So to say that nationalism's rise, yes, it is being seen, it is being observed, but to say that that is the only brand of nationalism, it is incorrect. And therefore, I always recommend to my family, to my friends, to my colleagues, sometimes please go and watch Doordarshan News as well. You will be happy. You will feel peace. You will feel at par with what is happening in the country, and you will not see anything that is only sensationalizing 24 hours by the time. And I am so proud of Doordarshan that even in today's hullabaloo of all these branded journalism. Doordarshan still remains, Doordarshan News, English or Hindi or whichever, they still remain the best news channel. And at least the moment you watch all the other news channels and you come back to Doordarshan, you will feel at peace. You will go and have a cup of coffee and you will think, oh, the world revolves anyway. It doesn't stop. And that is my whole point is all about.
No, I think that you are more on the presentation type of issues rather than news or how it is. You want.
So I want content.
Okay.
I want content, and I want balanced content on so many things happening in the world. If you see, one movie star's death has taken 100 days of television content 24/7 for one channel. You go to Doordarshan and you get the balanced news, what is happening across the world. You take up any international channel, there are sensitive news, there are progressive news, there are food news, there are leisure news, there are sports news, there are life. There is life beyond sensationalization, and I'm completely against. And that is the reason the same thing happens to the Fox channel in America. Fox News channel is just based on this sensationalization. And so whichever party one supports, it is about the belief of the journalists. Can you imagine of the journalists of Doordarshan days shouting on top, hurling comments, insulting comments, throwing words, and the words which are, even probably a person like I can really think of a person like Mr. APJ Kalam would have been offended being on Republic Bharat. So I think that it is important to have a great content. It is important to raise the pitch as well. We need to raise the pitch. We have seen everyone does it. It is not just Arnab. I only buy that content which gives me a balanced presentation, balanced content, a balanced news, and at the same time, they can after watching for 2 hours or 3 hours in the morning, I should feel that I got a whole dossier of what is happening around me and not just one topic.
I agree with your point, but there's one issue which I differ is that you mentioned about this film star who is kind of a in suspicion that he's being murdered, but there are people who are saying that he committed suicide. Now, no other channel, what I have gone through various channels, has taken up this particular story the way Arnav has taken up. Earlier it was suicide, later on it came out to be a murder, a cold-blooded murder. So now when you see people only listen to you when you really speak loudly, and it should reach in your ear, it should make massive sound near your eardrums. So so I think I give full marks to Arnab to really taking up and coming out and giving a justice to a person who was claimed by many, not one or two, but most of the people that he has committed suicide. But it came out that he has been murdered, that too in a very bad way. So I give full support to Arnab in terms of his journalistic research, his people who are working in his team and doing a great work. And apart of presentation, I agree. I fully agree. The presentation may be very loud when it comes to Arnab Goswami and the public channel. But as far as content, I feel any topic which he takes up or any of his team member takes up, they have some content in that, and they have the capability, and there are possibility which can really give dent in the journalistic outcome and then in the news itself. So that is one thing which I appreciate about Republic and especially Arnab, because as you mentioned, though Republic TV has been compared with North Korean media and of course Fox News in America, a TV channel, but apart of this, I just gone through all the criticism. I really feel that Arnav and his channel has that capability to reach to young mind and to really be listened by people carefully what he is saying. Unlike Doordarshan, though I appreciate, I worked for Doordarshan for many years, I understand that. And I have a soft corner for Doordarshan also. But though they are journalists, so they take a view which is like Om Shanti view. This 10% of this news, there's 10% of different segment news, maybe another 30% of news, and then sport news. So they are following a parameter or a sequence which I think need to change a little bit. What do you say?
Well, I can only pray that I can see Arnab Goswami in the league of Karan Thapar one day. I can pray that I can see Arnab Goswami in the league of Rajat Sharma, what he is today, what he has made of himself.
I think Arnav has left all these journalists behind. He is way ahead. I think because the kind of people appreciation he's getting, no other journalist has yet, except Pranal Roy when he initially started NDTV. I can agree on this point. But of course, there are Rajat Sharma who has a separate segment and separate fan following. But when it comes to comparison of Arnab Goswami with Rajat Sharma or any other journalist at this point, I think nobody matches him.
Yeah, I think that it's again, we live in a democracy, and like we choose our heroes and heroines, and we have to be choosing our journalists also. So probably Arnab has brought the stardom that was much needed in this space. So he has become like a angry young man of the news channel, and I wish he becomes Amitabh Bachchan of Indian journalism. If he really wishes to become an angry young man, he should choose to become the angry young man of the journalists of India. And I wish that he does what he does best. And I just wish that he raises his content quality rather than the decibel quality, just banking on that. Because decibel quality in Indian democracy, we know that decibel quality rules for a good amount of time, but it does not sustain for a long time. And that's what is the difference between when we say Rajat Sharma or Karan Thapar or Pranay Roy or MJ Akbar and all Sudhir Chaudharys and Shekhar Guptas of this world. So yes, we needed a star. We have a star. Arnab Goswami is a star of Indian journalism. I hope he carries on with this and he reaches greater heights and he becomes dependable, more and more dependable.
Yes, I also think that he has started a different trend, especially in journalism, where journalists are not scared of putting their point of view. And I also noticed in his program that if you are a good debater or if you have a point to really counter his point or anybody pro-government point, has been taken, appreciated, has taken well with the panelist. Have you noticed this kind of approach or attitude during his shows?
I have observed, Kanchan, that he doesn't take any comment negative. And that is the same thing as you have been saying. That's what you said. And I'm saying he's not taken even a pinch of salt from the other part of the argument. So that's why being the loudness means my way or highway, which works well because people are paid to come on his channel. People come on his channel. People also go to other channels also. there are spokespersons. So interestingly, I heard that for the political parties, they have chosen a spokesperson to go to all other channels and only very special spokesperson to go on our Bharat channel or Republic TV channel, because it is not easy to handle the heat and the salvo that he throws. So he is a great debater. There is no doubt about it. He and I think that his unique selling point is his voice, his loudness, his decibel levels, and combined with his actions going ahead, launching FIRs and the kind of team he has developed. His team will become as like a, our IPL team of Indian journalism. In that T20 session, they will run behind, they will do everything to get a scoop, a worth of news from each and every matter that they are looking into. They are choosing and going behind. But he is definitely riding a very, very thin rope in terms of choosing between the setup. And he must note, if he has to go very, very long way beyond the decades, where governments change, political masters change, industrialists change, people change. If he has to go a long way, he has to be a really, really a long-term player rather than a few years short-term player.
Yes, actually, his parental grandfather was a lawyer, and his maternal grandfather was elected legislator from Communist Party and served as an opposition. So no wonder I can understand from where this discussion and debating skill has come from. But at the same time, I feel that Arnav has a lot of challenges to face, especially if we see today's scenario. And I also feel that being journalist is one of the fourth pillar of democracy. It has to be powerful and has to show people what is right and what is wrong. And I think more than 50% of work which Arnab is doing, I think it's clearing mind of people and showing across what's happening, especially when we see mob lynching, Palgan mob lynching. And I prefer and I feel that he has long way to go and a long way to really think about sustainability of this kind of journalism in India. What are your ideas?
Right. He has to be if he has to sustain, he has to be a long-term player. And that long-term player has to withstand many governments in a 40-50 year career. Many governments, many ideologies, regimes change, electorate changes, content also changes, tones change, but the core, the ethics remain. I believe what he is being seen today, his core and ethics remain the same. He has no doubt inspired a lot of new journalists, young journalists. I'm sure wherever he goes to address these graduates, he gets a standing ovation. And his courage is commendable. But at the same time, the sustainability factor is also needs to be seen, so that he can become MS Dhoni of Indian journalism or Amitabh Bachchan of Indian journalism, if he is being portrayed as such.
Yes, so all the best to Arnav, and let him keep giving good news and establish a good journalism in Indian subcontinent. So we'll be discussing more about different issues in our next episode. Till then, bye-bye. It was so wonderful to talk to you, Sitesh.
Thank you. The nation definitely wants to know this, Kanchan.
All the best. Thanks. Bye.
Good morning, Neville.
Very good morning to you, CK, and another bright sunny week starting in London.
It is quite hot in India as well, and we are still in lockdown. It is day 27th today. So I have a bit of information for you that some of the states have extended the lockdown in India. Earlier, the lockdown was up till May 3rd. Now, some of the states in India have today announced the lockdown will extend till May 7th. So I think some of us are going to be in lockdown for a very long time. But the good news is that so far, India as a country is conducting a lot of tests, and the fatality rate is lower than the other European countries in India. And also the number of cases, positive cases that the Indian government has announced are lesser than the European and the American numbers. So we have not yet flattened the curve, but I think we have to wait for another 6 to 7 days to really see the curve being flattened. So that is a bit of good news from my side.
Well, that's excellent news, and it's something to smile about, especially as we're tripping through the alphabet. So smile. Why don't you smile?
I am
It's worth smiling about because it's really good news.
I'm
I'm
smiling.
Excellent, excellent, and we're on S. So why don't we hit the word smile? Or in fact, what we're going to do is going to hit the word smiles. Okay, because that's quite a long word. And the interesting thing is, when we're very young, we smile a lot. You look at a baby, and it's very difficult to see a baby that isn't happy, unless they're crying their eyes out, But most babies have got a smile on their face. In fact, if you look around the web currently and you look for GIFs of babies, they're all smiling. Whereas the adults don't smile a great deal. But let me ask you a little quiz. What's the longest word in the world?
I've heard this word. It's quite difficult. I don't really remember, but I think it goes into 2 to 3 sentences. I think that's one word. That's the longest word that I know of. I'm sorry,
Well,
I don't know the answer.
No. Someone said to me, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Are you sure this is the longest
word? And it begins with S, amazingly enough. But very simply, the longest word in the world is smiles. Because between the S at the beginning and the S at the end, there's a mile in between.
Right.
Yeah, that brought a small smile on your face.
Right.
But it could. Joking aside, we don't smile enough. But let's do something. Really simple here. And you're my guinea pig of the day. You haven't even got a choice whether to volunteer or not. You are the volunteer. What I'd like you to do is to look up up to the ceiling. Get a firm look on the ceiling, and I want you to have a big smile on your face. That's it. So, big smile on your face, and big beaming smile. You've got to look up at the ceiling, and a big smile on your face. And what I'd like you to think of is something negative without losing the smile. Now, the thing about that is, it's not easy, is it?
I can't do that because I am thinking about smiling right now.
Exactly. So if you're smiling, trying to think of something negative while you're smiling, your brain is now confused and it says, well, actually, I'd rather smile because that's happier. That's easier because we don't have to think much to smile. So consequently, if we smile, we can't think of things negative.
Right.
And it's one of the simplest things you can do to start reducing your what we call behavioral waste, which doesn't begin with an S, by the way. It's a B and a W. But the thing is, by smiling, we can actually start to reduce some of the negative. So when you're working with your team, especially on this interactive arena that we are today, when we're locked in at home and our only real communication is digital with our team, smile.
It's infectious. Even by me just saying smile, you smiled. You know, so it's just it's illogical, really, but it's really simple, and it gets things moving. And if you've noticed when you're walking down the street, I mean, we notice all the time when we're walking around, people that don't normally talk to each other, if you smile over and say good morning, they're forced to smile back. It's an automatic reaction. It's very difficult not to smile at someone that's smiling.
So, Neville, I think what you're trying to tell us is that always be happy, and that is infectious. I'll share some experience with you right now. So, when I was in US, people always say, "How are you?" Right? But they don't ever smile. It's like it's a very stern, very, very stubborn kind of expression. If you meet somebody, "How are you?" without smiling, right? So I think that's, and they are not waiting to hear your answer. They will simply say, "It's like a custom. How are you?" and they walk away. So I think, I think another thing we need to learn from what you're saying is that we need to be always happy within ourselves and smile always, all the time.
It's a simple thing, and as you say, there's lots of automatic reactions and automatic sayings. So I would regularly, when I had a proper job back in the 80s and 90s, I would go into an office on a daily basis, and I'd walk through, and if typically I was first in the office, so I didn't have to say hello to anybody apart from the cleaner that was leaving. But I would say hello, good morning, how are you? And the cleaner would smile back, But when the team came in, and I would wander out and just say, hello, how are you? How's your weekend? And have a smile. It's infectious. People will respond to it. So although we're under lockdown and the majority of the time you're just looking at a screen, smile, because that comes from within. And the more you do it, it's not just an issue of being happy. It's being content, and if you're content, then you're relaxed. And the more relaxed you are, the faster you can think about things. And all of these things they're almost syndicated together. So if I'm relaxed, I'm actually incredibly productive. If I'm under stress, not stress that I'm enjoying, because there is an enjoyable amount of stress. That's another letter S, by the way. Not one that I would recommend. But for some reason, a lot of students like to put themselves under stress because they hand in their assignments at the very last minute, for whatever reason. But some people work that way. But if you smile your way through it, then life is a lot easier. This isn't difficult. It's not rocket science, and it's very simple. And you think, well, it can't be as simple as that. The answer is, that's another S, simple. There was a phrase, I don't know if you recall this phrase, keep it simple, kiss.
Yeah.
And some people would keep it simple, stupid might be on the end, depending upon where you were in the world. Because it didn't mean stupid. It meant keep it simple, stupid, because if you make it complicated, you're going to be stupid because people won't understand it.
Right. So I think the learning for today is keep it simple and keep smiling. That will make the life very easy for all of us. We will be more productive. We will not be able to. We will not be, complicated for others to understand, and we will not be complicated ourselves for us to be more stressed. So I think these are certain learnings for us for today, Neville.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you start simple, the day will just fly by. So when you're talking to your team today, smile.
Certainly, I will do that.
And we'll be back tomorrow with a tea.
Yes, I wonder what that tea is.
Well, it won't be tea. Anyway, enjoy your day, CK, and smile, everybody, because life's beautiful.
Certainly, and thank you so much, Neville. Be safe, be positive. We'll catch up tomorrow again.
High five.
High five.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Let me also welcome my friend and my mentor from UK, Mr. Neville Gund.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. A nice, beautiful Tuesday morning in the UK. So what are we going to talk about today, CK? What's new? What's buzzing out there? What are you seeing?
First of all, let me compliment you for wearing such a bright shirt on a Tuesday. I think it's great.
The flamingos are out. Yeah, I don't have many of these bright shirts, I must admit, but certainly it's brought a smile on a few people's faces today. So why not wear it?
Great. So I think I've been also reading your book, which is Can You Handle the Truth? And it's a pretty interesting read. I'm enjoying the book thoroughly because it's related to what I do. And so I can relate to what conditions and interpretations that you have written and your co-author as well. So today I would like to talk about that. And the very fact is that you had written this book last year, and you had mentioned in your book about global impact and local consolidation. So I think that is very interesting because that was last year when none of this situation the entire globe is in today had existed. So I think I would only feel that as a reader, I think that you had a foresight, but I'd like to ask you about it.
Well, we had no foresight at all, I can tell you, no crystal ball. But it was the way John and I feel about the way we should be looking at markets these days. The digital world has really made the world very, very small. No longer are we looking at the world as a satellite going to Mars. We're actually zooming in to people's, kitchens and bedrooms and back gardens. But we had no foresight whatsoever, I can assure everybody. We chose the chapter title very, very carefully. So what does that mean to you? Global impact and consolidation on a local basis. What does that actually come across to mean to you?
Well, I will give you a very interesting answer. Being an Indian, I work for the Indian industry and we support the globe. Whichever company, in my corporate career, wherever I worked, I think I always talked about how many people I know in North America, in Australia, and even though I knew a lot of people in India, but the employer didn't listen. They didn't count that at all. They said, okay, fine, how much business you can bring from North America, from US, from UK, and so on and so forth. And this has happened for last 20 years. Whichever company I worked for, they wanted to leverage my global connections. And I also wanted to play on that because, there is ready business waiting to happen and the employer is asking for it. But personally, I always felt that India as a market is a great market, which nobody listened, which nobody even cared. And in all my interviews, has always maintained that, there are very big deals happening in India and everyone should concentrate in Indian market. So It's a sort of a it's a sort of a very surprising picture. Indian companies are going and selling to Americans, and then there is a void in India. So who's coming and selling in India? Because obviously there are large corporations in India also. So the Americans are coming and selling in India. So I think my take on this particular thing is, I think we have been very foolish not looking at our own home market. And I draw all the conclusions from SAP. Well, SAP started selling ERP. They first look at their backyard. They first hit the J curve in Germany, and then they became a global company. So I think that is where my take is. I don't know whether I'm making sense, but this is what I feel truly, that we have been very foolish by not looking at the local market that we exist today.
You're making perfect sense, CK, and you've explained it brilliantly in a big business arena. That while we don't look locally and we've got a perfect product that fits locally, someone from somewhere else is filling the gap. So why aren't we doing it? Many years ago, I started a company which was a small maintenance company. And it was really just to employ young unemployed people with no experience whatsoever and get them into a can-do attitude, and would do little maintenance jobs. So not least, when they become a homeowner or they rent a flat, they're going to have to paint and decorate. They can't afford to pay for a paint and decorator. So it's a really good skill set, frankly. And even today, I do plumbing around the house and things like that. So what I noticed then, and it really did make me laugh, and John and I had a good giggle when we were writing the book, but I said, I've seen plumbers that on the side of their van, plumbers advertise on the side of their van because it's obvious, it moves around the place, and it's a great form of advertising. It's constantly moving so people can see it visually. So on the side of this plumber's van in the local area where we were working said something about any plumbing problem, we'll fix it. And it gave a Canterbury number. Now, Canterbury doesn't make much sense to you. You don't even know where Canterbury is, probably, or if you've heard of it, you're not quite sure what the context is. But Canterbury is 60 miles away from where we were. This plumber was coming 60 miles to a client in Bexley. And I just wondered then how many Bexley plumbers were travelling 60 miles for a plumbing job in Canterbury. Now, 60 miles doesn't sound a great deal, does it? But in traffic, it's a good hour, You can only do 60 mile an hour, roughly, on average on these roads. So it's a good hour's travelling. Why on earth would anyone want to physically travel for an hour to do a job for 2 hours and then come back another hour back to their home base? Why wouldn't you pick up the phone to a plumber in Canterbury and say, I've won this job. Why don't you go and do it for me? We'd become friends over the years, and you can just pay me a commission or just give me a job that you find locally to me. Do a trade. And this was the whole concept that John and I came up with this about the globalization and the consolidation locally. So if you can build your network, and a strong network, you can become global very, very quickly. And SAP are an absolutely brilliant example. And in many respects, if we go back 100 years, Ford were another fantastic example. They sold in their local market. Why? Because the advertising was difficult, even physical transport. Let's face it, the Ford motor car was one of the first utility cars that were out there. So not many people were traveling by motor car. It was all by, steam engine, the railways. So when you're thinking globally, act locally. That's the simple message. Get to know your local market really well. Open your door, contact all of your local business people, whether they're competing with you or they look like a good collaboration, it doesn't actually matter. Go and have a conversation, see what you can do together. Let's really open up this idea of globalization, but localization. And then all of a sudden, you won't get all of these foreign companies coming in locally. Not that that's a bad deal, by the way, because I actually believe in free competition. But you can effectively close up the market because you've got a perfect solution on the doorstep. And the nice thing is, people see you, they know you. This is all about buying from who you know. So that's the reason we wrote the chapter, really, just to think, you don't have to bring in someone from 6,000 miles away, because you've probably got someone locally that can solve the problem. And they're probably more willing to solve the problem locally because they live there.
And the interesting thing is, Neville, you wrote all this last year and you were only thinking logically. Why? I mean, this plumber, if he drive for another 10 kilometers, he will hit the ocean, either English Channel or somewhere in Atlantic.
Exactly. Exactly. But it just didn't. I mean, we're talking about the other knock-on impact here is global warming. Why spend all this time traveling when you can actually do it over Skype or Zoom or WebEx or any other type of medium that's currently available? And I do believe that there is a lot to be said about pressing the flesh, the physical nature of being there, because other things happen. But if you're smart, you can make things happen. You can have many more conversations, many more productive conversations. And as you say, it's a logical thing to do. This is not rocket science. This isn't, we're sending a probe to Mars to find out what's on Mars. So you might say, well, we know about everything in the globe. We know about the deepest seas, the ocean. We know nothing, really. We know very, very little about our own planet. And yet we're inundated with all this data that we're gathering from other planets. Well, it's a slight diversification from our usual chat. But the point is, if we really believe in impacting the planet, we should be thinking more locally. We can walk to the marketplace. We don't have to drive to the marketplace. And even if we do have to drive, we can get an electric vehicle locally, green energy to go locally. So we don't have to necessarily negatively impact the environment by all of this global style of travel.
Absolutely. In fact, now we are all doing, thinking global and trying to find clients locally, all of us. And look what has happened, in just a flash of light, India banned 59 Chinese applications and the biggest hit was TikTok. What happened? Just less than 48 hours, there was an Indian replacement available. So why we didn't think about it all these years? Why we were using TikTok all these years when the local solution was also available. So like that, we have been going all over the place without completely ignoring that there is a local market available, which can probably give more revenue or even better revenue, and you will save all the operational cost of taking a flight, taking a cab, paying in dollars. All that can be saved.
Exactly. And then what you can do on the global market is trade technology.
work with and collaborate with technology on a global basis. In which case, then logically it will ratchet up much quicker. We will really get the advancements we need. I mean, let's just take, again, a slight aside, but one of the biggest problems in the digital world today is that we're human. We don't think digitally. We've got all of this AI, which to some people is artificial intelligence, to other people it's augmented intelligence, and yet they're using the same hashtag. So we seem to be in this state of confusion. We are human. We do not think digitally. We think far quicker than digital. I mean, this is a massive computer up here, and we don't really use it well enough. But when we go for a digital solution, we should think about the human element first. Engaging people, getting people on board. So, for instance, there's no point in creating an app that you like that no one else likes. Now, that'd be pretty stupid, wouldn't it? Without getting feedback from other people. So if that's pretty stupid, then why don't we engage the whole organization or the whole country in a digital drive and give people the real reason and the purpose around the digital drive so that they can get behind it? To me, it's relatively simple, but it relies upon the human element. And we've got to think differently now. And the chapter in that book, hopefully, helps people think differently. Yeah, there's a huge world out there, but why not find out if it works on your own doorstep? Because it's a lot easier and it will be a lot cheaper. And you won't have a cultural difference because you know the culture. These are all pretty simple things to get your head around. But for some reason, we think, oh, I've got this product, I'm going to send it out digitally and I'm going to be a millionaire. It doesn't quite work like that. Prove it locally, get everyone behind you, work within your own culture, drive it so that you get the best out of it. And then, as you say, like SAP, give it to the world. Because the world will be ready for it. That's the key. It's not a difficult message, really. But if you're going to look global, think local.
I think I'm very intrigued about the fact that you and John had written about this last year when there was everything going global, and there was no Brexit, there was nothing of that sort, and now there is Brexit. There is local impetus. A lot of local businesses are coming every day. 3 new apps are being launched. I mean, were we sleeping all these days? Now suddenly we are launching 3 apps, every day. So I think now there is a clear focus. I mean, that could have been done 10 years back. We knew if this is a country of 1.3 billion people, there are so many people here, there are so many consumers. We knew about it. It's a big consumer market. But what is happening? We are going all over the world and we are saying, oh, our industry, we are manufacturing automobile is like $200 billion business. IT $100 billion business. So we were just counting these dollars, ignoring our own backyard. I mean, I went to Brazil a few years back, and I was surprised that the internal consumption of IT is so high. It's even more than the US. They have scanners, and everything is centralized. Even voting system is centralized. So I was surprised. The only because these Brazilians are looking at the local market. They have a language issue because they speak Portuguese, which nobody understands. But that's a different matter. But they are.
But it may be the reason why they've kept local. And the good thing is, it's done them a good turn. So they may have been able to speak easily with the Russians and the Portuguese, but I don't know. I've not really looked into the economic underlying impact of Brazil. But it may be the fact that I've done work
done work with Brazil and Brazilian oil and gas many years ago, and it was difficult because they had a very nationalistic approach, which was nothing wrong with it. It's just that, well, it needs to be kept in Brazil. We need to be focused on Brazil, which is great, frankly, you know. And I think that's the way all businesses should be today. We need to think what's going to work for our organization, our customers in this particular area, and give it your best shot. And yes, you're going to have to do it digitally, you know, but work it in one area first. Get it honed to the point where it is able to be modular change. There was another influence of that particular chapter, and it comes from a guy called E.F. Schumacher. When I was studying economics at school many years ago, we were given a book to read called Small is Beautiful. It's a great read, by the way. I don't think it's in print, so you might be able to get a digital copy or a very, very old copy. But it basically said that every business has a modular size. So it is scalable, but it's scalable to a point, and then it's scalable by a replication. But it did say that the human element, unfortunately, isn't scalable because we're not robots. Now, this was written, I think, in the late 60s, early 70s. Shows my age, really. But I did it for O-level, and it was a fascinating read. Not an easy read by any stretch of the imagination, but it was a fascinating read, and it is so pertinent to today, the model of the world today. So there is a modular maximum size. So if you think of something physical, I mean, even with some of the biggest distribution depots that Amazon have created, there is a footprint which is the maximum. Anything above that footprint, actually, you get diminishing returns. And that's what the whole book was about. But it talked about, high street bookshops and projected that they would disappear because something would overtake them, and this was when the high street bookshops didn't have chains. There wasn't a chain of bookshops. They were all individually owned bookshops, and that's the whole point. Small is beautiful to a point. We've now got that opportunity to take it to the next level and have that modular approach, and it's not just modular, but it's that digital approach. What can we do digitally in our organization to make it work? What could we do if the technology changed? So always have that thought process going forward, but more importantly, how can we make it work better now? Pretty simple,
Absolutely. So, viewers, ladies and gentlemen, if you are a career coach, leader, CXO, you must read this book. The book is called Can You Handle the Truth? Written by my friend, Mr. Neville Gunt. It was definitely pleasure talking to you, Neville, and understanding.
And you, CK. And you. And good luck, everybody. Get out there, get doing it. If you're not, someone else will.
Yes, and the key here is being vocal for local. I think that is a paraphrase that we can use today.
There you go. That's an Indian phrase for you.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Nice to see you, CK. See you tomorrow. Soti Wednesday.
Yes, Neville, tomorrow is Soti Wednesday, and we will catch up with the Soti Award contestants tomorrow again. Until then, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. I'm also one of the co-founders of this company, and today I would like to talk to my fellow citizens, Indians, and convey a message. As we all know that India as a country is a large country. It has a more than 1.3 billion people as a population, which is almost like 25% of the global population. So it has a huge impact on the world economy. And the Indian government has also set up a target that, rather two targets. One is Make in India. That means more and more work has to come into India. And the second large target for Indian citizens is to reach a $5 trillion economy. Now, as you can see that while we can continue to make our own plans individually and as organizations, the 5 trillion economy dream that we need to achieve as far as our government is concerned, they have set up a target for all of us. The issue there is a skill which are required. So there are certain skills which are being taught in the colleges and universities, and then certain skills may not be relevant for the future. For example, if there are skills which are related to something which is repeatable, those kind of skills may not have too much value in time to come, simply because those skills may be taken over by the artificial intelligence uh, and automation. So, what we need as Indians for getting more and more work coming back to India from the globe is these skills. So, we all know that we need various skills, and we need a lot of people being trained into different kind of skills, and that is when the $5 trillion economy dream will be fulfilled. Now, it has a very strong relationship. If there are no skills, there are no work, and there is no work, there is no 5 trillion economy. Having made this point, I'm sure most of you agree that success in life or achieving a target has nothing to do with your money or uh, the backing or whatever you can do for your company and for yourself. The two major qualities which are required in order to be successful and in order to achieve your dream is the leadership. Second is the teamwork. So these are the two qualities which are definitely required in addition to the skills that we need to develop. Because if there's no leadership and there is no um, attitude to work as a team, then it will be difficult to execute global contracts and generate revenue for the country. So I think these are the two skills which are very important, which is leadership and the ability to work as a team. So team player. These are the two major qualities which are required and which are very very critical for India to develop. In addition to create new job opportunities and also create new skills, which will bring a lot of projects back into India. So as a professional um, and as an organization, as a professional, I would like to help my fellow citizens and you know impart these leadership skills for whoever wants our help. We will make you better leader, better team player. And the why I'm saying this is important, uh, because nobody is training leadership. Even if you want to be trained in leadership, it is very difficult to learn the leadership skills in a classroom. It has to be learned by doing things. And that is why people like me can impart our life journey and our experience with new budding skilled people and help them to be a better leader. And most important is to be able to work together as a team, and that is when the India will excel, and that is when we will basically achieve the dream of becoming a $5 trillion economy. So with this small message, um, you can write to me. My website details are given below here. uh, you can reach out to me, and I will be more than willing to help and share my experience, and make sure that if you approach me, I will create a leader out of you. So with this, I like to say goodbye to you until next time. Bye bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant, and welcome to Akulmach. And today in Doctor Speak, we would like to discuss something which affects a lot of people. Actually, it is something called sleeplessness. There is a medical term for it, and therefore, let us invite the doctor, Dr. Pooja Bedi from Shimla. She is joining us, and we will discuss more about this. So, how are you, Dr. Pooja?
Good afternoon, CK. I'm absolutely fine. This is a pleasure to connect with you every time.
It is our pleasure. And, doctor, that many people are suffering from something called less sleep hours, like including myself. I cannot sleep more than 5 hours or 6 hours. And whatever I do, I even, relax or do whatever, I get up in 5 and a half. My total daily sleep is only 5 hours or maximum 5 hours, 30 minutes. I'm sure there are people who are even sleeping less. So I think this is something which is suffering many people. Would like to take your opinion on this.
Yes, CK, as you yourself actually clearly answered the question that you sleep for 5 hours, and if you are feeling perfectly fine the very next day, it's absolutely fine. But if it is troubling your daily chores and your day-to-day work activity, your personal life, then definitely it's something that we have to cater for. So, sleep is basically defined in two different population groups in terms of quantity and quality. So, even in spite of sleeping for 5 hours, that the quantity wise it is little less, but if the quality of the sleep is good, then it really is not much of the concern. If you are able to get into deep sleep, if all the stages of the sleep pattern is covered, it is absolutely fine. But for some people, for certain population, it varies. For them, the quantity also matters. Like if they keep on looking at the watch that I slept today for 5 hours, I had a good sleep because I slept for 8 hours. So quantity in some population it matters, but more or less it's about the quality of the sleep we have. So there's a term called sleep hygiene. So how do we make sure and consider all those parameters so we get good quantity as well as the quality of the sleep? Both of them are very, very important. It's not that the quantity isn't important. You do require, everybody requires, as per the age group, a good sleep of 6 to 8 hours every day to stay active and healthy in all the different parameters of the health, the way we define or the WHO defines it. So it's very crucial to have a good sleep of 6 to 8 hours and a good quality sleep in order to stay healthy. So that's absolutely fine if you're sleeping for 5 hours and you're active other day and it's not troubling your work schedule or your personal life. It's absolutely fine.
Doctor, I think I will ask you one very pertinent question. Why I'm sleeping for 5 hours or little over 5 hours? Simply because before I hit the bed, I have my emails to answer, and before I
Mm.
get up, I have again my emails to answer, things to do. So I'm actually sleeping along with my mobile, and I'm sure a lot of people are doing that. I know it's wrong, but there is no way we can help it because it's like some sort of work that you want to get rid of so that your day is more productive. So I think all of us are doing that. I clean my emails in the evening, as well as before I leave the bed I finish all my emails. So this is what is happening also. What is the side effect of using mobile when you go for sleep?
Oh, yes, that's a very, very apt question for today's time. See, as you correctly mentioned, that the looking at laptop or any mobile, and you want to be clutter free before you go to sleep. So all this kind of blue light exposure, it definitely affects the secretion of some melatonin. That's a sleep hormone. So if you trouble that particular hormone, you're not going to get a good quality and quantity sleep, which is so crucial for the next day of working. So somehow the individual is required to do the scheduling in such a manner that whatever the clutter of the work that you want to sort it out, you should do it little prior rather than going it to bed. In fact, they say that on the bed is only meant to be sleeping. It's only made for the sleeping purpose. So if you add on your work there, you're adding on the unnecessary stress also. So my recommendation is ki please either you be little relaxed and do the cluttering thing, clearing of the clutter maybe in the morning, or your work that you want to finish, get up little early in the morning rather than exposing yourself to the blue light and troubling the balance of the melatonin, which in turn will definitely affect the sleep cycle. So it's so crucial that you please or that particular individual must not use any blue light device before getting to bed. So it's ideally recommended either you can get up an hour early. That's perfectly fine and do your work at that particular status. But in case you think that it is going to trouble your sleep, then I highly recommend please do it a little early so that you are giving your eyes and your mind a little calming, soothing, sleep hygiene factor and a parameter where you get into good deep sleep. So please schedule it. It's not that difficult also.
Yeah, but the reality is that if you can get rid of, you see, people like me would be getting 200 to 300 emails or messages of different types on daily basis. So it's a lot of work replying to people, and if you don't reply, it looks like something which is not professional. I mean, suppose you say yes, no, or if you don't respond to that person, it appears sort of a bad practice, bad professional practice. So if you can say that I'm free, not free, etc., even a small reply would maintain your professionalism. So only for that perspective we actually try to close all these email loops, and it has been going on for last many years since we started our career. It's been there. But I think I have done a lot of reading that blue light creates a lot of sleeplessness in people. And now what has happened is that if I don't finish my work, I have another worry in my mind. I have not finished. So it has sort of become a habit, but I know it is wrong. However, this is a typical case for a person like me, but there could be people who may be affected by some sort of serious condition where they don't even get to sleep 2 3 hours, or they don't even get to sleep. In those cases, what is the remedy?
uh, Coming to the first part where you think where we are, I myself include in your category, because professionalism definitely comes up sometime where you have to be available at odd hours also. So that's perfectly fine if it is happening on odd hour basis. But for people with, if this is happening on routine basis, that you are getting exposed to blue light or you're on your laptops or mobiles to reply to people, so I will recommend first thing that please do the meditation before going to sleep. I'm not saying do it for 30, 40 minutes. No, that's not required at all. A good meditation of, in fact, of 7 to 10 minutes will make you sleep very, very nicely in a very modest amount. So that is the first thing. Please do meditation. In case somebody is not uh, equipped with how to do the meditation, they can simply do the breathing exercise and close your eyes And if you follow the simple breathing, there's a particular pattern to do the breathing exercise. So if somebody follows it, it definitely soothes the mind as well as the eyes, which get individual into a good sleep. So my recommendation, meditation, breathing, and some kind of eye exercise. So your eyes, whatever soreness they have suffered because of the exposure or exertion, we tend to work the entire day, so they are very very exhausted. So please do some simple, very basic eye exercise before going to bed. If we have to, getting into a good sleep pattern. Coming to the second part of the question, where you mentioned that yes, sleeplessness actually can lead to very serious conditions. Uh, First, we have to rule out why the sleeplessness is happening. So, the first cause, that is the physiological cause. It can be because of the comorbidity factors. Like, for example, in hyperthyroidism, very simple one, people tend to sleep less. So, obesity can sometimes lead to sleeplessness, and there are many other medical conditions which can lead to. There's the psychological factors, the second thing. If we're talking specifically about the psychological, people having anxiety issues or depression, they tend to suffer insomnia and vice versa. In fact, insomnia can also lead to anxiety and depression, maybe in later on cases. But yes, it really affects vice versa in both the cases. And the third is the medicine induced kind of medication we take. It definitely affects the sleep pattern. And in medicine itself, I will also include certain chemicals. Some people are used to smoking, some are more addicted to nicotine, caffeine intake, drugs intake, in youngsters. These all conditions can lead to sleeplessness. Now, sleeplessness, it actually affects the way the factors are causing it. It affects the psychological mindset of a person. It affects the physiological mindset of a person, as well as the societal factors. You know, Talking specifically about the psychological factors, there are so many mental cases that are coming up just because people are not able to sleep nicely, and they come out saying that they are not able to sleep. Either they get up in the middle of the night, or they used to wake up little late, but now the waking pattern has also changed. They wake up early now. So all these are, you can say, initial indicators which tells us that there might be some medical intervention that is required in such cases. So yes, you are very right in saying that sleeplessness or insomnia can lead to major medical conditions in people. Yes.
So, doctor, is this related to things like hypertension and also type A diabetes?
Yes, definitely. Yes. Hypertension, definitely. And type A diabetes as well. They both the cases, the sleep pattern is definitely affected. As I mentioned, that the medical conditions can actually lead to insomnia or sleeplessness. So the person is continuously in a stage where they are putting effort to sleep, which make them mentally more drained out. So somehow, yes, the comorbidity factors as hypertension, high BP, hyperthyroidism, and many more such conditions can actually lead to sleeplessness.
So I think the one good advice that you have given is, you can have you can do a meditation 10-15 minutes. You finish your work, sit on a bed and do meditation for 5 minutes. That will help you sleep continuously for 5 hours in a sound sleep. So I think that's a very good advice. Anything beyond, if you're facing any problem, I think you need to consult a doctor to take some medication. And I think meditation is one of the key ingredient. If we do that, then it will solve some of our problems also.
In fact, many of them, CK, to be very frank, because if somebody is mentally sound, the mental level or the balance can actually cater for the physical and the spiritual health as well. So it's very important to stay mentally healthy. That's very crucial, and for that, one definitely need a good sleep pattern. And the one thing that I always recommend in my clinic in day-to-day consultation. In fact, today in the morning also I told a person to have a glass of milk with fistful of nuts. Trust me, it really helps a lot to get into a good sleep. Try to have your meal a little early, around 7:30 or 8 o'clock. If somebody can have their meal at that particular time, then your stomach is and your abdominal activities, bowel movements, everything is looked after very nicely. And the cases which get troubled because of the acidity and many other gastric factors, the sleep will be catered for very nicely. So having a little early meal in the evening uh, will definitely look after the good bowel habit, and in turn will have a good sound sleep. So I always recommend a glass of warm milk in the night, independent of the fact of what the weather is going on, but warm glass of milk with fistful of nuts. Let me add one more thing. Magnesium is a very, very good source of, you know, sleep pattern. So if somebody is deficient in magnesium, it can lead to sleep deficiency. So it's so crucial to maintain your magnesium, and that can be easily catered just to have a couple of bananas a day, and the magnesium need can be catered very nicely. So magnesium is a very crucial factor that we keep on ignoring, and sometimes it happens in the clinic also that the clinicians are not able to diagnose the real root cause of the thing. So dietary factors are also very, very crucial as far as the sleep is concerned. Have your diet little early in the evening, so bowels are a little lightened up, and then to have a fistful of nuts with a warm glass of milk, and definitely not to have much of the carbs, and overfilling, especially in the evening time, is not a good idea.
So I think to summarize today's discussion, first of all, we need to do little meditation before we hit the bed. Second is in the morning we should have warm milk with nuts. Things like almonds. I think that's the most preferred nut. And fourth is at least one or two bananas during the day. So I think these will solve some of our problems. Anything more than that will require a doctor's intervention. So I think it was a pleasure talking to you today, Dr. Pooja, and thank you very much for coming over and discussing this very important subject, which is affecting, I think, 80% of the population today.
Thank you, CK. It's a pleasure. Thank you so much.
See you next time. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And in this series, we are discussing about the human rights. And for this discussion, let me welcome my friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Nagesh Sood. Briefly, for the viewers who have not seen this series before, Nagesh Sood is a very senior advocate practicing in Ahmedabad High Court and also a very well-known human rights activist known across India. So without further ado, welcome to Top Brass, Nagesh.
Hi CK, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to be here. So let's begin.
Right. So Nagesh, thank you for your presence in our program. We have been discussing about human rights and various aspects of human rights. So far we have discussed many aspects, many laws. Today we would like to tackle the right to clean environment for the citizens of India and like to know your opinion on this one.
Yes, CK, the concept of human rights in general actually emerged after Second World War. But the right to healthy environment as one of those human rights was never a priority for us human beings. Today, this right is emerging uh, with a new concept, and this is being hotly debated in human rights arena, actually a healthy environment is an essential aspect of the right to life, not only for human beings, but also for other animals on the planet. Violation, therefore, of the right to healthy environment is potentially a violation of the basic right to life. Environment deterioration could eventually endanger life of present and future generations, and therefore the right to life has been used in a diversified manner in India. It includes the right to survive as a species, quality of life, the right to live with dignity, and right to livelihood. In India, this has been expressly recognized as a constitutional right. Article 21 of the Indian Constitution states that no person shall be deprived of his life or personal liberty except according to procedures established by law. So, the Honorable Supreme Court has expanded this negative right in two ways. Firstly, any law affecting personal liberty should be reasonable, fair, and just. And secondly, the court has recognized several unarticulated liberties that are implied in Article 21. It is by this second method that Honorable Supreme Court has interpreted the right to life and personal liberty to include the right to a clean environment. Now, what is the international scenario? In the international world, the Human Rights Conference on Human Environment was first held in Stockholm in 1972, which is popularly called as Magna Carta of Human Environment. In the conference, the people were warned that the natural resources of the earth, including air, water, land, flora, and fauna, and especially the uh, natural ecosystem, must be safeguarded for the benefit of present and future generations through careful planning or management. Then there was a report on World Commission on Environment and Development, which suggested 22 legal principles for environmental protection and sustainable development. In India, although the real panic came to be felt only after the Bhopal gas tragedy in 1984, yet it had begun concentrating on problem of pollution after the Stockholm Conference. Indian Parliament passed many statutes to protect and improve the environment, namely the Wildlife Protection Act 1972, Water Prevention and Control Pollution Act 1974, the Forest Conservation Act 1989, the Air Prevention and Control Pollution Act 1981, and above all, the Environment Protection Act 1986. Further, the Constitutional 42nd Amendment Act 1976 incorporated two significant articles, namely Article 48A and Article 51AG, thereby making the Indian Constitution the first in the world conferring constitutional status to the environmental protection. Now, fundamental duties are defined under Article 51A, which enlists 10 fundamental duties intended to promote people's participation in restructuring and building a welfare society. Article 51AG specifically deals with the fundamental duty to citizens to protect and improve the natural environment, including forests, lakes, rivers, and wildlife. Now we have directive principles of state policies, and Article 47 provides that the state shall regard the raising of the standard of living of its people and improvement of public health as among its primary duties. So Article 48A provides that the state shall endeavor to protect and improve the environment and to safeguard the forest and wildlife of the country. We have provisions in the penal code also that makes pollution a crime, especially Section 277, which relates to water pollution. Section 278 relates to, uh, again, air pollution. Section 426, 430, 431, 432 relates to pollution in general. And Section 368 talks of public nuisance. So the concern for integrated environment in the context for planning for economic development was specifically raised in the fourth and fifth five-year plans and mainly talked about the obligation of each generation to have sustainable development. Then there were various cases wherein the environmental jurisprudence in India has been developed, mostly by interpreting Article 21 by the Honorable Supreme Court, involving different facets of human life. Some of which I would narrate, which would help us, our viewers, to understand that how Supreme Court enlarged the scope of Article 221 and gave directions to remove environmental problems in the society. In MC Mehta versus Union of India, one of the cases, the directions were given by the Supreme Court to remove environmental illiteracy uh, and the cinemas and video parlors and even the Darshan were required to give 5 to 7 minutes daily uh, uh, about environment programs, and it was compulsorily required as an education, environment education in the schools and colleges. In another case of MC Mehta versus Kamal Nath, Supreme Court made it clear that any disturbance of basic environment elements, namely air, water, and soil, which are necessary for life, would be hazardous to life and can't be polluted. In that case, hotel was discharging effluent into river and hence causing disturbance to aquatic life and water sanitation. In rural litigation and entitlement Kendra, state of UP, limestone mining in Missouri Hills, which was degrading trees and forest cover, uh, the said mining was banned. In another case, namely Tarun Bharat Sangh versus Union of India, there were 400 marble mines were closed around Sariska Tiger Reserve. Then, of course, the government is doing a lot about preventing pollution of Ganga and Yamuna since 1995. And uh, there are also many uh, uh, programs which are being conducted to save biodiversity in various parts of our country, especially in Kerala. Vellore Citizens Welfare Forum again was a case where precautionary principle and polluter pays principle was involved, wherein any person who is polluting the environment is required to pay for that pollution to the government. So there are many cases wherein the Supreme Court has intervened and uh, the various industries, such as in Taj Trapezium case and pollution by loudspeakers. Then there are various cases where the scope of Article 21 has been expanded and the pollution has been controlled by various judgments of the apex court. So today, essentially, what is required is the uh, pollution, which has increased doubly, and there is tripling of economic output, and there is persistence of poverty, which are the main reasons for pollution in the environment. So, of course, there are various movements and there are massive maneuvers which are being done, and even the children and laymen have come forward to protect the environment. But still, India needs a global war on environmental degradation that is as aggressive and well funded as the war on terrorism. So, more than what we need is to take necessary steps to ensure that environment remains at the top of our agenda.
Uh, Nagesh, I think I fully agree with you to what you said in the end after finishing your legal discourse. Um, However, I have two questions. I will ask them one by one. One of the question is, while government has so many laws to protect the environment, but I think India being a very large country with a lot of population, I think there is a need to increase the awareness about the environment. Uh, I think the situation is not so grave if you follow the religious aspect of it, because the religion itself will teach you to have a balance with yourself and the environment. But somehow our society, and it's so many numbers, 1.3 billion people, we tend to not follow the Indian ways. I think there is a need to make people aware so that they can keep their environment clean and have that consciousness to live in a clean environment. That is my question number one. So I will ask you question number two after your response.
Yes, CK, I absolutely agree. What we require is, very important for all of us is environment consciousness. You see, when we live around, we see around us there is so much of pollution. I would give a very simple example of, disposing our garbage. When we have been taught in not only in TV advertisements and otherwise through newspaper advertisements, that we have to separate wet garbage and dry garbage, which would help the garbage collecting machinery to separate it and to decompose that garbage in a proper manner. We still in our houses don't do it. So that is a very basic thing. Secondly, use of uh, uh, single plastic. Now, plastics we are using, we even now that the states have come forward with the ban of single-use plastic, but many a time we see when we go out and buy vegetables, we are given the vegetables in plastic polythene bags. Now it is a single-use plastic which needs to be banned absolutely. So what we require is we have to use a bag, maybe a cloth bag, or maybe a bag which is of paper. We have to have that shift on our own instead of just casually not being conscious about how this is going to affect the environment, because anything which cannot be decomposed would be harmful, which cannot be recycled would be harmful to not only our health but to our future generations also. So all these things require consciousness, awareness, which is being done. Every day we see that this is being done. We see the advertisements. We see a lot of hoardings, which is there. But you have to somehow, as we say that we have to follow a God, we have to follow it like our religion. So this is very important, and I absolutely agree with you that environment consciousness has to be developed in every citizen.
So I think a lot of schools are giving sort of orientation to the students, but I think a lot more to be done. because the population of India itself is so huge, and the penetration of these awareness programs is not enough. I think we need to do more, maybe some volunteers and all that. So that is the first part which we have to, take care as a country. The second question is related to water. Now, if you look at India, India has almost like 20% of the population of the world, and maybe 25, we don't know. But the palatable water is only 1%. So it is no brainer. The amount of fresh water available in our country is not sufficient for everyone. And I've been talking to a lot of educationists and environmentalists. They have said that in years to come, the water will be the next gold. There will be so much scarcity of water. So I think we need advanced technology solutions. So it's no longer following the Indian way. I think to conserve water for the future generation, we need to follow certain highly technical solutions. So what is your take on that from the legal standpoint? What we should do to protect our water?
Absolutely, Chandrakant. So far as water is concerned, see, first of all, we have a lot of groundwater which is available to us. Now, groundwater in our country is not taxable. You see, anybody and everybody can, take take out any amount of groundwater from, people have been using pumps, people have been using, motors in societies, in big, large societies. You see, the groundwater is being exploited. So first of all, people has to value the water which is available. Now, groundwater is one kind of water which is uh, uh, which can which is safe for drinking and which can be used for many activities. Secondly, we have perennial rivers, we have rivers, ponds, etc., wherein what we see that a lot of industries and a lot of people dispose of the effluents, the industries, the chemical industries, and all sorts of pollution is being created in the rivers. So people don't value the water which is available in our country. What they see is that there is a river, there is a flowing river, there is a pond. We should use it for any other purpose, and which is not valued. So first of all, we have to protect the water bodies and water which is available to us. Let us have a movement wherein everybody needs to be taxed for the use of water. A lot of when there is a taxation on water, probably that would help people to use it conservatively. So I think that is one of the solution. Plus this awareness, of course, we are spreading awareness how we should not keep the taps open when we are brushing our teeth or when we are using the water. How the water has to be conserved. Of course, this is a method of conserving the water, but whatever water is available, first of all, we have to value the availability of water, and then use it very conservatively. And also, then how we have to develop recycling of water, etc. Of course, that's a government's job, how the recycling has to be done. But what is important is conserve the water, use it conservatively, and the government should impose tax on the water, and therefore that is how we can preserve it for our future generations.
There are a couple of things, Nagesh, I wanted to discuss on this subject. Number one is that almost 99% of people in India are drinking either the bottled water or the reverse osmosis machinery In fact, even the small houses with less income also are drinking the RO clean water. Now, the biggest problem is, first of all, we have less water. And when we have RO machines in every house, every apartment across 1.3 billion households in India, the 50% of water goes waste because you're cleaning the water itself. So I think that's a big challenge. I think something has to be done about it. Do we need a different technology than the current that we have? Secondly, since you're talking about taxation or some sort of extra money, because anyway water is going to become more expensive in future. We know that for sure. So don't you think that we should have some smart systems to pay only for the clean water, and if somebody gives us impure water, we should not be paying for it. So there has to be some mechanism. I think a lot of people are talking about these technologies, but I think more than taxation and more than anything else, because water is going to become more and more expensive and dearer, I think we should rely on technology to pay only for the clean water that we pay. We get, because whatever type of water we get, we are going to waste half of it anyway in our house. So what is the point?
Well, CK, I have I have this suggestion in my mind. You see, across the world, we get drinking water in the taps, right? So in a lot of municipalities in India also, the government is able to provide drinking water in the taps, wherein you are not required to use any kind of RO machines or reverse osmosis process, etc., where we see a lot of wastage. It is only where the drinking water is not provided by the government that these machines are being used, because a lot of groundwater is used by cooperative societies and other people, which is not a pure water. Drinking water is not available. So, first of all, if the government ensures that for every citizen there is a provision for drinking water, then I think these kind of systems will not be used. As I say that if water is taxable, then of course the government would improve upon the means of providing drinking water to everybody. In villages we see there are hardly any resources, or people are drinking very unhealthy water through ponds, etc., and even they have to travel long distances to get drinking water, or to so to say water. So all these things actually are in the arena of government's responsibility, and also a lot of NGOs can be taken for these kind of movements. So this would help in providing drinking water to people in a large scale. Secondly, what you said, that you see there is a lot of wastage of water, a lot of water is not being used. So why this is the water is wasted is that people don't value it. You see, we are only, if we only value drinking water, we have to understand that the other water which is not clean can be made palatable, or can be used for drinking if it is clean. It has to undergo a process. Now the government may use a lot of processes which are not very expensive. So every water, whether it is clean or whether it is not very clean, has to be valued and used in a proper way. So no amount of water what it comes to our household has to be wasted, and it has to be used very prudently, so that the water which is groundwater, which is not very clean also, can be used by the government, and then it can from one system that should be made available to the entire community. So that is my view, because people are now using at homes, their own system, their own water machine, motors, etc. They are extracting groundwater. Society is extracting groundwater. Now that is not clean. So that is how people are using RO machines or aqua guards or other purifying machines in their homes. But if it is the government which uses the entire groundwater, makes it taxable, and gives supply to each and every household, then I think people would not misuse the water which is available.
In fact, I fully agree with you. Being Indian, I think we should value our water. I think that is where we can end our discussion today. But viewers, let me tell you, many things are going to happen as the time passes. As Nagesh has already said, there will be a taxation on water. We don't know because government will take care of certain resources in the country. But I think awareness is also very, very important. It is not only responsibility of the government, but also citizens, because we have to protect our water. And as time passes, the water will be much more expensive. So I think we should start practicing from today itself. And water forms one of the major component of the clean environment. So clean air, clean water, clean surrounding, and that is the topic of discussion for today. So thank you very much, Nagesh, for joining us today. It was wonderful session we had.
Thank you very much, CK. It was pleasure being with you. Thanks a lot.
We'll catch up tomorrow again on some other human rights issue. Until then, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Take care.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And friends, as you know, in this series, we discuss the legal aspects. And for this purpose, let me invite my friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Nagesh Sood. Hello, Nagesh.
Hi, CK. I hope you're doing fine. And thank you very much for inviting me again to this platform.
You're most welcome, Nagesh. And let me introduce you briefly once again for the benefit of our viewers. Nagesh is a very senior advocate practicing in Ahmedabad High Court and also a very well-known human rights activist known across India. And today we would like to discuss about what is going on in our political circle. Today's news, or not really today's, it's been happening for past couple of weeks, the turmoil in Rajasthan Assembly. And today we hear that one faction which came out, which created the whole ruckus, has now looking at going back. So from the legal standpoint, there is a law which is called anti-defection law applicable on political parties, and we would discuss about this with Nagesh today. Nagesh, over to you.
Yes, CK, before I talk about anti-defection law, let me briefly give you the background of what happened in Rajasthan. On 12th of July 2020, the then Deputy Chief Minister of Rajasthan, Mr. Sachin Pilot, and 8 MLAs went to Delhi from Jaipur, claiming that they have support of a total of 30 MLAs and can topple the Ashok Gehlot's government in Rajasthan. The Chief Minister, Mr. Gehlot, called on senior Congress leaders Rahul Gandhi and Congress President Sonia Gandhi to handle this situation, and also accused the Bharatiya Janata Party for trying to destabilize his government. Although the BJP leaders claimed that it is the Congress party's internal dispute and matter, and BJP had no role to play in it, the Chief Minister then held a meeting at his residence at 9 p.m. On the same day. The Congress Legislative Party then issued a whip to all its MLAs to be present in the meeting, which was scheduled to be held at Mr. Gehlot's house uh, on strict action to be taken against Mr. Sachin Pilot and 18 other MLAs. Meanwhile, Mr. Pilot reaffirmed that he won't be joining BJP, and senior BJP leader of Congress, Mr. Jyotir Aditya Scindia, also met him in Delhi on 13th of July. So there were constant accusations from both the sides, from Mr. Gehlot and Mr. Sachin Pilot, that Mr. Sachin Pilot has not been loyal to the Congress party, and he has been trying to buy MLAs, or the BJP is trying to buy MLAs of Congress, and they want to topple the government at Rajasthan. But the constant affirmation by Mr. Pilot that he would not be joining BJP was also in the news. But finally, on the say of the Chief Minister, the Speaker of Rajasthan Legislative Assembly, Mr. C.P. Joshi, sent a notice uh, to Mr. Pilot and 18 other MLAs about the dissolution of their membership from the assembly. That is when they used the anti-defection law. But the MLAs who were in one of the resorts at Gurugram were making allegations that they were, along with Sachin Pilot, were not allowed to work. And later, thereafter, the decisions were taken by Mr. Gehlot, whereby the Deputy Chief Minister, Mr. Sachin Pilot, was removed from his post as a Deputy Chief Minister, and also the uh, head of the Pradesh Congress Committee. And Mr. Govind Singh Dosara was then appointed as president of the Rajasthan Pradesh Congress Committee, and there were two cabinet ministers who went along with Mr. Sachin Pilot, who were supporting him, were also removed from their berths. So a lot of changes were made after this tussle happened between the two sides, and the 21 notice was then given for commencement of the session by the governor. Uh, that is what the governor wanted, that at least 21-day notice has to be given for convening the session of the assembly, which again created a tussle between the chief minister and the governor, because Mr. Gehlot claimed that at that point of time, around July 15, he had the majority of members supporting him, and that is how he wanted to prove his majority on the floor of the House. So, a lot of game was being played. Mr. Gehlot then was, trying to hold on his MLAs for supporting him, He also shifted his MLAs from Jaipur to Jaisalmer. But finally, on 10th August, the whole drama was concluded or ended by Sachin Pilot meeting Mr. Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi, and one MLA, Mr. Bhawarlal Sharma, reached Jaipur and met Chief Minister Gehlot. So this is how the entire, political crisis that was being talked about in media uh, ended, whereby now both the parties have decided to, come together. And since on 14th of August, there's going to be assembly session where Mr. Gehlot has to prove his majority on the floor of the House. So that is how things have been sorted out before the session could take place. Now, what is an anti-defection law and how did it start? We all must have known about Ayaram and Gayaram slogan, which was coined way back in 70s and 80s when, people, the legislative assembly members or the parliamentarians used to change sides and were, continuously changing parties very frequently, bringing about chaos in the legislatures. As you know, their changing sides would result in falling of the government. So there was a lot of political instability, and it was a serious concern among the political leaders of our country. So in 1985, when Mr. Rajiv Gandhi was the Prime Minister, the anti-defection law came into being by amendment in the Constitution, and 10th schedule was introduced, which came into effect on 1st of March 1985. So for a long time, the Indian political scene was besmirched by political defections. So this law on defection came into being, which finally brought into force the anti-defection law, which would disqualify the members. Now, the purpose behind this law was obviously to curb the political defection by the legislators, and there are two grounds on which the member of the legislature could be disqualified. One, if the member voluntarily gives up the membership of the party, he shall be disqualified. Voluntarily giving up the membership is not the same as resigning from the party. So, even without resigning, a legislator can be disqualified if by his conduct, the speaker or the chairman of the concerned house draws a reasonable inference that the member has voluntarily given up the membership of his party. Now, the second is if a legislator votes in the house against the direction of his party and his action is not condoned by his party, he can be disqualified. These were the two grounds on which a legislator could be disqualified from being a member of the House. However, there is an exception in the law that was provided to protect the legislators from disqualification. The 10th schedule says that if there is a merger between two political parties and two-thirds of the members of a legislature party agree to the merger, they will not be disqualified. So there has been several incidents which has happened in the past, and over the period the honorable Supreme Court has given various decisions about disqualification of members of the Legislative Assembly. One of the recent and the judgment which is holding the field is the Karnataka judgment, whereby the disqualification of the legislators were stayed by the Honorable Supreme Court, saying that they had not actually resigned from the party. They had not resigned from the party, and so that was one of the uh, recent judgments where Supreme Court clarified that presiding officer who acts has to draw reasonable inference from the conduct of the legislator. So, uh, uh, if I would say this law has actually failed in achieving its goal, and uh, certainly has not been able to curb the evil of defection to a great extent. But of late, there has been a very alarming trend. There are recent examples of defection in state assemblies and even in Rajya Sabha. We have seen that how the legislators have defected. So this is about briefly talking about anti-defection law, which I think would help people to understand as to what actually happened. Now, if we talk about political crisis in Rajasthan, there were only 18 members, and the claim was about 30 legislators uh, uh, who had gone to the side of Mr. Sachin Pilot, saying that they want to have another party, or they were not joining BJP. Now they were too short of that two-third majority, which gives them protection. So otherwise, also, they could not have been protected had they been a case that they decided to join the BJP party, and rightly Mr. Sachin Pilot did not join the party. Now the notice which has been issued by the speaker, which was the cause of challenge before the Honorable High Court of Rajasthan, was that the speaker had given a show cause notice to the Sachin Pilot and the 18 MLAs that why they should not be disqualified. Now, the Honorable High Court held that it was a premature decision of the Speaker to give such a notice, as Sachin Pilot did not join or actually resign from the party. So it was too premature to, issue a notice of disqualification to Mr. Sachin Pilot and the other legislators who had kind of, sided with Mr. Pilot. So fortunately, the Supreme Court also did not, uh, uh, you know, uh, choose to uh, consider the plea of the speaker after the judgment of the High Court, which stayed the notices issued by the speaker. So now that the whole uh, political crisis has ended and the legislators have come back to the party, and now probably they would be supporting the larger group of Mr. Gehlot during the session on 14th of August. So I think everybody has, kind of protected themselves. Otherwise, the crisis would have ended in, falling of the government. So I think the wisdom has prevailed with everyone, and probably they would be able to save the government.
Nagesh, you have summarized this event very well. I must say that, as citizens of India, we expect political parties to play politics. So there is no harm in it, That is why they are political parties, because they play politics. But what happens is that during election, they come out with their manifesto. They say that in their next 5 years term, These are the activities they will take care. These are the things that they will manage. This is how they will work for the benefit of people. Because political parties have to say all that. They are going to increase the employment. They are going to reduce poverty and thousand other things they talk about in their manifesto. After the election, when people choose them on the basis of certain ideologies and certain promises, such things happens where, even with the law where you cannot defect from one group to other, these political parties have found very smartly fantastic lawyers who can circumvent all laws that Indian Indian penal code forces them to work. And you see what has happened in Rajasthan. For last 4 weeks, the crime have risen. Nobody is talking about COVID because these 200 MLAs are fighting nail and tooth, and they are enjoying themselves in the resorts. So there's a new term which is called resort politics. So they are having some yoga sessions and all that. But the people who have chosen them to govern the state, what about them? I think they have been made a big fool out of, because of these issues. What do you feel about it?
Well, CK, as you rightly said that the politics. When you join politics, there is different interest which plays, uh, while you are in the politics. Now, what is important here is that when people of this country choose their representatives and bring them to the legislative house, it is their duty that they follow the manifesto on which they have fought the elections. So they must stick to the promises which they have made to the people, and on the basis of those promises, they have been elected, they have been chosen by the people. So this is very important, which everybody must understand. But usually what happens is that the personal interest also plays some role of those people who get elected. Now, when they get elected into a party, the party has some interest. There are people who are already the leaders, and they try to, you know, sometimes discriminate amongst their own loyalists or the other members who have joined the party. So actually, they don't get the kind of uh, placement, the kind of role which they want to play as the legislators, as they ought to have been given. Because ultimately, when you see, it is the higher command of a party or the senior leader of the party who's deciding everything. So sometimes they do not follow their own manifestos, their own policies, which is very difficult for some people to follow them. So at times, the legislators are also in a dilemma as to what they should be doing, whether they should follow the dictates of the party by shutting their eyes, by not seeing the interest of the public, or they should choose it otherwise, or they should resign it, or join a party which would support or which is already carrying the manifesto in the interest of people. So that is where the confusion comes. And yes, of course, the third personal interest is everybody who's been chosen at a position wants to exploit that position because for future benefits. As we all say that if you are made something in life, you want to do it for your family and your generations, your coming generations. So this is how being the mindset of people. So I guess if people stick to their parties, the manifestos, the policies, we can reduce this kind of disqualifications, and people would then also recognize or would support a party for a longer period and with full force, giving them majority in the house. So this is what people also see, that how those people are loyal, how these representatives are loyal to them, and whether they should be chosen for this coveted post of a legislator or not.
I think if you do the mathematics, it's not a rocket science. There are 200 seats in Rajasthan, and Congress is higher than 50% mark, so that is why they have formed the government. Now, I think there is a bit of miscalculation on part of Mr. Sachin Pilot, because with 18 or 20 MLAs, if he thinks that he can defect, then the other opposition party has only 75. So I don't see any mathematics working in the favor of Sachin Pilot, and I fail to understand why did he take this step. You know, the BJP has only 75 seats. So with 18 members,
Probably he was not actually defecting, but he was trying to make his point that he has not been allowed to work, or he has not been given a position. So I think this was because of the heartburning which he was facing for a very long time. This kind of scenario has been created. So I think now wisdom has prevailed on both sides, and it is better that they come together and work in the interest of the people for which they have been chosen. So that is the bottom line, I guess.
so wisdom has prevailed, as Nagesh says, but I have my own doubts. For how long, we shall see. And we will end this discussion now. Thank you very much, Nagesh, for coming on the show. And we will talk again tomorrow on some other issue.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Good morning, Neville.
Good morning, CK. Very cold day in London today.
It's calm in India as well. We have today's 23rd day of the lockdown. We have some more days to go. But more important thing is today is alphabet Q that we want to discuss. So what do you think Q stands for?
Well, you've just said it.
What do you mean?
Well, you just said it again.
Come on, Neville. Don't play with me.
Okay, I'm not going to play with you anymore. Q is for asking a question.
Okay.
It's as simple as that. And it's a question that comes up all the time. Business owners really should ask questions. And why is that? Well, we learn through asking questions. And we learn through asking the question after the question after the question. So let's explore why this happens. So you've got young children, haven't you?
Oh yes, we have two.
There you go. So that was a very closed question. You've got young children, haven't you? And you came back with, yes, I have two. So you gave me a bit more information there. And during the day, now your children are under lockdown, you see them all the day now. You can't avoid, despite being locked away in your study. One of the features of children is they ask lots of questions. So on an average day, what percentage of their day when you see them are they asking questions?
So the children are always asking questions. I think they have 80% of their time they're asking questions for small little things. Everything they want to ask a question, because if the parent says, hey, do it, they feel empowered, so they do it. But 20% of the time they feel empowered themselves. So without asking 20% active for the 20% activity, they don't ask any question. So I would say 80% they're definitely asking questions.
Yeah, and that's pretty typical, because even in the classroom they will ask questions. The teacher will say something and the kids will ask questions. But over time, the questioning stops. It slows down. And we know that happens because now let me ask you from a business point of view, just on average, how many people ask questions?
Interestingly, Neville, the way you put it makes me introspect myself, and I really feel that nobody asks questions. In fact, if I have my discussions with my colleagues, my team, and even my clients, very few questions. It's like a job, you know. Somebody says, "Hey, do this." The answer expected from that thing is, "Okay." There are no questions asked, really.
And so over time, and it's a feature of everyone around the world. This is not specific to any particular country or district. That's the way things happen. But it's the reason why it happens which is really important. And the majority of the time is that we get, when we're very young, we're thirsty for knowledge. You know, we really want to know, even the simple things. They're pushing boundaries all the time. So when your kids ask you, you know, I wonder if mum or dad are going to let me have this thing that I really want, you know, and they come to you and they suggest something and you say, yeah, okay. They've pushed the boundary, you know. It may be a really sugary treat that you think, well, under normal circumstances, no, but yeah, okay, they can have it now. They clock that up here and they know next time, what did they do to push the boundary? So they're going to push the boundary again. And we should be doing that in businesses each time, just pushing the boundary. So, but the way we push the boundary is to ask questions. And it doesn't matter how simple the question is or how difficult the question is, we need to ask it. Now, this requires a lot of openness, not being judgmental, because that's really easy. Because as soon as you start to get into these questions arena, so if I was to turn around to you and say, why aren't you achieving your results, CK? I mean, immediately I'm coming over as really aggressive and, you know, argumentative and judgmental. How does that make you feel?
You know, I think a person like me would have handled these questions so many times in our own professional careers, and even at home. You know, I think in a family also such questions arise. But I fully agree with you. There is a way to question, and there is a way to answer, and I think that's a technique that everyone should learn.
And you're absolutely right. So you take the aggression out, take the finger pointing out, take the blame culture out, and ask very what I call third party questions. So this is, some people will say, work on the business. So imagine this isn't your business. So if you were to look at acquiring another business, you would have no judgment in your mind at all. You'd be saying, What are they doing here? How's that working? Is that a good fit? Immediately, you're asking questions. But as soon as you start to ask questions about your own business, oh, we screwed that up. Oh, we didn't do very well there. And the body language changes. So this is about what happened, not what did you do? You know, why did that fail? Those are real judgmental questions. So it really is an issue of forming the right question, having the can-do attitude to be objective. So when you've done a project, have a review. What went really well? What could we have improved? That's not being very personally critical or saying to anyone in the team, that was your fault. Even if it's good news, you know. So the good news and the bad news will come out anyway, but it will be non-judgmentally. I'm not saying this is easy, because if you've done it a different way all your life, guess what? You've got to change, which may be more difficult. But you can practice that, and you can practice that on your kids. So, what one thing, if your son comes up to you and said, "Can I watch more movies, Dad?" You know, if you were in the outside the yes and the no, what could you say to your child that would get him to think?
See,
Putting you on the spot again. You see, you don't get off lightly here. You know.
So like the kids are doing negotiations, I think we are also doing negotiations. We'll say, okay, only one movie, not more. So it's like we are saying, yes, go ahead and watch your movie, but restrict to only one. So we are setting the conditions.
Okay. What about letting your son set the conditions?
Oh, they do all the time. They are the ones.
Of course they do. But what about when you say he says, "Dad, can I watch another movie?" And you say, "Well, why do you want to watch another movie?" Immediately puts him on the back foot. You know, he's a young child. You know, but the point is, each time he's asking questions, he's always got a yes and no answer. Most kids do. Parents are like that all the time. It's yes and no, because we want to get rid of it. These aren't really important issues that we're dealing with all the time. If it's important, you might think about it a bit more. And parents will either say, well, maybe. What's maybe? Maybe's not an answer at all, actually. In fact, my children would turn around and say, well, that means no then, because you haven't made a decision. So if you were to ask, and let's take it away from the children, let's take it into the business now. Someone comes up with, an employee comes up with, here's the answer. You know, you could actually turn around and say, well, what does it mean then? Really simple, you know. Now you've done the project, what does it mean? And by that way, you're getting them to think and getting them to grow. So we can do an awful lot internally asking questions, so that the next time they come with a prepared thought process. Because if you're going to consistently say, so what does that mean? You know, if you were to do that again, how would you do it better? Immediately, you know, they're getting to think. More importantly, you're getting them engaged. And the more engaged your employees get, the more productive they become. They actually feel as though they're not just salaried and they're not just taking their wage every month, they're actually contributing to the organisation. So asking questions internally and be very open with the arena, you know, not argumentative, you know, not poking the finger, not being dictatorial. Asking, so what's happening? Why is this happening? What could we do better? Where did we go wrong? How can I help you improve next time? These are not, you know, not difficult questions to think of. And if you struggle with them, then go and write a few down and say, is that argumentative? You know, am I pointing a finger with that question? And practice it a bit, you know, and the more you practice, actually the easier it will be. So we're back to that little P again from yesterday, you know, practice, practice, practice. And it's the right practice that makes perfect. So practice these questions. Does this make sense? I mean, is it rocket science? Do you think it's hard to do?
It's not at all hard to do. In fact, it's very logical what you're saying. But interestingly, we are, at least, you know, what I've seen in my own circle, we are more diplomatic with our kids than our own employees. So we try to balance it out when we talk to kids. Hey, let's have a, you know, leading conversation. But with the employees, I think, or it's both ways. Even employees are, you know, don't talk to the boss in that same manner. So diplomacy is slightly less. It's more of a confinement.
Yeah, I understand that. And but like anything else, if we're going to be collaborative moving forward, and attract the right customer, the right client, that's going to be a really good relationship, then again you need to adopt the same approach. Ask questions. What's your problem? How have you solved it in the past? Did it make a long-term impact? Are you open to other considerations? Question, question, question. You know, when we're 3 years old, the only thing we've got in our mind is, I'm either happy with what I'm doing, or I'm going to ask a question because I want something else. So when we used to go on holiday, you know, all the kids would pile in the back of the car, and by the end of the street, one of us would say, are we nearly there yet? Have we got any sandwiches? Can I have a drink? We've just left the house. No? So within 100 yards, we're bored. You know, and then, you know, my parents, like every other parent, would say, well, let's play a game, I Spy. Well, that works for about half an hour. And then there's only so many lampposts that you can go past, you know. I Spy reminded like something with L, lamppost. Oh yes, Neville's turn. You know? So, but we constantly ask questions. Now's the opportunity to ask questions in the business. But again, it's a question of the focus of the question. Make it inanimate. And if you haven't done this in the past, because many people don't do this, write it down. Write down the question and say, is that judgmental? Is that argumentative? And if you think yes, then cross it out. Don't ask the question. And you'll come to a list of 5 or 6 that you can consistently ask. And when you're consistent with that questioning, your employees, your customers actually will think about a few of the answers before they come back to you. And then you can go back actually with the more detailed question, which is really going to get to the problem. Again, this is not rocket science. We don't have 14 years worth of questioning in school. But we do, because every child asks the teacher a question. We do 14 years of maths. In the maths lessons, there's questions, 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 questions. That's how we learn. It's not difficult to understand this. It's what you might call common sense. But make it your common practice. And the solution is simple. You know, you can go today, and everyone can go today, and just write down some questions and see. I ask that question regularly. Is that argumentative? Is that pointing out a problem and blaming people? Am I the one to blame? You know, so cross the question out. Put another question. And this can be done really quickly. You've just got to take a little bit of time out, a bit of introspection, and think. And then you can go to your team and say, why don't, every time we do a project, why don't we answer these questions? You know, did we enjoy what we did? Did we get the result we wanted? Notice the language. Did we, us. Hardly ever me and you. Does that make sense?
In fact, Neville, thank you for clearing my mind today. And I got an idea that, you know, once this session is over, I'm going to set up a process in my company where we will have a stand-up meeting every week, once a week, for an hour, where everybody can ask any question. No process.
A brilliant idea. Yeah.
Anything that comes to mind, please come and ask anyone.
Just brilliant. And once you start that off and you continue it, I'd like you to feedback, you know, write a blog, you know, do a little video about it. Get one of your employees to do a video about it. You know, how does it make them feel? Do they feel they're more engaged in the organization? Are they happier? Because happiness is a byproduct of something you're doing. If you're really in the zone and really enjoying what you're doing, of course you can be happy. Even when you're filling out a tax return, because you're doing it quickly, that makes me very happy. Because I can get the rubbish out of the way quickly and get on to more important things. So I think that's a fantastic idea, you know, and you've now said it and it's been recorded and you're going to put it out there. So now your employees are going to say, CK said this, we're going to make it happen.
Oh, definitely. So we will set up this as a process, because that's the whole point on you know, discussing these things. If we can't practice it, what's the point? So I'm
absolutely
practice.
Absolutely. So, Q, you started off asking questions. We're going to finish asking a question to everybody. What are you going to do?
I will also ask the question. What else? I will
What else? What else? Well, today was an easy cue. I don't think many people thought we would get to the question, but even so, we did. So now the issue is, what are you going to do? You know, take the advice. What are you going to do with it? Because it's important. So get on with it.
Yes, certainly. And it was such a nice session I had with you, Neville. Thank you so much for your time. And we'll catch up tomorrow again with another alphabet.
Another trip through the alphabet.
Certainly.
Take care, CK. Have fun. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
High five.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach and I graciously welcome you all on this edition of Legal Matters. And today we want to discuss on a very, very important legal issue. Ladies and gentlemen, you know that we want to discuss about love jihad. And to discuss further, let me invite my close friend from Ahmedabad, lawyer Jeet Bhatt.
Good afternoon, Chandrakant. Thank you for introducing me and having me in this show. I'm also looking forward for this discussion on this interesting topic.
Jeet, actually, you know that lately, for the last 5-10 years or slightly more, this word, love jihad, has been in a lot of news and a lot of controversy. And so much so that the state governments, or certain state governments in India, have brought in a separate law to prevent the interfaith marriages. So we would like to know that what this, legal aspect of this, is there a validity of this law? Do you think this law is justified? So I think you are the legal brain in between both of us. I will ask this from you to explain the love jihad to our viewers and to listeners.
Yes, Chandrakant, what is we see in news these days that a lot of states are coming up with these acts, passing acts against unlawful conversion of religion. And basically, love, there is no legal terminology as such as love jihad. But what it is understood is that religion is used to convert, and love is being used, and marriage, through marriage there is a conversion going on in some of the states in India, and which is known as the love jihad. But all these acts which have been passed against conversion speak about unlawful conversion which has been done through fraudulent or illegal means. But it does not in any manner uh, stop the willful conversion of any individual from one religion to another. And it cannot as well, because the right to practice, profess, and propagate a religion, any religion, is a fundamental right of every individual. And it is guaranteed under Article 25 of the Constitution of India, which is subject to certain restrictions, of course. But basically, what Article 25 guarantees to every citizen is the freedom of conscience and free profession, practice, and propagation of religion, which provides that all persons are equally entitled to freedom of conscience and the right to freely profess, practice, and propagate religion, but that is subject to public order, morality, and health, and to the other provisions of the Constitution, fundamental rights of the Constitution. So it is subject to other fundamental rights, and is also not permissible when it is against public order, morality, and health. So these three are the basic restrictions imposed on any individual to practice and profess and propagate his right to religion. But otherwise, right to freedom of religion is guaranteed from Article 25 to 28, wherein the first is the freedom of conscience and free profession, practice, and propagation of religion. The next is freedom to manage religious affairs, and freedom as to payment of taxes for promotion of any particular religion, and freedom as to attendance at instruction of or religious worship in a certain educational institute. So freedom of religion is prescribed as fundamental rights guaranteed under Part 3 of the Constitution of India. So there cannot be any law which violates the fundamental rights guaranteed by the Constitution. And if any law which is passed in violation would be declared to be void or would become inconsistent with respect uh, to the extent it is in violation of the fundamental rights. But recently, what we find is that the Uttar Pradesh government has come out with the Uttar Pradesh Prohibition of Unlawful Conversion of Religious Ordinance 2020, in which the conversion, and what section 3 provides is for unlawful conversion to be an offense. It says that no person shall convert or attempt to convert, either directly or otherwise, any other person from one religion to another by use or practice of misrepresentation, force, undue influence, coercion, allurement, or by any fraudulent means, or by marriage, nor shall any person abet, convince, or conspire such conversion. So conversion which is done through such illegal means under undue influence, so by making false representations or by making false statements, if or under coercion, which means by threat or under some fear, or through some kind of allurement of giving monetary benefits or a better